Back and welcome in, y'all, to match day 3, our final match day of the weekend. It's been a fun one, guys. I got Dia Graceful back with me, but we've got to chat Aurora and Alliance. We want to see them continue on their dominance, but also, are there teams that are not going to be ass in EMEA?
I think there's a lot of EMEA slender going on right now. I think the region is getting way too much flack, but yes, Aurora and Alliance are deservedly dominating it right now. Aurora, I mean, impressing me a lot more because they seem a lot more consistent than Alliance, but yes, Alliance have those pop-off games, and I cannot deny it.
Yeah, they're definitely the top dogs. I mean, we pull it up like this. You got the Pro League points that they've already acquired throughout Split 2. Aurora win their first show day. Alliance do the same thing and then kind of double down on the consistency. So we're thinking about teams that can emerge and also still be frontrunners, which have looked like bandits to me, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the times we end up talking about Aurora and Alliance, but they're undisputed the other teams here as well. And yeah, as you said as well, Bandit, maybe GG, even if you want to throw them in there.
Yeah.
Kinda has been a phenomenal player in his growth alongside as an individual of having played on former teams where he might have been the underdog. Now he's considered probably one of the best players in the region. We definitely have the talent pool here. Haven't quite figured it out yet because when you have this many roster changes and stuff, it is tough. But Bandit so far looking really good.
I think you bring up a really good point with all the shifts and the roster mania that EMEA faces as a region, but also good to note, right? Kind of starting off back on Element 6 a few years ago as a 16-year-old guy out of Spain, and now second place today on their first showing. They lose out on the tiebreaker, but he was the kill leader, and they're still looking for org BTW. So if you guys in EMEA are looking to pick up a team, Bandits could be a solid choice, but we also have to think about maybe some other teams. When you compare Bandits, of course, on pursuit of the top, right? 21 Pro League points on their first showing because they lost out on that tiebreaker, unfortunately. But the stats, Dia, the stats don't lie. Stats don't lie.
No, they do not. I also, because we're seeing this again, want to draw everyone's eyes to the 100% top 10 to top 5 conversion from Aurora. That is a really, really wild stat from them. And obviously, you know, they've been performing fantastically throughout the split. This was a roster that I was worried about. Granted, Dia loves doubting, but it ended up working out for them on day 1. I expect it, given how convincing it was on day 1, to continue working out in day 2. And I'm excited to see how Bandits take the fight to them, because Bandits are a really talented team that I think on a grand scale are more well-rounded than Aurora. I think they have better macros, slightly worse fighting than Aurora, because look at the names. But realistically, I think that Bandits could put up a fight, maybe even take the day.
I mean, Light's calling has been pretty cracked as what we've seen for the past couple of months. But guys, we got to bring in Jayhawk. Welcome to the main broadcast for the first time, Split 2, my guy. It's going to be great to have you here. And I know you've been watching all weekend. You've got some takes. Unlucky mentioned his former teammate Tyler FPS on ForFun being a team that could be on the come up. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, well, the ForFun thing, I want to table that just for a little brief period because they had a bad day. But I want to talk first about a team that I thought had a good day. And we're kind of talking about potential flukes, who can maybe rise to the top. I want to talk about MAFIA. They were able to get 3rd place in that first match day on Friday, and they were only 2 points behind the 2 squads that you're discussing, notably Bandits being 2nd place. And so could they have maybe won that match day? That would have been a huge upset. Can they continue that consistency today? That's the thing that I'm looking out for. They had 4 games inside of the top 3 on that day, so the consistency was incredible. But not only were they getting inside of the top placements, they also paced the lobby in terms of damage. I mean, how often are you going to out damage Alliance and Bandits? That's a pretty crazy statistic. Can a team like MAFIA continue having a good day today?
I hope so. I mean, if you're consistently putting yourself in a power position in endgame, I think that speaks for 85% of what you're doing. You're sitting in 10th place. You had 18 points on your first Pro League day showing. I know Dia and Graceful both get incredibly hyped anytime they see Black Venom out there as well as Catch. So keep your eyes on MAFIA. But maybe back to that ForFun discussion, because EWC Split 1 playoffs, sure, a completely different roster for ForFun. But it was an interesting run, right? They barely get into the survival stage. They make it to the finals, Jayhawk. But
yeah, they did, but when they got there, it wasn't that clean. Obviously, going down to the survival stage meant they weren't one of the teams that auto-qualled directly through groups, and so they had to fight their way in, which was impressive, don't get me wrong. But then since that LAN, and looking, the team you see on your screen, it's unfortunately broken up. Tyler has now taken the org with him and joined the Citadel gaming duo, while Synetic and Nags had to pick up Jans to replace, and now they're orgless. And so there's been a little bit of beef. Some snake emojis have been dropped on Twitter. Twitter, and you got to wonder, is the grass always greener? Because at least so far, both of these teams have not performed like they did at EWC.
Look, the grass may not be greener, but it's probably tall, because if you're hiding snakes in the grass, I guess that's what happens. But there you are. That is the former roster that played at Split 1 playoffs. Their performance, they got a 21-point game to lock in from that survival stage, but their land placement, 18th. You already said it, Jayhawk. You were like, the fact they were in finals was the deal breaker for it. But the roster breaks up. Tyler FPS keeps the org. And now the changes that we have to talk about, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, changing the roster was an understandable thing to do. Synetic is not the part that I would have changed, but that's all right. You bring in 2 pieces of Citadel, which was also a solid roster, but my doubts around this roster come in with the fact that I think you've basically removed the engine from the squad in both ways. Synetic was really driving ForFun. You take him out, you pick up you pick up 2 parts of Citadel, a very strong roster, but you leave out arguably their own engine, Zuni, who just has to disappear off to another team in EMEA. It feels like the ForFun esports roster on paper is very good because their mechanics are there, but like, who's driving this team? So far, it's been nobody.
It needs to be Tyler FPS. I mean, if you're not pulling the engine from Citadel and you're leaving out Zuni, Tyler has to be the engine at that point.
I have teamed with Tyler. It's definitely gonna be a very tough bet on that roster, and I think it goes to show as well, a lot of the times when teams end up forming around specific players, it tends to be the IGL for a reason with that as well. And we talked about this with Aurora as well. Are they, like, when you look at Aurora as a roster, like, this is just firepower. Like, where's the IGLing? But they at least have that backup plan of having 9imps as the coach, potentially coaching somebody into the role, helping somebody out. They said that they gave the mantle to Kazak in effect with the co-IGL. But this roster right here, you're thinking, okay, maybe somebody could take the mantle, but who's gonna teach it to them? Because just playing with people, you don't really get to, you know, if I swing right and you just follow me, you don't really know why I'm swinging right. And getting that breakdown from somebody who's been in the role before helps out tremendously. And I think this team just either they need help or they need to restructure.
Interesting. And I think it's all about solidifying your roles, and the teams that have identified their roles and have already outlined that are the ones that have been finding success consistently throughout the past year or so in ALGS comp. But here's the deal, Jayhawk. Any like hot takes, predictions for the day before I send you packing to watch match number 1?
Hot takes? You know what? Because I talked about him earlier and I really liked what I saw in that first match day, I'm going to go Mamma Mia with another top 5. I think that they solidify their spot near the top of that leaderboard for EMEA.
Because if not, we're putting them on Fluke Watch. We're going to put them on Fluke Watch, as you said when you came in. All right, go get in the comms. I'm ready to hear what you have to say after match number 1, but I want to pull up the Pro League standings and kind of set the scenes, Dia and Graceful, of where we currently stand. Now, of course, the teams at the top, for the majority of them, are going to be ones that have done their 2 play days in our first initial round robin weekend. But for Aurora, they won their match day. They're already in top 5. It's looking really dang good for them.
Yeah, Aurora expected to continue this. I would not be surprised to see them at the very top of the region at the end of today's games. Bandits could very well be joining them as the other team that we're looking to become a contender for the top. And I mean, really, like, first place slot in EMEA. Mamma Mia questions. ZIPLINE Mafia, another team that, having placed very highly on their first match day on Friday, I am very much looking forward to seeing play today.
Ooh, I am as well. Graceful, any quick hits on that? Because we got, you know, Aurora effect. Won the first day, baby, coming back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora being one of the teams that people have the expectations of having succeeded at as well. I feel like some of these other teams, like you said as well, maybe Fraud Watch, recency bias in Apex community is huge. They even doubted, like, Dia was one of them, by the way. You doubted Alliance, they came back. This team might have had, like,
just crazy fights. I think that's going to be really fun to watch. And who better to call all the action than Dia and Graceful. I'm going to throw it over to you guys. Let's get into match number 1.
All right, match number 1 coming at us soon, Grace. Excited to jump into it, especially given the fact that we get Aurora playing again, and I am expecting more explosive games. Very excited to see them go up against the Bandits as well. As we had mentioned, when we're looking at the top, at the teams that we are expecting to be dominating the region, I think that having that conversation around these two teams that have started really well is interesting. There are plenty of teams like Made in Heaven that also, like ForFun, need to be stepping up today in a huge way.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think it just comes to show really the importance that some of these teams have to carry on the legacy. Right now, like you said as well, the region is catching a lot of heat for a good reason, I would say as well, because when you have that only a couple of teams making it into finals on LAN, and even making LAN and then moving through groups properly, it really comes to show that who's next up. And we've had this discussion even in Americas yesterday as well, when now that we've had these conversations against the top dogs, let's just say Falcons as an example, we need to start talking about now. We can't keep talking about what's been great in the past. We need to talk about right now. And for me right now, ForFun is not it. Mamma Mia is definitely it, but I would also like to see Blessed maybe step up.
Yeah, it is weird to be talking about the ForFun Made in Heaven thing, because you would expect that if the breakup was like so clearly the wrong decision, that one roster would be doing way better than another. Like Tyler would have won the breakup and he'd be top 10 and Synetic would be crying in bottom. But the fact that they're both doing terribly is a weird dynamic for a clearly talented roster that has just gone their separate ways. I am hoping that we get a decider today so that we can start going, ooh, is ForFun, is Made in Heaven actually coming out on top of this? Who's made the right decision and who's made the wrong one? Because at this point, it is extremely difficult to tell. The one thing that has been right, though, is the way that Aurora were playing yesterday. This is, I think, the first time, even though we're seeing it for fun, I think it's the first time that I have seen a fragger dominate a roster move and be successful in it. Effect being the driver of change, the thing that the team is built around, and ultimately having it work on the first day.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that like this roster is huge. They're famous by their own metrics, but I think Kazak is probably the one that we have to focus on quite the most. After hearing that interview as well of saying Kazak is now taking on the mantle of leading the team, whereas Effect is incredibly vocal to be that co-IGL essentially, just makes this go, like you really get to think, is this the new up and coming? We like to say new up and coming, but is this the new up and coming IGL? But how much does like 9M's help out with that as well?
Yeah, and there's like, I think it's something we're lacking language around, because even though these players have been around for a while, the word sort of defaults to up and coming when that doesn't feel as accurate. It's more like they've just decided to pick up the crown. You know, they've been here forever. They've been a lord of the region, and then like this year, are they going to rule? It's not exactly what I'm looking for. There's something here, though. There's something about recognizing how long these players have been around, and that perhaps it is finally their time, much like as we're seeing with Sentinels in the Americas region and across the world. They've been here for a while. Now it finally seems to be their year.
Most definitely. Zone, however, pulling all the way far west this time. We actually saw Made in Heaven and even a couple of other teams stay dead center zone. ForFun also included into this aspect. The real question is, how much information do these teams have? Because at the end of the day, if you're not blessed with that ring console, you're gonna have to be forced to play around what other teams are doing around you. Are they here because they think the zone is here, or are they just on the way in deeper?
With Glacier having found themselves a spot in the zone, it's hard to say where exactly we're going to be going. There's a lot of ways that this ring could pull, and so realistically, if you've made an early prediction in the zone, it feels like you're at a disadvantage. Yes, E-District does tend to reward teams that rotate in early, but I think the mid-speed that you were talking about is especially powerful in a map like this and in a zone the likes of which we're seeing now.
Yeah, most definitely. Mid-speed excels the most when you have options to make your way into the zone. And E-District literally being famous for the one map who has the most chokes to make your way through and go deeper into the zone. honestly has the best results of playing mid-speed. You see this a lot of the time. We even saw it several times yesterday as well. People are tending to play more towards the edge, waiting for this zone to fully close, grabbing the info, making their way in. Some teams are even more comfortable doing it this zone after that point, just to definitely make sure to see where it's going.
Shadows of Nine in trouble right now, even though they don't appear to be being pushed. The fact that they've lost their IGL is a problem, and even getting the res could be a little bit complicated. That IGL going to be critical, especially because they are on Alter, which lets you make the insane plays that we've been seeing across the ALGS for, in Graceful's opinion, far too long a time.
Yeah, most definitely. Also, we're seeing teams get very comfortable, hoping that the zone is going to pull deep here. But 5 teams only on edge. I think this might be the group so far out of both EMEA and Americas where we have the least amount of teams on edge currently getting stacked up. But undisputably, the one of the teams that people are recognizing is getting stacked right now, probably looking for more fights, is Aurora, ZIPLINE, and one of the teams that I've been looking forward to, MAFIA on edge.
Yeah, this team could actually get quite exciting. I'm taking a look at the minimap right now, something that you too can do if you are on multi-view. Taking a look at where your favorite teams are, as well as even hearing their comms as the day goes on. Rondon going to be picked up right now for Shadows of Nine, who are just playing this zone heavy play style. Having talked to Shadows of Nine earlier, this is basically the one thing that they know they want to do, is to sprint into zone as fast as possible. But it does mean that they can be bled out over time. The fact that they've already lost Myosin once, the fact that Rondon's gone down, does mean that they're hemorrhaging meds in their journey to survive.
Yeah, most definitely. And the first match as well of the series is going to be even more chaotic than usual, as Crypto is still indeed available. Crypto and Alter being infamous for being able to make plays regardless of where you are. Even if you're in the comfort inside of a home, at any point Alter will just pop in and visit you and say hello while you're getting EMP'd and Zerg down. So making sure you stay healthy while also scouting where the zone is going next will be a huge moment for them.
ZIPLINE MAFIA starting to make their way in. It's a team that is actually rotating very close to MAFIA and D4C. These teams committing more to what looks like a hard edge playstyle right now, but they could very easily turn into mid-speed if they're able to use the ring consoles near them. A bit far from zone, sure, but maybe further from zone means that you're a little bit safer to hit the ring console rather than trying to go to E-Bank, which would be closer to where the game is likely to end, but likely more contested as well.
Yeah, also even then, like, just making sure you get on purple armor is so important, as we see him just level up there as well. A lot of these teams end up being really weak that are ended up going in early because the zone has been varied by this point now. Never mind the fact that you're not nearly equally as stacked, as we've seen several teams die on white armor. We're also talking weapon attachments, and these guys are taking every advantage of it, making sure to upgrade their weapons.
ZIPLINE MAFIA, Aurora, and MAFIA really drawing eyes right now, with ZIPLINE MAFIA and MAFIA having a potential pinch onto the same choke that Aurora are holding right now. This could be a three-way fight over with 3 teams that we were very much looking forward to seeing on the day, Graceful. What else is Matafe already low, and Light playing safe, knowing that Henchman's already knocked, doesn't want to give away and make this a 1v1 in the end for Kinda. Light does ultimately have to defend the door, pops in and does eliminate Take Flight, even coming in for the shield swap, as Kinda is going to hit the res. Bandits clean their backs, taking out Take Flight, and now dominating Blossom Drive.
I'm not gonna lie as well, I feel like we didn't give enough kudos to Bandits in our earlier discussion today in the opening segment. It's the fact that these guys absolutely dominated on land. We thought that they could even win the entire thing, but in group stages, in the fashion that they did, honestly, this is kind of what I'm talking about as well with recency bias though, but their consistency and performance undisputably has been god tier ever since before that LAN as well.
It really was LAN where that took a step up. And I think for a lot of teams, LAN is their defining moment. Sure, Pro League can be nice, but so often we'll see teams that do really well in Pro League, and then we get to LAN, and they kind of fall apart.
Yeah.
Very rarely does it happen the other way around, where we see a team that does super well at LAN, and then they fall apart in Pro League. Once you've reached the heights of dominating one of the top levels of competition in Apex Legends, normally you're able to hold on to that for at least a split. And I'm anticipating the same thing to be true of Bandits, but today they really need to prove it, because while their first match day was impressive, the tie with Alliance ultimately is going to leave everyone going, yeah, well, Alliance got first. And I want to see Bandits take up that mantle. If not getting first today, at least replicating a second will quiet a lot of the doubters, of which I am not one.
Indeed, and I think that everybody is holding their breath for that. Honestly, you don't even have to hold your breath. I think it is something that is definitely coming in the future. But something that will also be definitely coming in the future is fighting. If this zone pulls all the way to the west past that choke, about 10 teams have to fight their way in. And when you're fighting around Crypto Altar, things get chaotic real quick.
Around the next zone poll, which will be revealed in the next 30-40 seconds as round 2 will finish closing. We'll get to see who the big beneficiaries of this are. Are we going Neon Square, or are we pulling out to Blossom Drive that, as you mentioned, is much less populated, where teams like Bandits, Ronin, Glacier, and even Aurora are starting to pull their focus? Maybe these teams have got a read that nobody else does. Maybe Blossom Drive is going to be the place to be.
Indeed, as we also see MAFIA flying in towards the zone for the moment. Zone is about to show just now. ZIPLINE MAFIA occupying the northeast side of things. Aurora northwest side of things. Zone about to pull up, and let's see where it heads up going. It goes back all the way to the right. Everybody who early predicted was indeed correct. Everybody who made their way in on the west side of things now are going to have to work their way in with as many teams as only 4, but Aurora is lurking about.
And earlier we did say the ZIPLINE MAFIA, MAFIA, and Aurora could fight. The fact that they managed not to is impressive. And I kind of want to say it again. They're going to be moving into the same space where Bandits are fighting right now, however, is the place to be. Kinda down is a big problem for the Bandits, but a shield swap for Light as he comes up, having clutched the fight earlier for the team. Maybe he's able to do it again. Maybe he's able to buy enough time, enough space for Kinda. Nice nades just to keep everyone else at bay, but Light's got a big responsibility on his shoulders. That is a lot of utility being expended to pick Kinda back up off the floor, and it works for Bandits.
The moment the zone reveals itself, people will take fights, and that happens immediately with Bandits right here. They managed to get the reset even after getting a fin, but teams are also nearby.
Yeah, MAFIA could very easily come in and clean up whatever team is weakened afterwards. Light having gone down for Bandits, putting Bandits in that kind of position where they could win the fight and still ultimately die as MAFIA continue keeping tabs on this engagement. Kinda gonna come over the wall, finish off Glacier. Who else is going to pounce on them? Light is still down, and around the outside of the building, Catch starts to peek his head in. Looks like Ronin gonna head for the hills here, not wanting to finish the fight. MAFIA kept at bay as well, even as they fish for the finish on Light.
Ronin gets that reset, and the fight keeps ongoing from MAFIA right here. 2 for 1 right now for the moment as Band is on her last feet and gets eliminated.
MAFIA, perfect timing here. They basically just send Catch out to fish for the kills on Altar, knowing that he's got safety to be pulled back by Black Venom. Really nice, disciplined play and trust from MAFIA that they want to keep their building and they can just send the one person out to extend.
Indeed, as now things have slowly calmed down. It's always that we have to think about timings at all times. When you're playing in these lobbies, when you're even playing in ranked, always try to plan accordingly, account zone showing. And right now, the next zone is about to show. So people are right now licking their lips, deciding, are we going to fight for something as the zone is pulling? Right now, everybody that's on the western side are going to make their way in. ZIPLINE MAFIA knows as well, how far up north can we play? Everybody else, however, is still waiting because not many of these teams can get the next zone read, as we see right here.
ZIPLINE MAFIA are playing an extremely passive game. They really have not even looked into Neon Square for the past couple of minutes. They let Aurora walk right past them to the south, no contest at all. ZIPLINE MAFIA are playing for a choke that isn't even going to be in on the next zone close, and it could be that their passivity really comes to bite them. 17 teams still left. We are not in placement territory yet. If ZIPLINE MAFIA get shut down on their entrance into the zone, if MAFIA join them, we're going to be missing 2 very consistent teams through their first day of play. that, much like Bandits, will fall too early to have a real game.
Aurora as well have made their way into the zone. ZIPLINE Mafia still scouting things out. Ronin managed to get that reset on the northwest side of things right now in Bottom Drive earlier. Now making their way in. Everybody is just taking their time, but the zone will be moving in about 30 seconds. Mind you, I always say the zone doesn't hurt for quite some time. The zone right now will start to hurt.
I wonder if ZIPLINE Mafia actually get to move out of here. Excuse is looking for the queue up, making sure that the team has an escape. But playing these shops right now, while it keeps ZIPLINE Mafia in zone, it's still not a very active spot to be. It means that there's no KP coming their way, and even being on low ground, they struggle to make proactive engagements from a position like this. Keep our eyes on ZIPLINE Mafia, what they're able to do, and most importantly, what they are not able to do as a result of their positioning. Ronin starting to make their way into zone. They're coming from the same side as Mamma Mia. These two teams could and seem to want to fight.
They're going to have to fight as they're both walking in with the zone behind them. 25 seconds until fully closed as Ronin is looking to fight, but EP comes out. Cyril should be being dropped at this point as it gets right now. Ronin finds the opening down.
That'll be a finish as well, I imagine, although Mask stays alive for a little longer. Arctic gets to pop back down, and Ronin did manage to reset most of the way, finding this small market stall to play. Mamma Mia, hang on for the moment. We are still at 17 squads, and Ronin have somehow slipped their way in as a 3-man, whittling Mamma Mia down to just a duo.
The one person on your team you definitely don't want to lose is the Crypto. Being able to reset Crypto is invaluable at that point, as FUL as well comes down to the last person, Kuro, trying to make his way out as both his teammates fall.
Unfortunately, having lost not just the Crypto, who's definitely the person you don't want to lose, the Alter, who is second on that list. Now you're left with the Catalyst, and the Catalyst, I think you'd easily trade that away for anyone else. You could put anyone you want on Catalyst, but she's the last one alive. You're probably dead, and Kuro knows it as well as anyone else. Ratting things out to 15th would be nice. The placement point would be great. We've seen some fantastic rat plays in EMEA, and Kuro keeps hope alive for right now, as Babylon's the focus of the lobby and the focus of ZIPLINE Mafia, who do start getting aggressive even from their low ground onto 3 men.
3-man gets engaged on right now. ZIPLINE Mafia is active further closer towards the zone. People haven't really realized yet how deep the zone is going to go. It's going to end between all of the 3 buildings, essentially, right above Ben. But 3 men before that point have to make their way through ZIPLINE Mafia or ForFun Esports. They have to decide which fight to take, as Ronin also gets into a fight.
Again, gonna have to move. No Seer ultimate for Ronin just yet, so they don't have full information as they have to make their way forward. MG Clutch swings out to try and find a pick. Almost gets picked himself, but moves back to the safety with Ronin, who have been very good at taking small engagements and then resetting through the course of the day, something they look to do again as MG Clutch is gonna portal them forward, making their cross a little bit safer. But again, this is not finished. Fighting for the inside of the building should be nearly impossible. Staying alive on the outside, maybe even more so. Shadows of 9 do look like the danger squad to look out for, and as Ronin get pinched, it's not just the Shadows of 9 who will fall. Ronin and Blessed will join them, as even Mamma Mia gets involved here. Black Venom getting knocked, but still alive, recoverable for the squad.
Team ECLIPSE as well. Mamma Mia and the guys got pinched immediately. Team ECLIPSE, however, still very healthy. Everybody's looking for somewhere to play as the zone keeps pulling further and further away. Everybody just making their way, inching in with whatever place they can hold. But everything has been occupied so far.
We've lost out on so many teams. So many teams that we expected to be powerful, to be at the top. Will Aurora be the next one? Kazakh doesn't want it to end up that way. It ends up taking out Zod. These Catalyst spikes making things difficult though, and playing for the inside, playing for the outside. Kazakh gets a little turned around, having to pop inside this building where Top ultimately will slay Aurora and maybe be taken down themselves. Heading for the hills right now. Taskmaster will be picked off, and Prestis, last one alive, the first one, the last to set the damage record during the last split, is also the final player standing for Top.
There's been non-stop action ever since Zone 4 closing in, and there will be more action to come as well, as everybody's just looking to join in by every means they can, whether that be through an altar portal, EMPs, looking to get any KP on the board.
Top's got the chance to find a respawn. We'll see if they actually do. GEI having to make their way really far into the center of this zone. High ground is going to be nice for teams like Team ECLIPSE and BPR, who actually have a bit of cover in the building. Made in Heaven, not even having cover now, get taken out at GEI. Just have to tank through the damage of squads that want to take their position, but are unable to through the caustic gas.
Fighting for the bridge right now is definitely not a safe spot, as you can get absolutely crossfired in there by the two teams on the opposite side of things. DN right now sitting in that building are forced to move, not just yet, but they are holding on for the moment, as we see a wall come out as well from other teams. Yep, big wall in the middle of the zone right now. That's pretty much where the zone is ending.
Team ECLIPSE could be a big win for them to start off the day, with top going down. It's never been better for them. BPR though, they've got a chance to make things work. I don't. Fish gets pulled down to low ground. That cooks their game, maybe. Missing out on a big ultimate as Nyx bides his time to drop down. Bongo gonna do the same, waiting until the last second to drop down onto a full 3-man of Team ECLIPSE. They're gonna try and pass them up as Koost drops to find the knock. DN will fall, looking for Bongo now. Team ECLIPSE managed to survive, and as you say, last 3v3 coming down to D4C, coming down to Team ECLIPSE, who have the nades through the wall, in through the wall. We'll get a commit as Team ECLIPSE fry him as they come through. It looks like D4C just gets chewed through as the Pharaoh fluid slows him, and Team ECLIPSE clean it up.
D4C did, honestly, they had a better opener, I would say, in that fight, but Team ECLIPSE from the western side, where everybody was getting congested, came out on top of several teams, managed to hold outside of the big building, where we saw teams like MAFIA and Ronin also come in from, just kept cleaning up kills. Incredible performance from them, not only from the fact that you made your way into the zone as most of the teams predicted correctly, but the fact that you could get as many KP as they did as well is really good.
Yeah, the way that Team ECLIPSE were able to fight for the inside of the building, but then with Alter transition that to the outside in a relatively risk-free way was really, really good. And it was a difficult exit to make, especially for the team fight, which
that's what I'm saying. They all 17 kills. 20 bomb. They all dropped 20 bomb. When I said they got that many KP, this is what I was referring to. They were cleaning up every team that either visited them on their side, or they just took the altar queue and then joined their side and took even more KP. This is a huge start. When we talk about having just, if you want to make it through, because at the end of the day, we're trying to get to finals before we can win Pro League, and we want to do that before we make into the LAN, but getting 17 kills is just the absolute best.
Well, for more on this game, let's hear from Tiff and Jayhawk before game number 2.
Thank you so much, guys. Honestly, seeing Kashera taking a map win just feels a bit nostalgic to me. Back on Crypto, 17 kills, Jayhawk. It was phenomenal for them to start their day like that. But you were kind of watching. Anything you caught sight of? Was Made in Heaven potentially standing out to you?
So they had a little bit of a blunder. Unfortunately, they had to go towards that middle tower inside of Neon Square, where you can take the jump pad up and there's the 3 zip lines that connect. They're holding the top. They take an altar queue down. Nags gets knocked. They're kind of just stabilizing, trying to hold, but they can't res because Nags is stuck on the low ground. He can't take the altar queue back up. Right as his timer expires, he realizes he could just walk into that little jump pad and rejoin his team, but it was too late. It was too late. Literally the moment that his timer expired, he's like, oh, I could rejoin you guys. And then he fades away and he dies. Now they're a duo. Their rotate was pretty tough. And the game wasn't great for them. The comms sounded good. I do want to highlight Yans. I felt like he was the most impactful player that I was hearing. A lot of suggestions, but I think he was really elevating Synetic's IGLing, because he was able to help Synetic in these moments where it's like, hey, do we do this or do we do that? Give him some ideas and then allow Synetic to make the final call. So I think that if they can maybe avoid some of those little brain lapses, they can maybe have a pretty solid day.
It really do be like that sometimes. You just have a little blonde moment, we'll call it. Not like I have many of those or anything. But for real, though, since talking about ForFun at the top of the show, it's really good to see that Synetic and Nags are kind of putting those pieces together with Jens. And even though game number 1 didn't turn out the best for them, you're highlighting the fact that in their comms, it sounds like they are on the right path for a stellar day. What do you think about the bounce back, considering we did have some teams that were calling, hey, maybe we should go over to Blossom based off like whatever information we had at the time. But then it does do that hard pull back. And I'm like, you're going to have such a tough time getting over.
That's a moment where I really feel like that cohesion in Maiden Heaven was valuable, because they were sitting there in a very flexible position near the bridge, and that was the conversation they were having. Do we pivot back over to our POI at Blossom, or do we not? Synetic makes the call to stay because they can always rotate late. Meanwhile, a lot of our edge teams like Aurora, Mamma Mia, who didn't have good zone prio, they get third ring information. They're like, guys, Blossom's completely open. Let's just fly on in. And then unfortunately goes back over to Neon, and now they're in a position where they have to come in late. It was just an unfortunate zone pull for those teams. How often do you get third ring info and you actually get screwed by fourth ring info?
It'd be like that sometimes. Honestly, we've had some crazy bounce backs over the past couple of like events that we've seen, especially on land, but you never know. Expect the unexpected. That's what I always like to say in ALGS. But thank you so much, Jayhawk, for the insight. We'll send you back. And honestly, I think we got game number 2 about to kick off. So get it over to Dia and Graceful.
All right, Grace. Game number 2 on the horizon, a return to E District, and funnily enough, maybe a return for Team ECLIPSE to a good result. I hadn't even thought about it, but there was an ECLIPSE recently here in Europe, and I wonder if they all want to see it together. I wonder if that was a nice team bonding moment. Team ECLIPSE, though, definitely coming up with the good juju out of game number 1. Looked really good with the finish that they had. It's interesting to see the Catalyst priority, but the thing that caught my eye truly about this game is the Alter priority, because Alter is banned. What are we talking about? I'm literally looking at the... All right.
I think that Crypto normally gets banned out immediately. Yeah, exactly. Crypto normally gets banned absolutely immediately. If not, something is indeed wrong. But I am not a big fan of Alter being alive, because she just enables so many plays. I would like to touch on one thing, though, that we heard earlier here, especially from Jayhawk, is that every IGL or everybody leading the team, even if you have some co-IGL aspect to it, you need somebody to ball off of. Sometimes that one brain can only think so much, and having anybody just release a little bit of pressure from you, whether that be, hey man, are we still doing this, or are we sticking to the plan? Oh, we are? Okay, that's good. Will help a lot of these teams make it through.
With the crypto ban and the Alter high pick rate last game, I do wonder if you'll get your wish and maybe an earlier ban on her this time around. Team ECLIPSE
could be potentially
E-Bank. You know, one of the teams that I was thinking about, I haven't wanted to bring too much attention to them, so consider this a casual conversation. I had anticipated Top to have a better, as Virtus Pro, performance at LAN. I'm also surprised by their slow start here. So I sort of started hyping them up in the middle of last game. They're down pretty quickly as soon as we got them on camera, but Top have had an all right couple of days. I feel like the ceiling of this roster, though, is much higher, and I wonder if maybe the meta is giving them trouble.
I think this is the conversation as well for like the history of Apex in regards of metas, right? Like a lot of people get deserved as well in regards of being a good players in a specific time at point. I think today Apex history is the most difficult the meta has ever been, with how fast-paced it is, right? We're used to seeing 20 teams alive, sometimes circle 4, who knows, even longer, with 20 watts, and everybody was playing so passively. And today everybody is so proactive, everybody's movement speed is increased, shielding is great. The fighting is just so chaotic that, yeah, it is indeed the meta. Like, without a doubt, the meta is affecting many of these teams.
As we head into game number 2, we're going to start off in E-Bank, which I've talked to a couple teams about this, is a very flexible POI. It's too big to loot in its entirety, but what you get to do when you land E-Bank is basically start your loot path, see where the zone is going, if you have ring console, or even if you don't, judge it off of ring 1, as I'm sure Kashera is able to do with his experience, and then decide whether you want to take more time or rotate quickly. In this particular ring, in this particular game, it's likely going to be another quick rotate for Team Eclipse as we are heading up towards the north, towards City Hall, where Team Eclipse, if they do move fast, can secure a prime spot super early.
City Hall's ending indeed. Northwest side of the map is gonna be fun to see, as a lot of these zones tend to end around water or that pesky slope that I really dread. I mean, all of these teams are gonna make their way in, but there's way more limited playable areas in on this zone than the previous one. So we're gonna have to see how many teams are actually gonna move their way in, as some of these teams will occupy on top of the bridge, under the bridge, the buildings all around. But depending on which side it ends up pulling towards, though, a lot of KP will be a lot earlier in this game.
Blessed already sprinting into the zone. GEI right behind them. Made in Heaven probably going to evac tower into what they're hoping is an end game spot. But taking a look at other places that you could rotate through, I'm noticing Resort up to the north. If a team wants to hold this north side, they can tank the zone for a little while and get a ring read for mid-speed play, which is really appealing. Blossom Drive could be a good place to rotate through, as might Galleria in the next couple of rings. For any of our mid-speed teams, Resort, Blossom Drive, Galleria, all looking like really good spots to move through.
Most definitely. I think Resort is something we'll definitely see as people are walking their way in later on, probably zone 3 or perhaps more. But one thing I would like to say as well, as we have seen people been way too many teams are playing zone right now. Is it just a mixture of the group, or are they trying to adapt to the lobby being chaotic? Because on the Americas matches we saw earlier as well during this weekend, it's been way more aggressive on that side of things. Is this a meta thingy? Is it because they preferred Wraith the first couple of days, or is it just people adapting?
ZIPLINE Mafia getting aggressive on Aurora. Ooh. This isn't meta. This is pure menace. Blessed starting their fight as well. Have a nice Sentinel shot to open things up. Hipfire not going to work so well, and Max Strafe for his ego will pay with his life as Blessed go down.
One team that decides to join, though, is Mamma Mia, one of the teams we have been talking about. If they could show up today as well, as they get a KP as well. A couple of KPs on that board, deep into the zone, should be able to get a good game out of this match.
Mamma Mia and ZIPLINE Mafia both starting things off well, both trying to avoid the fluke watch that Jayhawk threatened them with earlier. Mamma Mia have plenty of cover here, and with no teams really nearby, I think Ronin are sending a member over to scout whether anybody is lacking on Mamma Mia, whether we got any teams that maybe aren't paying attention to the squads around them. Mamma Mia certainly will not be caught with their pants down, though, firing back at Ronin from the high ground, and their spot is secured for now. Aurora have meanwhile found a respawn that is coming just in the nick of time, and Aurora, being a squad that plays edge, should, in most cases, have plenty of space to do it. But ZIPLINE Mafia were looking for them earlier. D4C are in the area. And this has attracted attention from, at the very least, D4C.
As D4C is also just scavenging at this point, making sure to get more stack and getting that info. Immediately sees that there's a team walking up towards them. No other than ZIPLINE Mafia. Are they gonna end up fighting, however, as they have been scouted out? It does seem that way as we hear a drill come out as well.
It's the classic non-committal threatening maneuver. As drill is going to signal that there are a couple of other teams around, but while the teams take their time, not starting any fights just now, I'd love to hear from Jayhawk on Team Eclipse's performance.
Yeah, guys, listen, we didn't talk a lot about Eclipse after that game, but they dropped a huge 29-point performance, 17 kills, and you would think the squad would be ecstatic after that performance. And listen, they were happy they won, but right after, as we load into this game number 2, Kashera goes, how many points did we have again, guys? And they're like, it was like a casual 29, but stay locked in. It doesn't matter how many points we scored. We are here to put up even more. So this squad as locked as you can possibly be, even after such a nuclear game.
They got to be that way, because white shields right now, you got to be locked in. You cannot afford to be making mistakes. Kashera knows that better than anyone. He's been playing on white shields since before you could evo them.
Yeah, he has indeed. And the thing is as well is that they are disciplined. Those 3 players know with their experience how to remain valid in these lobbies, making sure that they are either just adapting to the fact that they're very early zone, or at some point Glacier just goes for the call, hey, we're playing for KP. And being able to adapt between playing for zone and actually playing for placement or just KP in general is a good swift decision making that everybody needs to have.
A lot of information for Aurora that'll reveal 2 teams to their north, 3 men and ZIPLINE MAFIA. Although it doesn't reveal their names. That's me telling you guys. Aurora don't know. Aurora instead, though, with that info, will choose to rotate further towards the western side, take the southern entrance into City Hall, which seems to be pretty uncontested for the moment. They've got at least the opportunity to move into the choke, take a building high ground, and if they want, they could just take a 3v3 with FUL.
Zone is about to reveal themselves as Bandit is making the resort play, as we said about the whole mid-speed. They're seeing where the zone is going. They're going for that ring console at this point to decide where is the zone going, and we're going to move accordingly. This is why mid-speed is so strong, as everybody else is kind of betting on where it's going to head. They will know where it's headed most likely and will move accordingly.
I'm writing it down right now so I don't forget, but it's Bandits, Take Flight, FUL, and ZIPLINE MAFIA that hit all of the POIs that we mentioned to get additional information. Even 3 men have managed to grab a little bit on their way in. So add 3 men to the list of teams that have this zone's information. Aurora going to add themselves as well, even hitting draft point. So as the number of teams continues to climb for who actually knows where this zone is going, we'll have to see what they do with that information, because while mid-speed is good in that it gives you an advantage over the teams already in zone, those teams are already in zone. They just have to play defense.
Indeed. Playing defense is definitely harder, though, at this point, depending on bans, but Altar's still available. Some of these teams are opting for the Altars here. Maggie makes it even more impressive, but Ronin was one of the teams that had a tough way to rotate in, especially speaking of what you're saying, against the teams that are playing defensive or getting caught with several teams on that rotate. So they need to make sure to have a better timing at this point. Either we're moving on ahead further than them and holding them out, or we have to be the absolute last team to just send the fight on the team that is defending us.
That means clearing your backs after this zone as well. You like to talk about which zones are healable and not, but we are getting to the point where, yeah, you can heal for a little while, but you're not going to be able to tank zone indefinitely with the ease that you have before. Round 2 going to start closing soon, and at this point, still look out for teams rotating through the red. In the next few zones, maybe you'll be able to take a bit of a chill pill.
Indeed, as you can still heal this zone, though. We're seeing Aurora still on edge. After that shaky match number 1, I want to see what they're thinking about. So let's have a listen in with Aurora.
Ты сканешь кого?
Я прибываю.
Да, чувствую.
Пробил. Или слева, убьем?
Один на нами, дал тан. Да. Вертикалку даю в них. Ультани. Я вертикалки дал. Ультани? Да, ультанул. Я занял поставил. Меня забрал.
На крыше.
Окей, мы дал в них. Хились. Все 3 крыши, пацаны.
Конечно.
Тоже.
Хорошие лиды. Один синий. Хорошие лиды. Го. Они тебя большой.
Это заебись, пацаны, что они так надо. На ту сторону тоже кинул.
Блядь, зашел. Я живу.
Можно играть.
Окей, заряжаю.
Я заряжаю, пацаны. Одну хп, видите, чел? Я у них, подожди, не умираем. Я над ними, секунду, подожди. Я у них на крыше, пацаны. Стан 2. Жди. Они пробились на крышу ко мне. Еще скажем. Я упал вниз, они втроем. Мы хоп можем забрать. Мы зеленый, все нормально, чильте тут пока.
Я пал.
Надо, full reset sustain. Заберем?
Пробил вниз.
Давай. Хорош. Чилим.
Чок есть, типа. Сука.
Блять, мразь.
Да понятно, пары.
Ага.
Ультану другой с флаша пилят они.
Да. Сядьте пока, не болитесь им.
Больше фанцов.
As I completely pretend that I actually understood what they were saying, what I'm really listening for is the motivation in them. How dejected do they sound? And they seem like they're on point. Things might have been a little bit messy in that building, but the fact that they can recognize that 3 Ps are lurking, immediately goes for the repositioning and find a way safe.
That was a crazy defense by 3men as well. I know that we were listening in with Aurora, but the whole time I was like, wow, 3men really played a defense against one of the best fighting teams in EMEA to perfection. Being able to hold hands like you were so fond of talking about, Graceful, take the same angles, and even make effects opening Fragger job difficult. This was a very risky fight. ZIPLINE, MAFIA, and ForFun were waiting to see knocks, but because none ever happened, Aurora backed off, and everybody lives for a little while longer.
I'll add in on that as well. We saw perfect plays from both offense and defense, repositioning when you see that alter Q come through, as they are still looking for something. They are in the zone currently and don't really have to move. Zone, honestly, is pretty close to them. That they have no information of as of this moment. But we did see the zone pull far away from that bridge, far away from that water, more towards the south or more towards the eastern side of the zone to see where it ends. So people are going to have to adapt accordingly.
D4C, after making it deep into the last game, all the way up to second, did not quite manage to execute to find a victory, but made a valiant play to do so. This time just tank an electric fence. The danger of taking the portal.
Danger lurks though here. FUL in a fight against DN, looking to see if they can make something happen as Kuro in orbit falls almost immediately. The one character who can make it out, however, is the alter Beamsy, trying to make a reset for this, but this is gonna be incredibly hard.
Fortunately, there is a lot to distract teams around the map as Bandits take an engagement themselves. With Jans falling, FUL will go out as well. And the Bandits have a building to play, and they are looking to take away Made in Heavens. Cinetic gonna get chewed through by Light. The P2020 is deadly in this meta and in his hands. Made in Heaven go down, and D4C going to join them.
Bandits really proving here why they are one of the strongest teams in EMEA, nay, in the world, as they have shown previously on that land that we had in Paris, where they were absolutely dominating the group stages. Now, however, though, making sure to grab some KP that they can. Team ECLIPSE, the winners of the first match, currently sitting on 31 points, had that 17-kill bomber, are still chilling in the next zone.
Yeah, they've played a very passive game this time around, but we definitely saw last game that this is the kind of team that, when it's on, can really dial it up. They're able to make that same move this game, great. Team ECLIPSE, though, are going to need to make their way out of market and into active fights like the ones that Aurora have been trying to take for the last, what seems like 5 minutes of the game. Unseating 3 men from this building has been impossible, and this is for Aurora, a team that everybody in EMEA is afraid of. 3 men are playing a stellar defense, and I really can't give them enough love for it.
Honestly, it's going to come down to how people use their abilities, as they actually get shot from across outside as well. 2 members of Aurora fall almost immediately at the same timing. I actually see one of the members of ZIPLINE MAFIA still lurking in that small building. And it comes down to Effect hitting a hard shot, but is he going to keep fighting or is he going to relocate?
Effect is terrifying, but Effect on his own in a 1v3, I mean, we've seen him win it before, but with the way the 3 men have been playing, maybe they've gotten a little complacent. They lose Babylon's in swings Effect again. Is he going to take this fight once more? Going through the portal takes a second. Effect really wants to re-engage. Is going to try and go for the 1 beam on Excuse. Brings him out through the portal with him. Effect is 50 HP. Needs to find a shield swap, and it looks like he won't. There's nothing in that box.
There is one person can turn it around. It is Effect, but it comes down to be very messy, as all of these teams now hear this fight for the longest of time. Comes down to how he will play this out. Don't really have a walk-in against a full team, or walk-in against a full team on either sides.
And he goes down to the low ground, hoping he can remain unspotted right now. Doesn't look like the team in the building is paying much attention to him, but Effect goes back up, and it is a deadly misstep. Aurora are out, and Ronin will join them, even top falling, as we lose 3 squads in like 10 seconds. Make it 4.
Fight definitely took way too long. However, BPR also falls as they get eliminated. ForFun is finally waking up, grabbing a couple of KP as 3 men. The team that we just saw hold on for so long is in a wild fight.
Their defense has been impeccable, but now they can't rely on other teams to cover for them anymore. And much like Effect, we see Levi get a little bit confused about what level he should be on, ultimately abandoning the rest of his squad. But Takeo unable to really back him up. We're going to go through another portal. Takeo tries to hit the silence, tries to get back, and Will on 1 HP.
What am I watching? Why did he even try to do that? Are they trying to get up as Tyler's now taking their cue?
Yeah, ForFun are abducting people from the bottom floor right now, and I like the way that Babylon's at least sets himself up to get back to the high ground should he need to. Respawn beacon ahead of them, last zone ahead of them. The 3 men as a duo will have a difficult time getting there through ZIPLINE MAFIA.
ZIPLINE MAFIA straight ahead of them is actually also a duo. It's a duo v duo action on top. Fun for ForFun Esports down below, waiting and lurking to see if they can make something happen as Takeo actually goes down now. It's gonna be a tough way to get up, and he can't make it back.
ZIPLINE MAFIA, I think, have just won the Aurora battle because they, like you said, duo v duo. This could have been a 2v2, but the fact that ZIPLINE MAFIA get to keep the high ground might just give them a shot at winning this game if they can hold on to it. While 3 men may die, their chances of winning the game are all but done.
3 men managed to find his way out, but run straight into Mamma Mia. Let's see if they can grab that KP or not. Team ECLIPSE, one of the teams we talked about earlier, from playing so passively for the moment, is now in the thick of things as they're about to fight ForFun Esports.
Nice nade, but it goes down for it. Koost not going to survive either. Team ECLIPSE are out. No KP to their name, but they live till 7th, so should be able to hold on to a spot in the top 5 as 3 men will ultimately meet their end. I remind everyone, it is the duo of ZIPLINE MAFIA that hold the high ground. Should they stay in control of this spot, ZIPLINE MAFIA have a very solid shot at winning the game.
ForFun just gets eliminated, but after grabbing a bunch of KP, it's gonna come down to Ben to see if they can actually reset this properly. ZIPLINE MAFIA indeed holding absolute height, sending one of their members towards Ben from that height to see if he can clean them out, as he actually gets he gets the full elim.
The top 3 squads, 2 of them were on fraud watch coming into today. Mamma Mia and ZIPLINE MAFIA, both of them have been incredibly consistent through the first game, and especially now that we are bringing it into the second, it starts to come into that territory where you start to feel uncomfortable doubting squads like this. ZIPLINE MAFIA, even as a duo, just have to force a fight between these 2 teams. Will Mamma Mia be too smart for it? Because DN certainly don't want to take the bait.
This is the thing as well. With Alter still alive for Mamma Mia, they could make a play on that duo if they find out that it is a duo.
They got a Moby.
We see a Moby here from Elonzi as well. If a team makes a play on that, things could chase things up. But if not, if ZIPLINE MAFIA gets this full reset right here, they should close this game out because the zone ends right underneath their high ground.
Mamma Mia are distracted, so even as they see this, it's too late to interrupt the reset. ZIPLINE MAFIA get this just in the nick of time off of picking up the death boxes. Mamma Mia are not in position to punish. ZIPLINE MAFIA are not a duo anymore, and ZIPLINE MAFIA have one of the best spots in the game and one of the best legends to loop back up with.
It's gonna be tough here indeed, but DN and Mamma Mia has to decide, are we gonna play for second with KP, or are we trying to hope to force other teams into them? ZIPLINE MAFIA got their eyes right now on Mamma Mia. Nothing has to be made just yet, but in a couple of seconds, Mamma Mia will not be safe behind that pillar.
DN have Newcastle, and Elonzi is going to dictate a lot about this game with the riot drill. Right now he's focused on Mamma Mia, but it's DN that actually wrapped behind Mamma Mia, forcing the fight on the low ground, and ZIPLINE MAFIA get to watch and celebrate, knowing that this game is likely going to them are on the high ground. As XQ's deciding who exactly he should kill first, but the reality is that with ZIPLINE MAFIA having the choice of things, it is looking like a ZIPLINE MAFIA win in game number 2. XQ's gonna take his time, but as the zone pushes them in, WeQ is gonna have to drop down as well. The Alter Fragger drops for ZIPLINE MAFIA, but the rest of the team is there to back him up as ZIPLINE MAFIA take game 2.
DN opts to go for the second placement with KP. If they could have managed to force out a couple of kills on both directions, but the one team who stands above all as a duo initially takes the whole match. ZIPLINE MAFIA played that phenomenally.
And it takes guts because ZIPLINE MAFIA definitely risked their game. They didn't have an altar, and they committed a full body down to the low ground with no cover, no safety to look for a Moby. That is, first of all, a lot of presence they had to show to make sure that the other teams couldn't peek them, but also an incredible risk from going out in first like they did to going out in third as a potential. Had another team like DN or MAFIA had the killer instinct to find and isolate somebody like Elonzi and slowly take out ZIPLINE MAFIA.
Would also say here though, on the 5th place currently, ForFun Esports did wake up for the moment, grabbing a bunch of KP and some solid places right there. One of these teams so far that hasn't woken up was Aurora this game. A lot of these teams are adapting to the lobby, so we tend to see teams play out those fights very differently now. That fight between 3 men and Aurora on that building was something else.
These are the overall leaderboards for the series after that game. Team ECLIPSE with a massive game 1 and a pretty good placement in game 2 still stay on top by 10 points as DN are able to move up the leaderboards just above our winners of game 2, ZIPLINE MAFIA. The consistency from DN, the biggest thing that is keeping them there. But as DN, as ZIPLINE MAFIA, as MAFIA rise their way up the leaderboards, we are here to watch how. We're watching it by checking out all the different perspectives that we can, but you can even go in and listen to the comms on Multiview. You can look at as many teams as you want, you can pick your favorites, you can pick the up-and-comers, and you can design your own ALGS experience from the comfort of your very own home. And look, you can even draw Nessie while you do it all, in case a team that you like gets eliminated a little bit early. Now, with all of that, I'd definitely recommend, even if you don't want to observe by yourself, even if you love watching what we have here on the ALGS main broadcast, as I certainly do, I'd recommend having the mini-map up, because ALGS Multiview lets you watch the map and the broadcast at the same time, an invaluable tool to consider as we take a break before Game 3.
Red.
POVs look like? Do you have multiple screens up in a fact sheet? No. No fact sheets or nothing, bro. Valet. Thanks for 11 months, bro. I think. Jay Morris, thanks for the 5 months, bro. Appreciate it, dude. And check, thanks for the sub too, man. Like you. Thank you, man. Insane. Butthole Valet.
That's why you can like overextend pretty hard in that build.
Fuck yeah, man.
As well, like just keep like.
I wonder what that means, like specifically. Butthole Valet. I would love that if you explain that in chat in like 1 sentence. Don't give me more than 1 sentence, though. Don't ruin it for me. I love you too, man. What up, Flyte? Love you, buddy. All right, chat. Last one, E-District. Where are we going? We got City Hall so far, and we got Neon Square. Low-key, not bad. I'll take it. I kind of like the end game so far we got, but they're right next to each other. I want to go a little more like, I don't know, bro. I'm trying to, I don't know, bro. Just give me variety. Give me something on the right side of the map then, not the left. Don't give me like, I feel like we're going to get Electro Dam. I think we're going to go to Electro Dam, but I think we're going to go to Heights. I think we're going to Electro Dam, but I want Heights. Give me Heights. But it's going E-Dam, which sucks. John Wong, bro, thanks for the Prime, dude. Hydra, thanks for the 2 months, bro. And Gruston, thanks for the fucking Prime as well, man. Welcome to the Nation Ice Week. And Mike, thanks for the fucking 19 months. Welcome back, buddy. I appreciate you guys for all the subs today, bro. All the warm welcomes, everything. I love you guys so much. Draft point. Boo. Can Karev grab 9 kills in 6 maps? I know a man's gambling when a man's gambling. Can Karev grab 9 kills in 6 maps? Brother, I'm not going to advise you to bet on that. But I will say that I think he has a great chance of getting 9 kills in 6 maps, correct? But I'm not going to say do it. I'm not Nate Shot, bro. I'm nice week. Zach, what's up, big dog? Good to see you, buddy. So crazy things are not playing today. No. Group A does not play today at all. Group A played back-to-back days of Friday and Saturday. Sunday is Group B and C. C plays back-to-back days of Saturday, Sunday. Group A plays back-to-back days of Friday, Saturday. And then Group B has the little break between Friday and Sunday, which is maybe a good thing or maybe a bad thing. I think Group B kind of hit the gritty on this one for the first week. I think having a day break in between is actually really nice for your first week ALGS, in my personal opinion. I would be a big fan of that if I was in Group B. As of right now, I also will say that there are some groups throughout these regions that are definitely doing better than others. We saw yesterday for, I think it was EMEA, a lot of group, I think it was Group C, wasn't it? Let's see. Or was it Group A? It was Group A. I mean, look at yesterday, dude. Group A just fucking fried. Like, I mean, it's obvious that the, Group A with their back-to-back days actually performed better. It looked like they were a little bit more warmed up at the end of their second set than the boys over at Group C for their first set. So maybe it's an advantage and a disadvantage that Group C is going to play them in their first set. So maybe it's a disadvantage that Group B is playing them off of a break. I don't know. But the break definitely looked like it affected these guys. And Group A kind of had a fucking huge, massive come up yesterday with 7 out of the top 10 being Group A. It's pretty fucking nuts, dude. Pretty insane. All right, let's lock on in, man. Game 3, last one, ED. And then we go to World's Edge, the OG of the OG. Let's see what happens here in this one. I think we're going EDAM, man.
Same idea as we just used, okay?
Some other regions, I wish that we had more like intra-region talent trading, especially out of EMEA.
Hey, we pulled Nate to Americas. He's on worldwide.
We did pull Nate to Americas, and Effect has been here for years. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like... We could. There's actually been more. There's been more importing of talent from South America to EMEA than there has been from EMEA to Americas.
That's also because of what happened with South America, but I digress, Dia. That is a different conversation for another day. Instead, we've got the final match coming up on E-District, and I'm ready for some wild pulls. I want to see some crazy things happen post-Alter ban, right? We've gotten rid of Crypto, we've gotten rid of Alter, and I have to start thinking about who's making our changes. What are we going to immediately? Well, I will say with Alter out of the picture, 14 picks went the way of Wraith. 2 people chose Mad Maggie and 2 went for Axel. ZIPLINE Mafia, though, I mean, look, they picked Mad Maggie last game. They're going to run it back.
Yeah, the Mad Maggie is super nice, especially for a team like ZIPLINE Mafia that is playing at mid-speed or slightly slower. I'd put them, mid-speed for the data, but they really want to play edge into the last couple of circles, take advantage of other teams that are already fighting around the edge of the ring. And Maggie is just so invaluable for preventing other teams from being able to set up in your face. Now, Watson is a great answer to that, and it's a huge reason why we're seeing so much Watson right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at Aurora. They got a ring console over on their starting point. They've got the Watson. They're going to get information because they were one of the teams that had initially picked the Blossom Drive side of things on match number 1 because they didn't have enough information, right? They were just like, well, I mean, it's free. We grabbed a scan, but then you see the pop back. So we want to play, want to kill, and well, Beamsy, you get your shields ripped out of you. Good thing you've got the Axle and you do see the kickstart come online. We all about when are we going to break these things out?
FUL starting an engagement of their own. Some good nades to cover, but I'd be worried about taking the fight up against Flyte, who should be feeling quite aggressive after a disappointing first game. Matafe maybe a bit too aggressive, though, as Beamsy is able to one-clip him. Pablo Minecraft not having a good time either, as Beamsy's going to chase him up with the Prowler. Plenty of damage pouring out of Beamsy right now, and Pablo, well, he's got the moves. He's not got the firepower. Flyte are going to go down.
Yeah, Flyte just took Flyte right back to the lobby. So here's the deal. That Prowler, even without a mag, from that distance hitting those shots, you're getting deleted. The Prowler being such a vital thing that we're seeing here in Split 2 is just triggering all. You heard Snipedown talking about it. Was it like yesterday? He's like, bro, you're telling me this the Prowler comes back when I'm done playing? This is ridiculous.
It's in a great spot right now as well. The whole like doing damage, farming off the crafters or the arsenals to get your pop-ups unlocked has done a lot to clean up the loot pool as well. Like make looting a lot more straightforward, make it a lot better, but also make hop-ups more accessible to high-level play. Something that is really paying off in the ALGS and that we're seeing Prowler players benefit from.
They are for BPR though. Chaos around the portal. Oh. We'll see. Are they going to place the Jenny to cancel it again? Because we saw that happen a couple of days ago, but I'm not sure where Fish is. Regardless, the portal is away, and Nyx, see ya.
Takes his right back. Worth going for it. Seeing if somebody would stick around, get a little bit greedy. Did a lot of damage in a short amount of time, and Nyx definitely a player to look out for. Bongo as well. Really impressed me just yesterday. having, I think, the most kills on his team, despite the not great position that they ended up in. GEI get a respawn, and that's done. He's up, he's down.
He's up, he's down, he's alive, oh, he's dead again. And here comes Bandits like a thief in the night, and definitely wanting to find some of those kills. Light, relatively low, but with nothing 5 seconds and a shield back won't fix for kinda. Light will do the same, redeploy out of the way. And get lit up.
Great heads up play from kinda, like, he knows exactly where the next threat is going to be coming from, and so as they get over the wall, he's like almost pre-firing onto Made in Heaven with the additional information that he's got on Seer, making it difficult for them to peek the rest of the team in case they get Seer slowed and beamed by 3 people. It's like most teams, even if you delay that by half a second, are gonna get beamed by Made in Heaven. It's Kinda's defensive play for the rest of the squad that keeps them in charge of this bridge.
I think this is going to be a really nice area to hold. I will say at this point in time, comparatively to match number 1, we do have more teams over on the Blossom Drive side of things. So do we see something where it does pull deeper towards the east like it happened to match number 1, or will the times change? For Made in Heaven, kind of wanted to look more about them because Jan specifically is who Jayhawk was talking about in terms of their comms and things that were working out for them. I think we hold here. We're dead center in zone.
Yeah. And that's exactly where Synetic likes to be. It was funny, you know, thinking about the ForFun Made in Heaven thing. Well, it rubs me the wrong way to see the Made in Heaven ForFun breakup and the way that both these rosters chose to form independently of each other. From an org perspective, it's weird. Synetic is consistently a player who is making it to LAN. But you know, I think a lot of people, even Synetic, would go, yeah, I was disappointed by the last LAN results. That was his first LAN ever making it to finals. Synetic falls apart at LAN, just normally. He's a guy who does really well in regional play, makes it to the playoffs, makes it to the championships, and then is kind of quiet, doesn't really do much. I understand why ForFun want to experiment, because I have believed in this IGL for a long time. Well, I've been really impressed and convinced even by his regional play translating to international competition. The data, if we're honest, doesn't support it.
Ooh, I mean, that's not a bad take, though. It's just a shame, right? So it's like, what can we change in Split 2, but fresh off a roster change? You're still trying to kind of isolate and learn and develop that chemistry that you need to be able to get back to Split 2 playoffs with limited resources in terms of spots for EMEA. But you know what? We could podcast all day. We've got the circle. I want to see where it's going to pull to. Mamma Mia, FUL, kind of still working for that information. So Mamma Mia are rotating down a draft point in which they will have access to that ring console to be able to identify which side we need to commit to. Aurora likely doing the same thing over in Boardwalk. Ronin will be kind of the gatekeeper on that passageway. However, Aurora not shying away from a fight for sure.
We did note that ZIPLINE Mafia really liked to play mid-speed earlier, though, and especially because they're running Catalyst, I think they're going to have to hit a console. But I'd expect them to go Boardwalk and maybe fight Aurora. It looks like right now ZIPLINE Mafia's plan is to go Resort. Not the easiest thing to do. It does feel like a bit of a waste of time to do all that walking up north, but the extra ring information is something that they have relied on for the past 2 games, and in this third one is going to be really important. I do worry for them, because even looking at this next ring, the information that they're about to get doesn't really tell you which side we are committing to for an end game, although Aurora are going to place their bets right now.
You love how they wrapped around that instead of going through the choke where Ronin was staring at him, because Ronin was gatekeeping the choke and they eventually moved away deeper into the next circle. But then Aurora does the hard wrap and then moves through the rift to get deeper into the circle. Sometimes it's just little moments like that that you're like, thank God you guys have brains. That's a good call.
Yeah, I mean, it's really decisive play from Aurora, putting themselves in one of the better positions in Blossom Drive. Not a game-winning one necessarily, but definitely a KP-oriented position because they're putting themselves really close to the choke in a building that has access to high ground. They'll likely get sieged out if they stay here long-term, but in the short term, over the next 2, maybe 3 rings, they'll be able to claim a lot of KP if they have in fact predicted the zone right, if we are going Blossom Drive.
And we don't have that information yet, so the teams that are playing for it likely going to be the benefactors. For Made in Heaven, we check in with them now, and it's just Nags left. How are we going to be able to get Cinetic and Yans back in? For now, we take to the sky for FUL, who have 4 kills already. To the top of the building we go, into the circle. Hero immediately down. Orbit, Beamsy have to defend the fortress, and we saw what Beamsy could do with the Prowler in hand on their last engagement. We've just got to find him.
Look out for the nades, Beamsy. My God, they're like right on your feet. He's dancing on a bed of grenades, but completely unfazed. Beamsy hasn't taken much damage so far, and with the Prowler and infinite ammo as well, manages to grab Kuro's banner and hopefully find a res for him. Not sure about the whole Moby situation.
There it is.
Looks like they've got one. Beamsy's gonna pop this.
We got double exhibits out for now. Jan's coming back thanks to the Moby. Max Strafe, Thanya across the way. And it does look like the team they landed on did move out and take a neighboring building. So FUL should be able to restabilize here. Wait, no! And as I say that, Aurora effect through the window like a demon in the night?
FUL middle of the pack yesterday, fighting to be more than that today. Right now sitting in 15th place. You need to have a top 10 performance to have a, we'll call it, opener to the split that puts them in a position to succeed. There are teams that naturally are going to have bad first thirds of the split that will still make it to playoffs, but your goal out of any section of the split is going to be to end up in the top 20 teams, and that's something that FUL are still a bit far from, a little too far from, off of their first day's performance. So hoping that they're able to get things under control by taking the incredible firepower they've demonstrated today and turning it into end game positions, which is where they're falling short. FUL's fighting is great. FUL's macro when it comes to zone 4 and 5, that's where they're failing.
Well, let's talk about macro from Bandits, though. They've been playing this area for at least 4 minutes now. You see the pull come through, and Bandits are now in the south side of the next zone. For teams that saw match 1, and they're like, yeah, of course, we're going Neon Square. Goodbye. You're all rotating towards the west, and that is going to be a really bad time for y'all.
Aurora predicted this zone really well. They did end up, as we noted, committing even in a zone that didn't demonstrate whether we were going Neon Square or Blossom Drive. They predict Blossom Drive. They used the Wraith Portal to get really deep into it, and that's paid off well because now Aurora don't have to move, whereas Mamma Mia do have to. They've got to make their way through the nearly zone and do it quite quickly, and taking out Nags is exactly the opener you need to do that.
Nags is just going through it, man. We just hit a reset for Made in Heaven, and now immediately Mamma Mia comes in from the south side, Catch taking the rift and going straight towards where they initially got that knock from. Breaks the window, the portal's there, but there's the seer queue, and we're getting checked on upon.
Mamma Mia make their entrance. Thought it was going to be a little bit harder for them. I'm wondering how ZIPLINE MAFIA are doing, and it looks like we're about to find out with Bandits taking an engagement of their own, still controlling this bridge and the stairs, as you mentioned. This whole high ground has belonged to Bandits for so long, and it's turning into KP for them. The makings of an excellent game ahead if they can take that KP and get some good positions as well.
I mean, D4C are basically forced to hang out with the koi fish holograms and hope that no one's going to drop to the low ground to be able to chase them, because a reset is imminent. But here's ZIPLINE MAFIA, who have moved into the northern side but have to go a bit further. Aurora just in the buildings below them. This will be the side I think that faces the most difficulty.
With ZIPLINE MAFIA not running a Wraith, their ability to move from building to building hampered quite a bit more than other squads. With Bandits up on this high ground, they've still had one of the more active positions in the game. I don't expect that they're getting active soon and dropping down, but let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Let's take a listen in with Bandits.
South, I think.
Yes.
Look for it.
Here.
Could he back up?
There's someone else here, by the way. Someone else here.
Yeah, there it
He took it back.
Look. Too long.
No.
Chilling.
Yeah, team there.
Yeah, you need to perma loop down around. Make sure no one walk up, because we're gonna need to clear east side.
Okay.
We need to clear east side staircase. Probably let Hench do that, and we need to clear east side staircase.
Okay.
Like, play hard fucking aggro towards Neon side.
Yeah. Look at this guy's moving. Getting fucked,
Play like
fighting.
close to my side and be ready to scan people. Maybe someone below me in tunnel.
Yes, there is. There is.
Okay.
No altar, so we're fine.
We just need to clear the east side. Just all of this.
My favorite comm is no altar, so we're fine. Post altar ban, you know, that's what you're not worried about. You're like, yeah, we're not going to get flanked by an altar portal at our backs.
They're definitely just worried about cleaning up as much KP as possible. I liked the comm from Flyte to make sure that they play hard aggro towards the Neon Square side, because that is where teams are going to be rotating in from. That is where teams are going to be getting desperate and are out of time, much like Ronin, to survive.
I mean, we're in the dead center of a Venn diagram of exhibits, and you're right. North is actually looking so much more congested than the south side. Bandits are going to have maybe 2 to 3 potential teams to contend with, but Ben is just getting annihilated. There is no way to even find a cover because you're not having a moment to breathe. For ZIPLINE Mafia, applying that pressure, next up is BPR.
ZIPLINE Mafia get aggressive. WeQ with a big opener off the exhibit. ForFun are going to go down in 18th place. And the ZIPLINE Mafia, they keep playing forward, even as a team that was rotating around the edge, even as a team that was moving in late, even as a team with no Wraith to make it safe. They easily, quickly expend a Catalyst wall in order to get a convincing fight, a simple 3v3, and now have cleared their side of the zone. Nobody else is really here. ZIPLINE Mafia get to move forward and take up more space as even Ronin go down.
BPR went south. BPR, from all the presence that ZIPLINE Mafia was able to control, have pushed down to the south side, and they take heavy casualties. Bongo last life behind the knockdown shields, face off against Glacier, against DN. Shadows of 9 not going to survive. There's going to be multiple teams going down in the next 20 seconds, and you've got to hold on.
Bandits are looking down at this as well. You haven't seen their gunfire just yet, but if DN lose a member, you know the Bandits are going to show up on screen in less than 5 seconds. Well, 3 men managed to find a respawn in the midst of the chaos. ZIPLINE Mafia are looking at this as well. And that means ZIPLINE Mafia and Bandits are staring straight at each other on top of the bridge.
Doing a little heat check. Glacier eliminated. And here goes through the way, because we have to move. We're not into that next circle. Bandits have the ton of space. 3 men have a small morsel of a building down below. BPR not surviving on the low ground, do inevitably fall. But
there's a difference here that I don't like. ZIPLINE Mafia, their focus is below them. And Bandit's focus is on ZIPLINE Mafia. That being unequal makes me worry that ZIPLINE Mafia may drop their guard. Bandits could very quickly take advantage of that.
Well, 3 men. You got Babylon's on 4 kills. They're just kind of cleaning out the rodents down below at this point in a swing, and you have to go back to the void. You're thinking maybe there's going to be one or person. You realize, no, this is not the fight that I want to take. We're not throwing my life away. Mamma Mia, on the other hand, do not survive the north, but a good free cam to outline it. You're right. Bandits set up perfectly to annihilate ZIPLINE Mafia, but to Team Eclipse, Kashera in the exhibit. Focused. We still have 11 teams.
I'm watching the kill feed like a hawk right now because the first knock to go down on the ZIPLINE Mafia and Bandits fight will likely determine the game. Exhibits everywhere. There are 5 exhibits on your screen as FUL are not. The amount of seers in this lobby, the amount of information in this fight is crazy.
FUL just went down with 10 kills. D4C, the next highest fragging team with 5. We've got No on the ground, frags going out. Do we get the pickup? Can Fuda, who's essentially a glass cannon, hold the line? We do.
Winner of this low ground, I mean, if it's Aurora, probably win the game. If it's any other team, I want to say also probably win the game. Low ground can be incredibly powerful here. If you can force Height to fight, it is going to come down to the very last second, though, as there are even teams like 3 men and DN on the other side that are going to need much faster to move up to high ground and force the issue. It's a reason why I like how Bandits are playing right now, playing a little bit small, playing on the low ground, because ZIPLINE Mafia, if they take up too much space, they'll end up being the squad sent by 3 men and DN.
I'm pretty sure D4C just sent Blessed and eliminated them solely to take their position. Aura Monster from the high ground took down their pylon. They had no choice. They had to move. They were out in the open. And now Aurora, who's been slowly building, looking for engagements and trying to force fights, but really haven't found anything that came to them just yet. So to have one team fight under your belt, great. But Effect's not going to be satisfied with that.
Kinda's finding some knocks on the bridge right now, but nothing against ZIPLINE MAFIA. Nothing that forces an engagement between these squads. DN gonna have to move up, find some way through the bridge as 3 men have already found their way. Wraith Portal, maybe having been enough for 3 men, but DN are getting choked out by the zone. Up goes the evac tower, and it looks like with the catalyst wall going up, it'll be an isolated fight for Bandits as they're the ones that get sent by 3 men.
I was curious when they were going to make their appearance, and they go this route. They still have to focus on ZIPLINE MAFIA so they don't come on over. Now that the Dark Veil is down and out, Kinda with the P20s trying to cover the mid-distance.
Where's the first knock?
With the slide, Alonzi, the double, Kinda's still up.
Kinda's crazy.
Kinda's are holding?
In the 1v2 swing, Kinda's at least able to equalize, and Light now gets to play the knockdown shields. This fight is far from decided, but Light really wants to finish things off, closing the distance, trying to find the knock. ZIPLINE MAFIA on 1 HP, and Light knows he has the advantage, but he's got to reload!
What? You can do it. Through the fire, through it. Wait, no. I think the health advantage goes to ZIPLINE MAFIA. I think the health advantage goes to Weak Q. We're slowly going back up. The challenge is there. Bandits fall, Aurora as well, but ZIPLINE MAFIA should be able to stabilize on the high ground. We don't have a lot of time though, but look at low. Top is still down there. 3 men do live.
Resets going off on the top side as well, with 3 men on the bottom floor fighting. Weak Q is going to be the one to drop down. He gets eviscerated by 3 men, but a fantastic second place performance for ZIPLINE MAFIA and a well-played victory for 3 men who will proactively move themselves to the other side of the bridge, set up their defenses, and endure the war of attrition coming from the bottom floor.
And you called it out earlier. You were saying low ground can win so long as you force height to fight, right? And what does 3 men do? They go up there, they start a brawl on the bridge. Yeah. ZIPLINE MAFIA, they survive, but not by much. And I'm like, I don't think there's really a lot of time to stabilize to pick anyone up. So what do? You just have to drop down into the open arms and you get lit up on the way down. Still a great showing to get second place after their match 2 victory, but 3 men on top with 13 kills.
ZIPLINE MAFIA really impressing me. I think their read on how to play these end games really fantastic and very well demonstrated in, I'm going to say, Zone 4 and beyond, with how they navigated the bridge fight against Bandits, who were clearly on point as well. It ultimately, comes down to a 1v1. It's a good clutch. It's exactly what you need for ZIPLINE MAFIA. This could have gone either way, and Bandits definitely deserve to be praised for the way they approached this game as well. Ultimately, it is ZIPLINE MAFIA that are now in a 3-way tie for first as we finish off the first half of the series.
This is a fun day, and I say this because you look at our top 3, right, that are tied. Team ECLIPSE, 3 men, ZIPLINE MAFIA. We really haven't been talking that much about these teams in particular because it's been like, okay, well, who's going to show up? Who's going to chow for the Auroras and the Alliances? Well, Aurora, they go up 4 slots. We're inside the top 10. Not the same performance we saw in groups A versus C, but we're trying to kind of get up there. For other teams like Bandits, yeah, a 7th place on the day, there's still plenty of room to grow with the last 3 matches, but for the teams that are showing up in B versus C, it is so nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is the super weekend for everyone, and really difficult to stay consistent, really difficult to make adjustments. But for the teams that started strong, it is very heartening to see them continuing to be so strong as they enter their second day of play.
I know, it's crazy. We are going to wrap up the first weekend of the round robins eventually, but not yet. We got more Apex action after the break.
They had to have at least some, and I don't think Romano's looking at it. There's 4 right here on Russ. 4 up top.
Knock ici,
The
là.
9 KP in this endgame, brother? Holy fuck.
Ok. On peut click. Non, kill, je scanne au pic. Je scanne.
Fais gaffe au bridge, les gars.
Bro, how?
All dead. Jouez slow, vous avez mon knockdown. Levi, tu vas faire Ils ont raise ici. Chill. À droite. Jouez mon knockdown, il y a une team à droite. All dead. Nice, reste Levi. Reste-moi Levi, nice.
I'll be honest, bro. It's just like such
Pas de TP ou pas?
good positioning, I guess. How the fuck they get out of here?
Jouez sur moi. Big. Tu l'as. Day one. Je marche. Let's go. Let's go. Jouez, je marche. Let's go. Big droite. Jouez slow. Soit t'es good.
Havoc is low key eating, bro.
Slow, Babi, on est good. Slow. Ils vont mourir, Babi.
Au-dessus, ça dessus.
Ew!
Let's go. Ça, c'est mon dynamique duo.
Holy fuck, bro. GG's. Beautifully done. That Havoc was fucking singing for the last 4 squads. Oh my God. Beautiful shots by the vibe, bro. That was actually gross. GG's, man. Game 3 now done. We're not going to walk on in to game 4, 5, and 6 over on World's Edge. Now, for the World's Edge POI draft again, we have 19 teams prioritizing the World's Edge draft for their #1 pick. That's going to be Mamma Mia in East Village at the 9th pick. D4C going to be at War Camp. It's going to be top over at Epicenter, ForFun at Overlook. Glacier with their #2 pick. The only squad that did not pick fucking World's Edge first get Fragment at 29. That's literally not bad at all, by the way. Monument's going to be for Ben. Bandit's going to be at Skyhook West with no one Skyhook East. That's pretty great. Bandits are going to fucking hit a massive lick on this one. DN's going to be over at Countdown. Shadows of Nine's going to be over at Lava Fisher. We're going to have Take Flight over at Big Mall with a #1 pick. Eclipse going to be over at Mirage. Bless going to be at Staging. 3 Men going to be at Harvester. Guys going to be at Geyser. Then we have Ronin over at Thermal. Full over at Tree Settlement. Then we have Made in Heaven over at Sorting. We have BPR at Stacks. ZIPLINE Mafia at launch, and then we have Aurora over at the Dome. That's going to be for game 4, 5, and 6 on World's Edge. Chat, don't forget, I'm going to hit the ads right now so you get no ads during the actual games. Over on Twitch, I run man, Aerospaz, the 46 months. You guys are goated. Blazecraft with the 7 months. Keelay thinks the 66. Young Vet, the 32. Dope Dad thinks the 7 months, bro. Kogara thinks the fucking 68. Row with the 60 months. Mav thinks the 12 months, bro. I love you guys so much, man. Genuinely, I love you all so much. Yes, sir, Vinny. I always got you, baby. Come on, man. Team Spirit made $3.5 million today alone. How the fuck did they do that? About like, what, CS2 or something like that? Clear. They won Dota. CS2 win EWC Club Chip 6th and 1 Dota 2 land. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, I mean, some orgs make money off of esports. Some orgs make money off of fucking just partnerships and creators. That's pretty nuts. I can't lie. That's fucking nuts, dude. Mike, don't be a dick, bro. You're so ridiculous, dude. You're such an ass. Don't listen to him, DK. Mike's just mad he's hard stuck diamond. Don't listen to him, I'm bro.
Let's just keep the communication flowing, okay? Sorry for yelling, because I just thought...
Do you know the German rapper Collect? No, I don't know who that is. I wasn't going to do it for real. I know, Mike. That's why I'm bantering with you, dude.
Riguardatevi il looting pass se non ve lo ricordate.
All right, game 4 on World's Edge. What are we thinking here, chat? What's the end game POI looking like, man? I'm saying we're going for World's Edge game number 4. We're going big ball and ending. I think Take Flight get a fucking massive come up on their zone pull. I think they're going to be in the perfect position from the start of this fucking game. We're going goddamn big mod, baby. 2 minutes to the start time. Make sure you guys get your fucking PB check in order. Make sure you get your food. Make sure you get your water, all that good stuff, bro. Get your drink, whatever you need. In the meantime, we have 2 minutes. I'm going to go literally run as fast as I can to the restroom, bro. I need to go piss so fucking bad. I'll be right back real fast. I'll get Kashera's beautiful bald head and silk smooth skin entertain you in the meantime. I got to pee real bad. 1 sec. Oh! I'll run.
I'm gonna try to also like make sure that I come in a way that
never really been weak, even with the nerfs and such, but mainly people used to use Catalyst back then with walls to cross gaps. Like, that was the main reason for her. But now, since the spikes got massively buffed quite some time ago, she's a lot more versatile. And when you have several ways now of crossing that gap without needing to use the wall for that specifically, it enables a lot more plays. And we can see that in the sense of being able to get that reset properly. So I think people are just a mix of comfort pick, but also never really leaving strong, in my opinion.
Ooh, I mean, I can see that. It kept ZIPLINE Mafia prolonged life a bit up on the high ground before they had to drop down because they were able to reset. But thank you guys so much for the insight, Jayhawk. Thanks so much for joining us here for the halftime. We do need to get on over to World's Edge, though. Aurora looked incredibly dominant on World's Edge in their first showing. Is this where we're going to see them light up the leaderboard, Dia Graceful?
Maybe. I can't be an Aurora doubter. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, guys. I'm telling you that I'm not doing it. Don't give me flack for doing it, because I'm not doing it.
Let me have this one, Dia, please. Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Run at teams. You are strong at fighting. Don't get me wrong. I know it's hard to run at teams, especially when Crypto is active, when Alter is still active, but they did it so well previously. We need to see that Shapen 4 come back. I was honestly thinking about it as well. We keep seeing them try to get into zone deeper and deeper. And it's not necessarily that they're losing a lot of these fights. They're kind of just getting interrupted. How about we take these isolated fights and keep doing what we're the best at, which is fighting for that roster specifically. Let's just keep doing what's been working. Don't fix what's not broken. And at this point, I think that we have to see some change. Maybe it was just the map and they have different plans for different maps, which is very valid. But from what we've seen so far, something needs to change.
I mean, I definitely think that E-District does benefit defensive teams a lot more. World's Edge, yes, sometimes we get zones, ring pulls that make it more possible for teams to sit in a building and just defend themselves constantly. But I think back to the fight between 3 men in Aurora, that 3 men won multiple times on the defense. And I think, you know, a lot of that is credit to 3 men, them playing incredibly well, but also a map difference. It was a lot harder for Aurora to find that fight, whereas World's Edge for these players should be home and also should be a lot more abusable when it comes to not having to fight teams in buildings, but fight teams around rocks, around small walls, bits of cover that aren't as easily locked down.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of lockdown, the reason why that fight is getting so stalled out is because of Sierra and Watson. Like, when you have fences everywhere and you're also having wall-like essentially on your teammates, on your enemy, you can't really make these reckless swings and 3v3 isolated fights. That's why we've seen this in the past as well in the likes of Alliance in this region, where they kind of stumble the first couple of games because it is so chaotic. Not because, once again, not because they're just straight up losing fights, but because it either gets stalled out or it's just too many interruptions to the fight. Now I'm hoping to see more of these teams that are mechanically strong at fighting or have good fighting prowess to take over once again.
Well, it's my favorite time of the match. Not just World's Edge. I do like World's Edge, although I am partial to Stormpoint, guys. So, you know, if I were picking favorites, it would be likely between those two. But my favorite time, what I mean when I say that, is when not just Crypto, but Sierra are eliminated.
Yeah.
And now if you want wall hacks, there is only one choice.
Blofundor. The All-Father, may bless you. I hope we get to see it. I don't think any people are playing it. Maybe some teams are. Wait, actually, I think I see one pick.
Yeah, I see one.
I see one pick, and then we see a little bit of a copium for Pathfinder as well, which is nice. Hopefully, we don't see a repeat of what we have seen previously in Pro League with that huge hint earlier on from Aurora on that previous day.
All fun and games. We get to make fun of them because they knew it. They, you know, Ryan talked about it. He's like, yeah, we're having a little bit of fun
trolling
in that game, and I gotta respect it. Sometimes you just want to press your buttons, and that's something that Aurora haven't quite been able to do to the degree that they were able to in the first set or in the first half yesterday. But as Tiff alluded to, it was World's Edge where they really took off, and maybe World's Edge where they can do it again. 3 men hoping to keep up the momentum they just gained with a win in game number 3, now sitting at 2nd place on the overall leaderboards.
Indeed, and I think we have seen a great push and pull type of scenario from this team. As you said as well, maybe they were winning a lot of fights, but what I see a lot is the awareness, being able to react to the alter Qs popping in out behind you, being able to reset on the same spot, holding hands on swings. If you're on point on all of these things of being both aware and being on the same page as your team in terms of fighting, things are gonna look really bright for you.
Let's talk about some endgame zones we can see here. War Camp, not a place that we have seen endgame zones in before because World's Edge rework is so new. Epicenter we've seen quite a bit of, and it doesn't look like we'll be going over to a spot like Grandma's house. So to me, this looks like a War Camp ending, even if I've never seen one before.
Yeah, I mean, endings around that. I mean, even if you say it though, a lot of endings have been south of Old Survey Camp, now War Camp as well. But things could definitely change up. And speaking of changing up right now, some of these teams are playing a lot more aggressively for the moment. As
holy moly!
Is in a huge fight.
Matafe dials things up to 11 right there, kicks it into overdrive, and is actually getting aggressive onto Shadows of 9. Rondon almost gets taken down. The last shot, though, doesn't land, and Matafe gets shut down just in the midst of a pop-up. Rondon gonna ball forward, making sure that Myosin gets picked back up, and Shadows of 9, though they were in danger, should be able to recover, even with Kinda coming up behind him.
Matafe showing exactly why he's no longer the knockdown hero. Almost had it if he had a reloaded gun, but somebody who preys on the downfall of others is nobody else than bandits.
He's kind of sitting in the portal, just waiting to go through. Back up the rest of bandits with a little bit of an accelerated rotate. Shadows of 9 are not just going to lose 2, they're going to lose everyone as Takeo picks up the last kill, making them our squad eliminated in 19th, the 2nd one on World's Edge to die.
Indeed, as teams are now moving towards the zone, we see it very frequently, but a lot of these teams are also opting to play a little bit slower because the chokes are definitely so heavy. If you get pinched in any choke, it's going to be a tough time.
Made in Heaven trying to avoid that by playing the low ground with plenty of defense. The Watson setup here, really difficult to get through. Even with the amount of Maggies in the lobby, we got that singular Bloodhound from Glacier showing up.
That Bloodhound, hopefully he makes the All-Father happy as he is trying his best. But one of the teams I definitely want to touch on here, Made in Heaven, currently sitting 20th. Nothing at all by people's expectations of this roster is definitely not the 20th. Tough time to pick things up, but it is the second part of the day where we have now swapped the maps. Hopefully this momentum with the map change could be something going in their favor.
The experience of Synetic definitely lining up more with somebody who is experienced on World's Edge, experienced on Stormpoint, and on E-District, still a little new. Synetic's zone calls have always been the thing that defines him as an IGL, and while he's taken a step forward, and as we talked about in the interview with him last split, has focused more on being able to frag, more on being able to play the front line. It really is still, as an IGL, the way that you play these rings that is always going to come back to be your defining feature. And for him, that strength, perhaps not on E-District yet.
Very clearly so, as other teams right now is getting comfy in the zone. Everybody's doing the same thing, guys. Everybody's waiting for the timing. 1.5 minutes until the zone reveals. Well, a little bit more than that. Once that zone reveals itself, as most of these teams don't have any further knowledge, as we can see in the top left side right now on this POV of Suki, they will be making adjustments.
running out of meds on high ground as well. They're just going to keep getting sieged. Catalyst, Bloodhound, unfortunately, no real inherent sustain there. FUL, though, I'll tell you what they've been sustaining is the aggression from game to game. ZIPLINE, MAFIA in trouble as XQs is going to go down, but at least trade one onto Orbit. Kuro gets this res, and Beamsy, who's going crazy on E District, is just going to help the team pick up the 2 kills from ZIPLINE MAFIA that they were able to collect. ZIPLINE disengaging towards the south side of the map. There is a crafter over at Harvester for ZIPLINE MAFIA, and so WeakQ should be able to get his team back into the game. FUL very happy with the 2KP.
ZIPLINE MAFIA should be able to get this reset, as well as they actually do have more information on the southwest side of things. But in the thick of things, ForFun gets a down, but they have a TP up, should be able to get this reset.
Well, ForFun managed to recover. Kaisha back on his feet. I want to hear a little bit more about what's been going on behind the scenes for ForFun. And for that, we've got Jayhawk.
All right, guys, so we've been talking about ForFun throughout the day, and I think the thing that's the most interesting is who is IGLing this team. It's going to be Kaishi, but at the same time, he is not that experienced of an IGL, having previously played with Zuni, who was calling the shots for their last roster. And so the one thing that I found super interesting in the early game comms was he was specifically calling on Remix Powers to use his voice more. We talked about this earlier, Graceful. I know that you've been in situations where you've helped out a lot with IGLing with different teams, and so I think it's a super interesting point to bring up that he wants Remix Powers to be more vocal throughout these games, saying, hey, I want more suggestions. I want you to talk about playable spots, taking fights, because as of right now, he feels a little bit overwhelmed.
That's really the thing as well. Nice talk right there, Jayhawk. And indeed, when you are overwhelmed, you need somebody to just relieve that pressure, as I said previously as well. And sometimes you could be overwhelmed due to role not fitting properly. You said he was inexperienced, but to get that experience, you have to jump through these trials and hoops. And hopefully today will be a learning experience nonetheless. This team has shown some signs of life so far. Was it due to proper macro, or was it due to just raw fighting power? We'll have to see further on.
Well, DN get taken down. The lack of experience, maybe not the issue there, more that they were getting attacked on all fronts, had no way out. Aurora choosing to control that by playing around the side of the map. They are playing through the Skyhook side with Ronin just off to their north and actually rotating into them right now, though I suspect that Aurora do not know it yet. They're one of the teams running Sparrow for the more aggressive plays that you can make while still managing to hit survey beacons on the way in for more information. But the fun thing about this is that it puts Aurora back on the same side of the map as Bandits.
Exactly. Zone is a familiar zone so far we've seen here. Even if the name currently is WarCamp, used to be Survey. Aurora finally on edge, as I was saying, but the comp doesn't really speak for it. If they want to stay on edge and keep fighting everybody, they could have had maybe a more optimized comp for that. But speaking of fighting right now, fighting goes down right here.
3 men's defense has been good before, but now we got a bit of a weakness in it. Ico down, and Babylon's ratting this corner to try and take Beamsy off guard when he's got to assume somebody eventually swings in. Gonna play for the top floor now, catches Kuro. Not expecting the swing from a Wraith, and Babylon's gets to take top floor. I like that he's playing this defense proactively, but giving time for Levi to heal back up. It gives time on the other side of this engagement for FUL to set up another attack.
2 unorthodox weapon choices in today's meta, as well as we've seen quite a lot of Prowler and also P20s. These guys are trying to make the R9, RE45 work, which is great. They do seem to have gotten some damage and pressure out back now. Gets that banner, but can't quite stick the rest just yet.
Beamsy's pushing up on this. That's a good nade to open things up, especially if his teammates can control the balcony. It looks like they can. Babylon's is down first. Beamsy knows the team is weak. Swings in with the Prowler, and 3 men, or I should say 2 men, go down.
Beautiful nade into that Prowler action right there. Bandits, however, in a fight in the tunnel up north. We talked about this. Aurora was close, but they moved past them. Comes down to a straight fight, but teams are lurking. D4C right next northeast of them. Looking to shoot through the tunnel on opposite side of things right now, but Bandits seem to have found out without being caught in between.
They've got time to heal through this zone as well.
Yeah.
Not a lot of teams going to really be able to gatekeep this, and if Bandits are able to out-heal this, they should still be able to find a res, move through the north side of the ring, and fight D4C or Team ECLIPSE for control of the train tracks on either side. Team ECLIPSE controlling the tunnel, or I should say, controlling. They've got Kust and Kashera. D4C controlling the train tracks to the north. I want to take a look at the ring when we can, because while Ronin are trying to heal up outside of it, the real action going to be happening inside, where our team in first, Team ECLIPSE, have a zone pull directly on top of them and dead center of War Camp.
You said we haven't really seen any War Camp zone so far. You got blessed almost immediately. Straight on top of War Camp is where this zone is ending for the moment. Team ECLIPSE will be ecstatic to see this, but Team Aurora as well on the Icicles currently, a well-known place to play if you want to play from this side, can make their way in. So it comes down to how good Team ECLIPSE should be able to hold things out for the moment, but any evac place on any of those buildings should be tough to hold.
I could definitely see
so many
game play out where D4C are able to control a lot of space, using these train tracks, taking control of the area where top we're currently playing. But Bandits, a team that is absolutely taking control of their fates, get healed up, pick a fight once again, and that's into Ben with ZIPLINE MAFIA coming up behind him. And with Team ECLIPSE actually sending a single solo out just to see if Bandits were on their guard or not.
Great reaction though by Light, saying that, hey, somebody's here. Even if they are here, we just have to full send. Luckily, it was just a TP play. If all three of them were there, somebody immediately gets down. I can promise you that. However, good reaction.
Fight going on again, this time with FUL and Blessed. FUL, fantastic fighting in the last couple of games, but again, the conversions into endgame where they have fallen short. The more kills that they are able to gather, the less that's going to seem like a problem. But a problem it will continue to be until they figure out how to take these fantastic fights that they are getting and turn them into endgame positions that really matter. A position like the one that ZIPLINE MAFIA hold right now, who've already found their way into War Camp, have plenty of defense with the Watson pylon, and are sieging the team that's been here for ages, Team ECLIPSE.
These buildings also don't have that much space to play as other teams are making their way in right now. Bandits occupy a house. Team ECLIPSE occupies a house. ZIPLINE MAFIA got one. Ben as well. Ronin on the outside. Everybody's just fighting for something to own in this space. As zone pulls further north, right on top of Bandits. They have the god spot for the moment, but can anybody contest them for it?
It's like literally just a game of who gets a building, who's denied entrance into it. Ronin being denied even entrance into the POI right now. Had MG Clutch having to negative rotate, and oh no, he finds himself face to face with FUL. Doesn't get the one clip, and instead has a drill in his mouth. Eats a little bit too much damage, and Ronin are gonna lose their Axle, their main way of being mobile around this map. Running for the hills now. Ronin just playing for safety, giving MG up for dead.
FUL decides to just hold on to that southwest side of the map, as well as other teams are walking their way in right now. BPR makes a DP, looks for a fight against ForFun.
Nyx is low, having to go back. We already know this angle was being watched earlier, so he's got to be careful. Can just phase into the void for a second. Waits for Tyler to drop down on him, but doesn't quite land any shots. Fish having to play careful. Everybody split up well. ForFun, they're the ones running this ridge line, picking up kills, and much needed are those kills as the rotate into next zone going to be extremely challenging for ForFun, for top, as D4C start to look at this. Top are going to go down, but D4C get involved immediately. ForFun, having already lost Tyler, full thirst going to come down onto him, and D4C smell blood, draw blood, with Mamma Mia committing now. D4C are doing the same thing.
Nice fence play, but here comes Mamma Mia right there, setting up straight behind him. If you keep too much focus forward, you need to make sure to clear out your backs as well, as they actually get punished by it. Comes down to the last remaining member of ForFun Esports as Mamma Mia is descending upon them.
Now they've got an advantage. The alternators and P2020s as well. It's not a lot of faster ways you can kill your opponents. ForFun are going to fall. D4C, who extended a little too much, end up getting into a fight with Made in Heaven. So those two squads may very well go down next to each other, but Made in Heaven survive for just a second longer. Pick up some KP as Mamma Mia slide in over the top, and Synetic has got to run.
Mamma Mia confirms that indeed there are 2 knocks for the moment. They're looking to see if they can find the last member, but they do have a spot. Will see the next zone, pulled all the way western side of them. Should have a great walk-in, honestly.
Synetic down. Made it happen down to just a single member and playing around the outside of War Camp as well. Team ECLIPSE have been here for ages, though. Team ECLIPSE must know they're in the best position, in theory, to win. What are they thinking? What are the oldest IGLs in EMEA thinking? Let's find out.
I didn't get the
We need to hold the team on the right, please. We need to focus this team.
I'm watching the
Someone
southwest.
needs to flank at the back. Yeah, someone needs to flank at the back, and we just walk into the zone. You gen in the middle, okay? You gen there like below the staircase or some shit, okay?
Yeah, okay. I got it.
They're gonna play probably from the
right side outside. They're gonna play right side outside fence though. Or shell.
Yeah, they will. That's why I want to fuck them. If we can't kill them, we try to kill them, okay?
Yeah, we have to look behind bomb.
They're trying to play behind the fence. They're trying to play behind the fence.
Push, let them. We need to kill this team here. Or if they cross, they're gonna fight both teams, you know? We just need Mizi to keep pressure. We're not gonna have TP, so careful leaving. We can play the bean for a bit.
Okay.
Popping Axel on top 80%. Actually, I will get it, I think. 81, yeah, I should get it. 82. I have 83 gen, I should get it.
Got it. Team ECLIPSE are focusing the right. Team ECLIPSE are focusing Mamma Mia, but who is going to come up behind them? Aurora starting to sneak up on this as well. Clearly prioritizing the right side of the ring. Team ECLIPSE now in an awkward pinch. Do they focus their backs? Can they run towards the front? How does their game plan change as Kust has to deal with it? Deals a little bit of damage on effect, just letting Aurora know that they are very clearly aware. But the thing is, ECLIPSE can't do much but take this fight, and Kazakh swinging out wide with a Kraber can change their fate. Mask gonna take the big shots to the dome with the Kraber, and ultimately it'll be Aurora that end up taking the fight with Mamma Mia. Are they pinching themselves here? Are they opening Team ECLIPSE up for a third party?
To get this clean up on Mamma Mia on the outside, thinks of walls as Team ECLIPSE also descends on them. This is the thing, when you start a fight, the team that remains will always 3P. However, it wasn't free of charge. Team ECLIPSE loses 2 members. All 3.
Everybody dies. It turns out we created a sandwich. Mamma Mia, Team ECLIPSE, Aurora, they all fight each other, they all die, and I'm sure GEI on the outside who were watching that going, oh no, who are we gonna have to fight? They're like, all right, well, I guess we chill, we play our game, and you know who else is chilling and playing their game? Bandits, dead center of zone, and ZIPLINE MAFIA, who have made it to yet another end game. They, with Ben and GEI, make up the final 4 squads.
Honestly, chilling in zone is underrating what's happening to the Bandits. It ends on their porch. Right outside their building is where the zone ends. GEI might have a wall or the building to play up against, but ZIPLINE MAFIA and Ben is going to come from the opposite side of things, so whoever gets swung first, the cleanup is going to go probably to the Bandits being the last team to needing to do anything at this point.
GEI really want to fight that, but getting the Sparrow ult almost as good. Not sure what sort of not sure what the ult excel situation is for Bandits, but losing the Sparrow ult that could otherwise be a game changer in an end game that, as you said, ends on their porch, leaves Bandits down a major tool.
Ben member right now looking for something. ZIPLINE MAFIA just holding the southern side space for the moment, making sure to say, hey, don't come and play on our side. We're gonna play by the pillars as we see them right there. Ben is just making sure to focus anybody not trying to involve the fighting on top of them. As nades comes through by ZIPLINE MAFIA, owning 50% of the zone essentially. Down comes in.
Henchman's down. ZIPLINE MAFIA not going to get too aggressive on this. They don't want to open themselves up to a third party from GEI. Ben, wounded, but healing right now. Its Henchman is going to get off the ground. All these teams drawing blood, but nobody quite able to finish things off here in War Camp. Who will end up running it in our first War Camp zone? It looks like GEI on the high ground have some of the best angles, especially on the Bandits, shooting straight through the building.
Everybody's trying to do something to Bandits, but it works out in GEI's favor as they actually control the absolute high ground right now. ZIPLINE MAFIA gets pinched in the front of the building, Ben in the back of the building right now. Bandit is gonna have to come out at some point, but GEI drops early for some more KP.
Insane's got to be really careful. He's very immobile on the Watson. Could easily be taken down, but he tries to fence off this porch. Will it belong to GEI? Will it belong to Bandits? Those are the two teams it looks like it's coming down to as ZIPLINE struggles to survive. Light negative rotates through the zone and kills himself. GEI get to walk into an end game that was custom made for them, and ZIPLINE Mafia stand no chance. GEI dominate War Camp.
The zone might end on your porch, but if I dominate 99% of that zone, it does not matter at all. GEI forcing everybody to play up against that building, leaving everybody else to just play for their lives. We even saw it as well when Light did the negative rotate. He's at that point playing for second place. They're no longer playing to win, and GEI close out that match really strong.
Yeah, ZIPLINE Mafia also doing a really good job. They don't commit to a fight on the inside of the building. They don't commit to what is essentially like a losing position. They're always playing for the win. It's why you see them in such a weak position at the end, because they're just playing the most passive space possible to make it to the top two. And make it to the top two, they do. GEI come out with the victory. A couple of kills to go with it. 8 kills is not shabby at all. And what really makes them shine is the way that they play the end game, the way they do not get too greedy, especially when they have the opportunity to, having knocked Bandits earlier.
FUL as well with 10 kill points, 12 total points for this match alone. It's a great start for the moment. We have seen some other teams play a lot more reservingly for the moment, so we'll see if that changes in the next couple of matches as well.
With all that chaos, the Allfather is surely pleased. ZIPLINE Mafia on top right now with yet another good game, taking this away from Team ECLIPSE, who have also been very consistent. 3 men keep themselves in the top 3 as the Bandits move up 3 spots at GEI with the win, put themselves into the top 5, moving up 8 spots in a single game. I know the Allfather is pleased, but are Tiff and Jayhawk?
I want to be pleased. I mean, for real, I always want to be in a good mood, you know? I just wish I could hear more comms, but I know the guy that is perfect for that because I know you've been listening into ForFun's comms.
Yeah, I know that you want to be in a good mood, Tiff. ForFun are currently not. I jumped in mid-game right there, and I talked about how they were talking about the IGLing situation. Kai was asking for Remix to be a little bit more vocal. And Tiff, I don't know if you've ever been counter-called in one of your ranked games when you're making you're being the shot caller, but there was a little bit of a counter call that did result in their deaths. I have a direct quote where Kai said to Remix, "When I said give suggestions, I don't mean taking over IGLing." And he was really stressing they need to play a lot slower. It felt like there was a situation where he was one shot. He needed to slow down and heal. Instead, Remix is calling where they need to play for the next position. There's a team on their back. Everything got very chaotic. They got split up and then they died. And so
what happened at Tyler? What was he saying? Anything?
He was just stuck in the middle, and he literally said, "I'm hearing one thing over here. I'm hearing another thing over here." Like the two parents are arguing, and I don't know what to do because I'm stuck in the middle here.
This sleepover is no longer fun. They don't have snacks and I want to leave. Okay. No, that's actually really a terrible position to be in, especially if these are the two you just brought into the org. Because when you think about it, right? That ForFun roster at Split 1 playoffs wasn't looking half bad. And now you have the duo that was from ForFun over on Made in Heaven rebuilding, right? So the performance here from ForFun, I have faith, bro. Tyler's been in Comp Apex for a minute. Tyler's played with Unlucky and looked good. He's subbed in on other teams and performed good. But if he's not the problem here and caught in the middle, this makes for a really difficult split for them.
Yeah, I think they're still just trying to find that IGLing balance. But when we talk about that roster change, I really do wonder if this is going to go down in a situation where nobody wins. Because ultimately, we saw both of them play 17th when they were in separate lobbies. Now they're in the same lobby, and neither team is doing that great. It has not been a good start for either one. Made in Heaven currently sat 16th on the overall leaderboard, while ForFun is sat 14th. Neither has been able to get anything going. And so maybe they were just better off together and you didn't realize what you had.
Why is that like 90% of life? It's like you don't appreciate the good things that you have until you don't have them anymore. All right, that was a little too deep, guys. That was a little too deep, but thank you so much, Jayhawk. I'll stop my preaching. We'll get it back into some more action here. I've got to grab Graceful because I think I'm actually commentating some World's Edge with him. Y'all went to War Camp. I'm a little jealous. I wanted to go to War Camp for an endgame.
Indeed. Happy to be back here as well alongside you. We always have a great time regardless of what map we're playing. Maybe we might not get war cam.
Called me though, and you have every right to counter call me.
Hell no! I heard that discussion. I immediately said if she says something.
I didn't say anything. I kept my mouth shut because you know I'm not even there to give calls. I'm somewhere slurping up loot in the distance like a goblin, bro. Like you're fighting. Oh, be there in 2 business days. My bad.
Literal loot goblin.
Shiny.
If I see this team, I'm walking up now. Tiff, I am engaging. Tiff, I down 2. Tiff, I am down. Where are you? I'm still looting, Grace.
My guy, I found a purple mag. I shall bring it to you to reward you for your successful endeavor and taking down that 1v3. To be fair, though, my guy is so much better at Apex than me. He will never hear me say that again, but I said it once, and that's enough for me. But back to World's Edge.
Back to World's Edge. I mean, I said it before we went into this match as well. I'm seeing some teams, namely Aurora, playing very reserved. And I'm still wondering why when we've seen the other side of things work out so well for them. It's like, normally I would say, okay, is this because we're seeing too many teams play the same style? Because at the end of the day, if you have 5 hard edge teams, you engage one fight and all 5 teams show up, then you can question things, right? But they're pretty much not getting contested in their playstyle that has had success, and they just 180 entirely for this match. Makes me question whose idea was it, because it has to come from somewhere.
I'm looking at their last game. They got 4 kills. They're rotating in from the south side up to war camp. I feel like you're gonna have more than 4 kills. Now, to be fair, when you think about their performance yesterday in a completely different group matchup, on World's Edge in 2 matches, just 2 games, they had over 40 points. And then they kind of skirted by the rest of the series. So the fact that we're inside, what is it, the top 10 overall? Yeah, we've been holding 10th for pretty much 4 games now. This, I guess, is the time where they're going to play like the normal Aurora, right? That's how, in theory, it should work that way.
I mean, I hope so. But nonetheless, very happy for ZIPLINE Mafia. One of the teams that is always... Are they in top 5 contests when people are referring to them? Some people, yes, some people no. Team ECLIPSE, however, woke up with a huge banger, but have slowed down since then. 3 men also showing up the case, but Bandit nonetheless. Great comms, great positioning, and like I always say, keep putting yourself into those end games, and eventually it'll swing your way.
Do I think this is an underperformance day for the Bandits in a 5th place? Yes, but it's cool to be in a position to say that a 5th on the day right now is an underperformance based on what they've been showing up to give us over the last few months. So really cool, really love that for them. For Aurora, you gotta step up. For ZIPLINE Mafia, they had a standout performance in Split 1 playoffs in Paris, but they had Kazakh on the roster to step in for that. Now that we're back to ZIPLINE Mafia, I enjoy the fact that we're on top of the day. Like, that just goes to show you there is something there.
And something that is always there throughout the history of Apex Legends is thermal zones. We are indeed going southwest of World's Edge. Played that for so many years and it's still here.
All reliable thermal station. No Alliance in the lobby, and that's okay because you know what? They used to land. God, now I'm really dating myself. The fact that that used to be the thermal station. That was back when contests still existed. But for Ronin, you've got plenty of information. But here's the deal. Everyone is already full sending less than like a minute and a half into this match. Take Flyte, headed down there. Team ECLIPSE, fresh off Mirage Etoile. You know Kashera is hitting the call like, hey, we take this redeploy, we fly in, we try to take one of the best circles that we can and positions in this because Kashera's played this endgame probably 1,000 times.
Yeah, most definitely, and thus the standard route as well, going all the way southwest. As you can see, playing those back houses gives you the option to decide what to do. If it pulls in, we can work our way in. A lot of natural cover from the southern side. So they're opting for that as normal, as other teams also rush their way in. We see evac from Take Flight, evac from 3 men. Everybody's just making their way in as fast as possible. Even if some of these teams don't even have the ring console, just goes to show they are able to predict the zone properly.
One member of Team ECLIPSE did not make it. I was curious which one it was. He didn't get on the redeploy because DN was so quick. It's the Wraith, goes into the void, forced to heal. So Micey and Kashera are already down the south side of Thermal. And, oh no, Kashera. Maybe this is a good thing that we're split up. But you got Take Flight who said, yeah, we've identified the fact that these are good buildings and we also would like them.
I have heard Kashiera's comms for years, and the one thing I can hear right now is the boss is not happy. He is the IGL, he is the captain, he is the boss, and you have to listen to him. If Kost did not make it on that evac for whatever reason that was not pre-planned, a heated discussion will come, but hopefully they can serve that into the next game, because there is one more match after this should they fall early.
To be fair, him not making it keeps him alive. He's not there to go down. Of course, Maisie and Kashiera, they're not getting rezzed anytime soon unless that happens. But Cinetic, Jans, and Nags are going to go finish him off, take the building that Kashiera initially had wanted. And now we've got a lone Wraith. Goose that needs to reset for Max Strafe, Sonya. Blessed. They've also kind of rolled in and taken the south side positioning, which I do respect. Having Caustic, allowing them to put these barrels and control such a large building, that makes sense for them.
A lot of teams tend to opt for the positioning of either playing Sparrow, Maggie, Path, Wraith, Ramp, Maggie, or even Wraith, Maggie, and Cat. But this team went for Caustic, gives them the opportunity to aggress a lot more. And honestly, Bless sitting at 20th currently, being able to aggress is probably the best choice you can do, because at this point, you have to throw haymakers.
Oh, baby, we're up. I saw that. I saw Kashiera back on his feet. Team Eclipse living to see another day. The reset is imminent for Mamma Mia. We are so far out on the northeast. We have an isolated 3v3, but D4C on all blue shields, staring at him down. Hungry catch already low. Fuda with the Prowler swing gets the knock, but from behind is Black Venom and does hit a trade. That's nasty.
Great trade from Black Venom, comes down to a 2v2 thanks to that. However, D4C shows why blue armor is so important, but they are not going down without a fight. Comes down to a 1v1, and Mamma Mia gets eliminated.
Unfortunate, because they were looking really good on their A versus C match day, and I was trying to think about where specifically they are on the leaderboard. 9th, just ahead of Aurora, but not by much. Sure, if they would have gotten like a 15-point game, that would thrust them into the top 3, but for now, we're gonna have to leave it to the last game of the day to make something happen. Elsewhere, top, down into Thermal, because there's only 5 teams outside the circle right now of our 17.
This is also Tiff, why I was talking about fraud wash, and I said that recency bias is almost too strong in our community, to where one day is like, yes, they had a great showing, but can they keep this up? And even if we say like 2 days, like we gotta make it through the league to decide, was it a great outcome or not? Was the consistency there? Yes, the potential is there, and the ceiling is definitely high, but if you can't keep doing it, you need to make sure you make it into finals before we talk about that.
That's a really good point. And look, I stem from action sports, and recency bias is also over there. It's like you fall off one race and it's not like your bike giving out on you. They're just like, what happened? Who are you? Are you just not good on this track? And it's the same thing. You say, well, you're just not good at this map. But with how many players and how the ways you have to adapt and play, it's like, dude, it's World's Edge. Sure, there's a couple new POIs, but you've been playing this rotation for God knows how long at this point.
Yeah, at this point, you're not really, even with the changes to World's Edge that I enjoy quite some bit, even with the changes to them, you're not really adapting to the map too much unless it's a full-on new map. You're mainly adapting to the, you know, to the weapon meta, to the legend meta, and trying to adapt your best way that way. But I feel like one thing that definitely, there's still room for strategic evolution, I would say, in Apex Legends is the comp variation, as a lot of these teams tend to just, well, one, copycat, not really reinvent too many things, but I feel like copy across regions as well.
I just love when people get innovative, but with our ban systems, it's kind of hard to get too crazy like the days of old. ForFun heading to the north at Sorting Factory, likely looking for some more information. You have BPR at their backs. We were talking about the other teams that were outside of the circle: Bandits, D4C, and Aurora. I will say Aurora and Bandits have been cut from the same cloth in terms of their macro positioning that we've been seeing in long game, and they do keep running into each other. But I kind of want to see Aurora try to run down D4C.
Agreed. Son keeps pulling south, it looks like. There's 3 potential endings here normally, where Made in Heaven is currently playing on the platform, on the southwest platform, in front of FUL in the open on that little mountain, or I would say cliff rather, or a little bit more north side of Made in Heaven, above Shadows of 9, where all of these zones are currently active. If it pulls even further north up, it's gonna surprise me, it's gonna surprise a lot of people, but it's gonna be a messy zone nonetheless.
There's still a couple of Pathfinders, and Aurora is not one of the teams running them. Now, in A versus C on the third match of World's Edge yesterday, we did see one of them break out Pathfinder, which resulted in an int post their 2 dominant games. They're not in a position to kind of get a little antsy like that, so we're electing to go the Sparrow, Wraith, Mad Maggie, in which they typically find success on. A couple of outliers, you do have ZIPLINE Mafia already going Newcastle, Gibby, Valk, while the rest of the lobby is still pretty hung up on that Mad Maggie, Wraith, Alter. Or not Alter, Axel, my bad. Same A's.
Yeah. No worries. Could definitely mix things up for sure, as only 17 teams alive for the moment. Zone will be closing pretty shortly, but all of these guys are feeling more than happy with the zone. As I always like to say as well, this zone is not scary by any means. Even next zone fully closing, still gonna medkit that. People are feeling comfortable.
Kind of look see our positioning. So ForFun now in Harvester have navigated all throughout. Probably gonna grab that beacon, and they looks like they got the Evo cache highlighted as well, but let's dive into their comms and see what's their next move.
We definitely cannot zip to it. That's for sure. We cannot fly either. Too many teams close. We have 2 bats now. Alright. We can just play underneath for now.
Okay.
All these
that low ground spot is in later on that green scan.
This low ground's taken.
So someone just hit hard UAV.
Yeah, that's them.
No, they already hit it before. They hit it before. So
there was a sparrow dot on it.
Oh, maybe he missed then. I watched him shoot the sparrow dot. Maybe he just missed.
I'm gonna try and walk around. Someone's above me.
I heard him. Oh, it's above. Yeah, above. Yeah.
I think I need to hold the back half for now.
Another team just hits UAV in half. It's a Sparrow team that hit UAV. I'm trying to get an aggressive wall here.
In half.
That's a 3P. That's 3P.
Baby comp team.
Okay, team on height is blue.
Okay, that's a different team. 2 teams.
Yeah, 2 teams.
Can you hear my armor remix?
Baby comp team in half, okay?
Calm comms overall, but they do have the awareness to see that, hey, Aurora is coming in. Well, they don't know it's Aurora, but they see 2 teams right now. 1 team in Harvester side, 1 team coming in from height. They already cleared that there was a team in staging. Making sure that if they can make this fight break out between them and they can 3P would be good for them, but should they stay for way too long, they could get punished.
Talked about wanting to see D4C get run down. Instead, they do some running down of their own to Team ECLIPSE's Kashera, who can't catch a break. D4C now claims the building, and there goes Coast out of the lobby for Team ECLIPSE. A really rough World's Edge for them, just from 1 redeploy and teams throwing it down. Now, deep into the circle is going to be Shadows9, Blessed, and Made in Heaven, but teams still looking to get there. Back to Bandits, back to Aurora, and ForFun being the gatekeepers of this tunnel.
This could break out. This could be the breakout game Aurora needs this series, as they are trying to pinch Bandits and ForFun Esports in that tunnel. Sadly, I think that they almost interrupted it instead. They ping for the choke to say, hey, we should probably just rotate instead. Yep, we are spamming it right now. Let's rotate instead. This fight is over.
I think it's a good choice. I really do. We'll jump back to that in a moment, because for right now, FUL is full sending, and they've been putting up a ton of games with frags. Beamsy initially down. Kuro and Orbit have to hold steady in this 2v3 scenario. But we're just throwing the drill. How many frags do we have, Orbit? Hello? We just threw all we could. It didn't make it through the room, and you're just having to crawl through. Behind the counter you go. Bongo incoming. 1 bullet is needed. You get the job done.
Nice fire discipline there by not re-peeking too fast, making sure he shoots out his mag before eliminating him. Orbit shows fundamentals on a high level. Great things to see for sure, as they get that reset as well.
Dang, they're fun. I'm telling you, they had like 10 kills, I think, last match. Let me double check. They went out in 8th place, but yeah, 10 kills. That's not the first time they've been in double-digit kills for our game series, so they've got the fighting. We just need higher placements out of them. Back to ForFun to see where they've moved, and we've taken... Oh my god, I hate this spot. I hate this spot, Graceful.
It is a tough spot to be between, but one thing that they can be happy about is there's nobody else from behind them on high ground right now poking them down. But ForFun is trying to decide to see if they can push ZIP out of this. ZIPLINE MAFIA standing there with the one comp that is probably the most stable one in the lobby for the moment, just to say, hey, we're just gonna reset and stay here for as long as we want. You guys can't really force us out.
Yeah, ForFun just has a rampart. You have freaking baby comp on the other side. You already see the bubble and they're like, oh sure, we'll pull back a bit. But you know that they are going to be able to withstand a heck of a lot more fighting in the open. Now we say that, but Aurora has made their way down south to see what the heck is going on over by FUL. Now Ronin does get taken down, but we wave the white flag and all is well for the time being.
All is well simply due to the fact that Ben is on the opposite side of things, taking a fight against FUL. Aurora gets that small breather for the moment to reset properly as the other fight breaks out.
Oh, wow. And this just really outlines it. Ben trying to withstand. We were talking about the fighting prowess that FUL has been showing. And now that they have their attention onto Ben, more teams are likely going to get involved. And as I say that, ForFun from the north make the call to get down here as quickly as possible. And as soon as they open the door, Remix gets punished for it. But because there's so many teams on the horizon, it's just going to be Tyler holding the stairway, trying to allow that res to go off, but drops to the lowdown. You have to comment. Miscom's looking. We do get Remix up, though.
4 teams are fighting for the same building southeast right now. ForFun Esports joins the fray very late. But as more teams are here, zone is moving very briefly. And when it starts moving, this zone starts to hurt like hell. Not only do you have to either go and wrap all the way north side with the congested side, or you're gonna have to go through Aurora, who has to still make their way past that lava.
I mean, FUL's running with a redeploy out to the north. We'll see where they slam down. Elsewhere, Bandits have made it into the next zone. And Riot drills through the rocks. You've got to lay low. Here comes the Falcons, which means it's ZIPLINE MAFIA. Hopefully they land okay, because D4C is out of the lobby.
ForFun somehow makes it past the lava and makes it underneath Bandits for the moment. Aurora in front of them. Glacier also on top of the platform for the moment as Aurora gets gunned down by henchmen.
Does get his shields ripped off, so he's forced to back away. And I like this. We've been talking about these 3 teams specifically, and now they're all on top of each other.
Oh.
To the circle. Whoa. Thought we were going to hit that crazy Kraber right there. Let's see what happens. Ben eliminated in top. Hello?
They lose that?
They do. Like immediately. Task has to break out the Maggie ball, but we're just dancing between bullets like it's the Matrix before we do get taken out. Now FUL is down, top officially down, and ZIPLINE MAFIA hold the northern area of the zone. We were wondering if ForFun was going to push on to Bandits, and they try to swing it with taking out henchmen first. But not a lot of health to be said, and Light is in another last stand effort.
Last stand effort indeed, as he is currently running for his life. I don't even understand how Aurora managed to stabilize during this time, as they're now climbing on ForFun. It's gonna break out a fight between ForFun and Aurora. But as that also happens at the same time on the other side of the map right now, ZIPLINE MAFIA fights as well. ForFun, Aurora fights, everybody's fighting.
Light's just basically like, no one look at me. No one look at me at all. And Aurora are trying to take more and more space from ForFun, but plucking them out of these rocks are not the easiest thing to do. Listen, let's
get the rest.
He's going for it. He swings it. They're on the low ground. Hello?
That's what we're talking about from Effect right there with that Prowler. Aurora starting to shape up like this, like the form that we normally see them in. Finally going for the fights and winning these fights. They are having a walk-in for the moment though. Hopefully to get a TP out in time. But ZIPLINE MAFIA, dead center where zone is for the moment before we can see the next one, are looking to take fights.
You got a Newcastle, you got a Gibby at your door. And they are trying to break through the reinforcements from the Catalyst. But they can withstand in the open, and they can cover their back with the mobile shields. Back to Aurora, who are getting their ball rolling in terms of the kills. Trades are going out. I see Kazakh last alive on the Sparrow, trying to hold it together against Glacier and Made in Heaven. Oh,
holding a team on the outside of the wall is going to be crazy, as the team inside is also peeking out that balcony for the moment. Comes down to Kazakh on 1 HP. He's most likely going to succumb here, but Made in Heaven, though, finally in an endgame where we have seen time and time again the success has mainly come from that for that team.
There it is. The Maggie Ball boops them, and they answer back with a bubble to try and hold steady. Heal-ups are inevitable, and we're still trying to get through the Catalyst utility and break inside this building. Shadows of 9 are in an absolute fortress.
The R zone does pull away from all of these guys. Honestly, it pulls pretty much onto that rest beacon in the middle of this zone. 25 seconds. ZIPLINE Mafia finally sees that they have more space if they would like to play it. Just making sure that they don't get wrapped, but are looking for some KP and finds one.
Well, for ZIPLINE Mafia, you have to keep the pressure on the other side. Made in Heaven have one of the buildings. They've got amped covers, and Glacier playing the outside above them. We sight out Kazakh, and I just think it's going to be too many different areas looking at him as Alonzi credited with the kill. Eliminated in 7. We go back to ZIPLINE Mafia, extending their lead on first. 56 points. And having this Newcastle Gibby has saved them so many times throughout match 5. Let's go here.
If there's any team that can survive the onslaught of all the maggots and everything, as we saw yesterday, even in our Americas region from AGG, ZIPLINE Mafia definitely has the upper hand there with their comp to survive anything with that Gibby Newcastle.
Light still going, and ZIPLINE Mafia fresh off of Valkyl, getting the scans, getting information of where they want to be. Drop down on Made in Heaven's building. And it's all about opening it up. Do we find that angle with a hip fire from the alternator onto Nags? No, instead Excuse gets shredded from afar. Glacier eliminated, but Shadows of 9 come out of the building long enough to grab a knock on a Zip.
How does Excuse die? I don't know, but Light is still alive on this Maggie. He's been fighting for dear life, clawing at everything to move them up that leaderboard, and he's currently sitting second spot.
Is he gonna ball them? Okay, we riot drill to the left. They've got the redeploy. He hits the ball straight onto them. Hello? We're just one-man armying the lobby to cause an absolute ruckus. You grab more kills.
Oh!
Hello?
He plays the enemy Rave's portal, but can't quite survive. Playing for extra KP and gets that placement as well.
Bandits out. It's Blessed. Blessed holding steady. Blessed win the thermal zone.
Blessed might have won that match, but the one that I would advise everybody to VOD review for that one match alone would be Light. That was a great match overall. Blessed played that, I would say, textbook of being able to close out that game, and they did.
Yeah, they walk away with 3 kills and 12 placement points. So being able to convert on that chaos, especially when you have Light running out to the center of the lobby, throwing a riot drill on the team behind him, Maggie balling Made in Heaven towards his right, and then bringing out the P2020s and just saying, you know what, if I'm going down, I'm going down swinging. Even tries to make the great escape, but Blessed withstand all of the chaos that has ensued simply because of one man. Definitely changes, but 15 points are going to go the distance. Made in Heaven walk away with 14. Bandits, 7 placement points and 8 kills for 15 points. Not bad. Not bad for a solo Light.
Blessed is definitely going to move up with these points overall, though we've seen 2 teams that desperately needed the points take the points in the name of Made in Heaven and Blessed, but 2 other teams that have done really well and are still doing well, Bandits and ZIPLINE Mafia.
I mean, they got another double-digit day of points on their game. Like, that's how you stay consistent. Now, it does come down to game number 6 to determine who's going to be the leader, but that's what I love about Apex. A lot of our lobbies have been really close at the top, just 9 points separating, which is honestly a bit more than it has been, but we'll see. Because ZIPLINE Mafia, they got a second in match 4, they got a second in match 3, they won match 2, and they're staying in these end games.
I mean, it's been great matches overall so far for the moment, but the fighting alone, I think from some teams definitely have to work on their fighting for sure, because we have seen the macro been there, but team fighting overall has been stalled to a heavy degree.
Well, here's the deal, teams. You guys heard it. Graceful said y'all need to go work on your fights. So I'm going to give you guys a small break to go work on those fights. And when we come back, we're going to have our final match of match day 3.
in their final day to determine what the first third of the split looks like for them.
Absolutely crazy. The pacing of this Pro League so far has been outstanding. I think for everybody who at home who might not have had as much time to be able to watch outside of the fact all the regions, there's so much Apex across the world, but the fact that it's on the same weekend makes it even better. So much action to come and so much action has been, and I'm just so excited.
And for our teams that started off well, I mean, man, is this a great weekend. I think we can really include ZIPLINE MAFIA here, who have had a stellar day so far. They were a team that not many would have anticipated to be at the top of EMEA, but something about their read on the meta has allowed them to have a great weekend that, at the moment, has them leading the lobby, even above teams like Bandits, teams like Team ECLIPSE, and 3 men having slid into the top 4 there as well. GEI having a surprisingly good day, and Aurora on their journey upwards, as we can never count this squad out, but how high will they reach in the final game?
Aurora definitely has so far waken up with the amount of kill points we are expecting out of them. Like I said before, don't fix what's not broken. It seems that they have reverted to what we saw from them previously on the match day. All the other teams currently leading the leaderboard though has shown one thing and one thing alone: consistency. Their playstyle, they're sticking to their plans and they're staying in discipline, and it's working out really well for them. So make sure to keep staying disciplined and consistent, and hopefully you're gonna have good results.
Taking a look at the south side of the map, it is titanic, with Aurora being right next to ZIPLINE MAFIA, the chance to shut down a team should they get very aggressive and take out ZIPLINE. FUL have been fragging out today, but the comparison between Bandits and Team ECLIPSE actually very poignant right now, as they are the teams that stand to overcome ZIPLINE MAFIA without making anything too fancy happen. Team ECLIPSE have been so good at getting into end game zones, whereas even with the kills that we saw them get in game 1, that hasn't really happened since. Bandits, on the other hand, have picked up steam, picked up kills, and never was it more evident than in last game during a thermal zone. As we start game 6, will they get that opportunity again, or will we go towards the north and maybe force them into an uncomfortable position?
It does look like the zone is pulling opposite side of thermal, which makes me happy, because at the end of the day, if you have a team that has the zone on the complete opposite side of the map, when they're a zone team as an example, you're gonna be sad, but not today, as the zone is very spread evenly. We've had War Camp, we've had Thermal Station, and now we're going back to Skyhook, and it's gonna be a great time.
With the Mad Maggie ban, Baby Comp looking real good right now.
Yeah.
Have had some teams opt for, instead of Newcastle, Caustic, as I was noticing Blessed were doing, and they are not alone. Lots of Fuse coming in here to try and counter for teams that want to play around the edge, for teams that want to take fights like FUL, to counter things like the Gibraltar Newcastle. Fuse seems to be the pick when Mad Maggie is not available.
And as a fight also breaks out in Fragment for the moment between actually banning Glacier. Other teams are lurking or even rotating towards them. GEI is lurking right outside of here, but they should be able to stabilize and have the awareness to see that teams are moving their way.
Glacier, with just one member left, got to be careful. It looks like they're actually playing this game out as a duo. And that likely is why the fight started so early. Some teams will choose to play conservatively, but when you know you're starting the game with a numbers advantage, there is just one correct option, and it is to push. Eerie not going to survive. Glacier go down in 20th place. Their weekend over.
Yeah, if you know the team in the other side, well, in your PY, essentially, you're going to run them down as a duo for sure. The Allfather has not blessed that roster for this match for the moment, but a team that has been blessed is Ben. Couple of KP going their way, hitting that UAV to see where other teams are going for the moment. Are they going to go for more kills? It does seem that way.
Ben, they've had, I would say, medium to medium bad games. They're sitting bottom 10 right now, but it is by just a bit. Those 2 kills pushing them up into 12th place overall. And if you can hit top 10 as a roster that hasn't had a great weekend, you're going to be very happy. GEI in danger of maybe falling further down the standings, as they currently sit in 5th and will only drop further from here. Our second squad eliminated.
Fast pinch between Ben and ForFun, but ForFun returns Power. Remix Power is one of the players we saw there as well. Doing good for the moment, but we have heard some sort of counter calling. Hopefully this one clears things up as they at least get the momentum at the start of this match.
Yeah, having the kill early on is going to make you feel really good. You know that any squad in front of you, in this case Ben, is at a disadvantage, and Aurora could very easily take advantage of that as well. They've watched this rotation in. Aurora should know that it is just a duo in front of them right now, but with ForFun Esports sitting on the edge of ring as well, and neither of these being anywhere near zone, I do wonder what path Aurora will take. Will they choose violence and run it for fun, or will they choose to play the more measured game that they were going after in E-District?
Yeah, definitely don't hope they're going way more measured. They need that big game for the moment. They were climbing steadily up that leaderboard, but I know for sure they're not going to be happy with anything beneath top 5. So let's see if they wake up maybe on. Other teams are still playing very orthodox in a sense of playing very early zone, as plenty of teams are occupying Skyhook for the moment, as we see this beautiful northern light, Aurora in the sky.
Perfect time to look at our overall leaderboard, with ZIPLINE MAFIA still leading the pack, the Bandits right behind them, and the Bandits on your screen right now getting a good angle on the upcoming zones. We're pulling into Skyhook East, so this is not a spot that Bandits will be able to play late game, but high ground advantage and the ability to see every other team in the POI should give them the best chance at picking an empty spot, full sending it off of perhaps a Valgolt, and being able to stay alive with the baby comp they've chosen to run.
Making sure to get stacked before they make any major decisions is always a great thing to do, especially in this meta where loot has been adjusted to a degree. Some of these teams, however, still opting to make their way in pretty fast, but not shying away from any fights. And if you're not shying away from any fights, KP starts to open up for you.
This composition is so weird from Made in Heaven. Catalyst, Gibby, Fuse. I can't decide exactly what they're best at. They're aggressive, but they're defensive, and they move, but not very quickly. The composition, it's got a lot going for it, but it doesn't have one thing that it does really well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, brother. Let's just call it a day. It's versatile. Let's just make it easy for ourselves.
But is it good, Graceful? Because that's what I'm trying to decide. I'm like, is versatility actually what you want? More often in Apex Legends, I would prefer that you just have one strength. But I also don't want to call the comp bad because, you know, just because I haven't seen it before, maybe it works.
I mean, it definitely has a lot of stuff to it. It is versatile, adaptable. Like you have the cat wall, you have the Gibby bubble, you also have the Fuse to poke people out. But do they excel at anything? I definitely don't think they excel at the aggressiveness despite having Fuse, because you're gonna have to burn a lot of stuff to get aggressive. And I would rather just have a full-on aggressive team, or just a full-on, you know, like we like to call it, the baby comp, to make their way in and bunker up. So, I mean, could work out.
Nice scouting from Effect is going to keep Aurora from running face first into D4C, and you could say the same thing of D4C, who got alerted that there's a team in front of them. Neither squad going to find a kill for right now, but Aurora and D4C almost surely are going to run into each other later. ForFun have dodged this engagement entirely, just walking straight towards the zone. And that zone going to pull us even further into Sky East as it finally pops now, letting us know that we'll be pulling likely further towards where Take Flight are. We've seen a couple of zones near where Top are sitting as well. This looks like we're going towards the northeastern side of the zone. Graceful, how are you feeling about it?
I like this zone. This is probably my most favorite zone on this map, alone for the fact of how many teams are alive. But speaking of being alive, Bandits currently scouting out their way to see where are they headed, as they just got their information. So with this information alone, I want to hear what Bandits have cooking.
Go for like something fucking carry when zip build.
Yeah.
Hey, go on. Is this team here? Don't think they are, no?
They are. There's a team there. Or unless they cross to this.
I think they cross somewhere when they saw zone. I think hitting UAV is better. Come.
Okay, coming.
Just jump to the building. Hit UAV and see. I think that zone's gonna come back. Like the fucking Sky zones all the time.
Are so fucked, yeah. They hit the beacon.
Someone hitting next to us.
Yeah.
I'll bubble you on the thingy.
Yeah.
Still free on that. This is also free.
How about we reposition over there?
Hit as fuck.
Can we take that?
How about we reposition
More center?
No, we can't Valkyrie out there. Like hard as fuck. Yes. No one bottom middle Skyhook. We could play there and jump down. Play there and jump down and Valkyrie again. I think that's good. Come. Don't think they're gonna jump on it. It's Valk couple team.
Back one.
We're the only one doing shit now, so yeah. We're the only one doing shit. If we get back, we insta go back. Don't risk it.
We know the plan. Let's see how it goes for the Bandits. Betting that the team above in the center will not drop down on them. But remember, teams need points. Bandits could find themselves in trouble. As it appears, a clean landing with not too much damage taken and an insta-bubble for safety gets them into the building safely. And right here in the center of Skyhook is where they will sit. They did mention the opportunity to go for yet another Gibby bubble into Valcult play a little bit later on for mobility, so it does appear that Bandits are not expecting the zone to end right on this building.
Great macro play from them, and one team that is actually also doing the same plan right now, Shadows of 9, waiting for that information, and with this information alone are going to make their play. A lot of teams are taking the same speed, but with how many teams are currently occupying the next zone as well, the spots are thinning out.
There is one team, there we go, that I'm thinking about here. It is ZIPLINE MAFIA, who have chosen to play mid-speed and are sitting on top of the only ring console that will be scannable off the next zone. ZIPLINE MAFIA will have information that I don't think any other squad will be able to collect. There is the outside possibility that we see D4C dip over into Big Mod. There's the chance that Ben can negative rotate into Epicenter or find a scan in Monument. But ZIPLINE MAFIA have this the easiest, have the clearest game plan. Unfortunately, despite all their mid-speed preparation, they've got no ring console character.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to play as far edge as possible, seeing the zone shift and then making their play, as we saw the likes of Bandits do just previously with that listening. Are opting to just make sure they scout around though, if they can take any fights or if they're just gonna macro. We're gonna have a listening right here with ZIPLINE MAFIA.
Под очень много там этих под. Мне кажется, мы скать там снизу.
Сейчас будут скать и уходить.
Я пропустил их, а потом сами
заскочили. Да, я жду.
Это было бы идеально просто.
По-моему, они уходят. Они шар поставили, да?
Все, упал один с крыши.
Окей. Го под них.
Вот, он упал на кроссе.
Все, го под них.
Пойдем. Кассел смотрит только.
Нас смотрит, нас придурок.
Я такая. Вы пройдите, главное, чтобы кушку...
Я проходу тебе Кассел Волл давай, кушку. Ренат может в правом доме играть. Мы от него будем
Я хочу с вами, может мы сейчас вульканемся, нет?
Все трое дверь пикают, мне бабл точно нужно быть раз они пикают. Давай, скань.
As we mentioned, ZIPLINE MAFIA unable to make use of the great positioning that they had with their comp, but they still managed to hit at least the survey beacon to get extra information, as we saw Shadows of 9 do and Bandits before them. With all of this, though, ZIPLINE MAFIA don't know the next ring. They don't know that we're actually pulling very close to the center of Skyhook, something that Made in Heaven may not even live to see, as they lose Jans, and we're going to see an attempted death box res with a Fuse squad trying to put an end to them. A lot of damage coming down onto Nax, so much so that he's almost not able to full res Jans, and it will go down for the trouble of doing so.
It is a rough spot indeed, as other teams are also recognizing the fact that stuff is happening in that market specifically. ZIPLINE MAFIA moved perhaps a little bit too deep. We'll have to see in 30 seconds where they will react to it or not, but Made in Heaven immediately gets taken advantage of in that market, as they did get scouted out by Shadows of 9.
Getting a little too weak on the landing, and Shadows of 9 have put themselves in an awkward corner as well. With the amount of fuses in the lobby, Shadows of 9 could also very easily die. Getting themselves back up to full health, though, and a baby comp to boot. Could be that their journey is a little bit easier. Aurora get to hit the survey beacon on the other side. Again, nobody's got the next ring information. Everybody in this lobby is flying by the seat of their pants as round 3 finishes closing. Aurora are going to see the zone pop as they take to the skies, knowing we are going to the center of Skyhook. They are already on the move, but where do they land?
Perfect timing on that Valcon, as the zone reveals helps them as well. They can tell which houses were free and make their way in. They do get into a building for the moment as bubble comes out, and they get to recuperate.
This zone, a lot like, I believe it was Split 1 playoffs in LA, where we saw this one, and nope, it was in Germany. But as I go through the memory banks, the reality is that all these players have seen this zone before. Pulling out off the side of Skyhook, Bandits actually have rolled themselves a pretty good position, being able to sit in the center of Skyhook and defend their position with Baby Comp, a comp that is meant to do it, meant to survive, while Ben have to get aggressive around the edge of the ring to clear their backs and make sure they can walk in for free.
They have 30 seconds essentially to clear out this fight, preferably only a couple less than that, but they did waste their fuse salt, shooting it on the wrong floor as they're also getting shot through the window. They should opt to rotate here instead of taking this fight, but they might look just to clear them out.
D4C have fallen. We got a lot of rotational tools being used right now. We got Falcons, we got Ziplines, we got Wraith Portals. Everyone is making their move, but a lot of teams are going to have to share space, and that's one place where Team Eclipse's composition can shine. One of the few caustics in the lobby can make the most of a close-range engagement. L-Star in the hands of Koost as well. Team Eclipse could very quickly win a fight over territory, and I like the way that they're playing right now, focusing on one floor over everything. Koost gonna go fishing. Gonna come up hands empty right now.
TP's in as chaos unfolds in this building for the moment. Everybody's reacting to where the zone is pulling. If it's not on top of them, they're going to fight. These teams, however, not sure just yet where it ends up pulling, but wants to thin out the competition as ZIPLINE Mafia once again takes flight after over-adjusting that one time.
I almost thought they were going to fight for the top floor. Instead, ZIPLINE Mafia split the difference. They do land in the center building, but not in an advantaged position. They've put themselves in a spot where they will need to fight other teams like Bandits that have chosen to play the low ground in the surrounding area. ZIPLINE Mafia, I want to say, almost opt into like a 3rd or 4th place here at maximum because they're going to have to play so aggressively. But Shadows of Night and Take Flight, they don't even make it that far.
Crazy part is zone actually ends right underneath that cargo equipment up top, essentially that box right next to Aurora. You can see it right there where the zone is pulling, just a little bit west of ForFun Esports, as Aurora has a spot but are going to have to fight their way in potentially, as Ronin is not in this zone. They have a wall to play up against, but that congestion we saw southeast, so many teams are playing those buildings. Everybody's going to have to walk in. It just comes down to which teams are going to pick up the KP.
A mobile shield for Aurora might save them, but their rotation's going to be tough. Valcolt not going to get a lot of value here. Team Eclipse, they have a Wraith Portal just now that they can use to make it into the next zone. And I like the ping from Koost, pointing out a spot that they could end up playing, defending their backs with things like the Caustic, that in this end zone may be the tool that wins you the game. Caustic is going to go crazy if you are able to bring him into an end game, into a ring 6 position.
Either they 3P or they're going to TP ahead and look back, or are you going to just send for the KP in placement? Glacier is currently just taking a look at other teams, seeing what they're doing and reacting accordingly.
Chopper going to go down, 13 squads left, 3 men unable to pick up Levi. Surely are going to have to leave him for dead as the zone closes. It is too much to heal through, and Levi, their Gibraltar, will be left alone. Takeo looking behind him. Gonna try and play for KP, but Babylon's is getting shot in the back through the fence. BPR go down. We are to the top 11 squads as Team Eclipse do end up making the aggressive play to move forward and shoot behind. 3 men, they fall, and Team Eclipse managed to collect a bit of KP, even playing these boxes as unsafe as they look. Team Eclipse somehow alive, and nobody is looking at them with Bandits down.
Team Eclipse might have a safe haven for the moment, but it won't last for too long as other teams are duking it out for the moment. Aurora versus Ronin essentially on the same wall. Team Eclipse right in front of them. But the one team hovering above everybody else, ForFun Esports, is looking as other teams are playing both underneath and in center as well. Actually, ForFun Esports is on the bottom.
ZIPLINE Mafia got to fight them. ZIPLINE Mafia have been on top of today, but if they fall here, somebody else could claim their spot. Koost dead! Team Eclipse out and no longer able to contend for the top spot, but Team Aurora still in this. The 5th place team would need to surpass 20 points to beat ZIPLINE Mafia. Can they do it in an endgame with 7 teams left?
Normally you have to relocate just once for a good positioning. ZIPLINE Mafia had to do it 3 times. Somehow makes their way in. Haven't gotten any KP on the board just yet, but is in prime real estate to close out this game if they can hold up for ForFun Esports.
ZIPLINE Mafia and ForFun, though, playing very respectfully, not just sending it into each other. Aurora, though, they're sending it just like you asked for, Grace. Oirain with 3 pumps takes 3 kills. Ronin are down, 6 squads left, and Aurora make their walk-in possible and now have the outside of the wall to play. Up from on the high ground, though, Mamma Mia are going to look down on this. Mamma Mia, who have had a disappointing day so far, have been on fluke watch, now have the chance to reclaim some ground.
Mamma Mia on height indeed, but Aurora owns majority of this zone. If they have to drop off of height, they're gonna land onto several teams, as we can see right there. ZIPLINE Mafia, ForFun, team above them as well, Ben. Aurora seems to get teleported on. Are they gonna be able to hold this out?
Flanked right now. The end are focusing Aurora. Ben are focusing Aurora. Everyone is focusing Aurora, and they can't take it with a Gibby bubble already down. It's just Effect, the Rat King from yesterday, takes to the sky with 5 teams left. He will fall to ZIPLINE Mafia, who claim the kill and certainly seal themselves in first place on the day. Now, can they make first place in the final game?
ZIPLINE Mafia plays on the other side of the slope of ForFun Esports right now. Have eyes on all teams remaining. Looking to close out this game. Comes down to the last 3v3.
Top 2. ZIPLINE Mafia, they've run the day, but ForFun need the kills. ForFun needs something to prove that this squad will work. ZIPLINE Mafia against all odds have been doing it, and with ForFun not able to look down, it'll be Kaisha that rockets in from the sky. ZIPLINE Mafia take the 3v3. WeQ, the last one standing, and he's gonna clutch it for ZIPLINE Mafia, shutting ForFun down one final time.
In chaos, there is opportunity, and ZIPLINE Mafia managed to Valcold pretty much 3 times, find their way in through all the chaos, find their opportunity, and close out that game.
And ZIPLINE Mafia are a squad that a lot of people would have been very happy to just count out. As we were talking about, with all this EMEA slander that's been going on, they would have gone, you know what, ZIPLINE Mafia, they're just one of the teams that aren't going to make it. But look at ZIPLINE Mafia's start of the season and say that again, coming out on top of Bandits, on top of Aurora, on top of Team ECLIPSE, and the ForFun attempt at building a squad that would dominate the region has fallen short of the top 5 once again. A much better day for them. But in this final game, ZIPLINE Mafia are the ones that win and win the day in the same breath.
That is absolutely crazy. We did see some signs of people taking a turn for the best. Ben with a bunch of kills. Aurora finally waking up to the degree. I think they managed to push their way up top 5 for a moment. Not sure if they stay there at the end of the series. But overall, teams have woken up.
Well, Tiff, how are you feeling? Jayhawk, I hope the comms treated you well. I don't know what you were listening to, but if it wasn't ZIPLINE Mafia, it must have been pretty frustrating.
You're throwing if not. You got to be listening to them.
Unfortunately, I wasn't, because they don't speak English, at least when they're probably talking to each other. So I want to be able to understand the team. But I was listening to FUL, and you know, it wasn't a great day, but the vibes were high. It was a good performance. So
yeah, they had a couple pop-offs in terms of kills. We bring up the series results, guys. ZIPLINE Mafia, though, 2 wins on the day, a handful of second place finishes, and walk away with 76 points. I will say Bandits start heating up. Team ECLIPSE, after their win in match number 1, round out to the top 3. I was really worried about Aurora, Graceful. They were kind of skirting by in that 10th place for a long time. They jump up into the top 5.
I mean, I was asking for it this whole time. Why are we all of a sudden just not doing our thing? But they did their thing, and they're back. They push their way up to top 4, actually. And I think that they're going to be more than happy with that, with the cold start that they had today.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. They had a really great showing just yesterday in A versus C. I think their social media team tweeted out under the org, and it was like, Aurora is the champion. And they were like, I don't know what's wrong with the ALGS broadcast. Must be a delay. We just didn't see that today. So maybe next weekend. You did treat us to some good times yesterday, but we're going to have to wait and see maybe some more Aurora dominance next weekend. But we talked about it, Jayhawk. You got some FUL. Wait, Neil, what were you going to say? I feel like you're...
I was just going to say, well, Aurora in competition for the top spot in EMEA, Aurora's social media team, it's like unquestionable. They got the top spot.
It's the best. Yeah. And speaking of best things, let's give it out, guys. Sony in-zone kill leaderboard on your screen. WeQ kinda tied at the top for 14. We see very close to 13. Hit a lot of people in double digits, but here's the deal. Kind of got kill leader yesterday, and now we're tying for it on the second day. Dude is on fire, Jayhawk.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this all of the last lane as well. Like, this team, they know how to frag out. When they want to get aggressive, they're going to start dominating the lobby. And so this is no surprise to see him at the top. And honestly, for ZIPLINE Mafia, I'm loving this come up story, because we saw them pick up Kazakh for the fill-in for the sub for Paris. And they were a team that I thought was probably going to get bottom 10. Instead, they narrowly missed out on finals. They placed 21st. Imagine if they made it through to the finals, and now the performance they're having right here, this is a team on the rise.
Speaking of org tweets, here we go. The boys are on fire today. Week Q played like a seasoned roof demon. I don't know why my brain just said ramen somewhere in there when I was reading it, and I'm really glad I didn't say that, but now you get a look inside my intrusive thoughts. That's what I think about ramen, apparently.
Does anybody know what a roof demon is?
I don't know. Does he play up top a lot? I'm gonna go grab some tarot cards and try to summon a seasoned roof demon.
Eastern European demon?
It has to be.
Sleep paralysis demons?
It has to be. It has to be, guys. But they played really dang good today for a seasoned roof demon. So is there anything else that you were catching throughout the day that were just like, this is a really good moment and I'd love to talk about it at the end, Jayhawk?
Yeah, ultimately, I don't know how much it would have mattered, because ZIPLINE Mafia, once they had that Game 2 performance, they didn't place outside of the top 4 any of the rest of the games, but we did see ECLIPSE for most of the day was right step in step with ZIPLINE Mafia. And I think Game 5, we saw a pretty big blunder that allowed ZIPLINE Mafia to take a huge lead that obviously they secured in that final game. So as we jump into that game, they had a really good read on the thermal station zone, calling that it was super far on the southern side. And so Mizzy is holding this building that eventually is where the zone ends. He is by himself having to 1v3. He actually wins the fight using caustic gas. After we saw him go down right there, he got the final kill with the caustic gas. And yet his team, as you can see, completely across the map. They were all the way to the north side of thermal station. Imagine if they just sat there as a squad, played their building. Instead, Made in Heaven, they come and steal the spot. They end up getting second in that game with 14 points. ECLIPSE could have used a big performance like that. They finished in third, but a good game there. Maybe they get second, and who knows? Maybe they even challenge ZIPLINE Mafia for the win.
Did we see what happened and why Coast did not get on the redeploy?
I think he got called back because the thirst didn't come out immediately. So then he tried to Wraith Portal and save his teammates. He only got one of them, and they played out as a duo from there. But ultimately, I still just don't know why he was that far north. Maybe he was going for Evo. Maybe he was going to loot, but a little too greedy, I think.
I think that was such a fun play. Thank you so much for the breakdown, guys. Let's go ahead and pull up our Pro League standings and really set the states of what we just saw from our first super weekend, as Dia has been calling it, but that round robin, the first one, officially completed. And we said at the start of the day, Dia, I'm calling you out, Aurora was going to be at the top. They're close. It's not that far. Like, they pretty much are. Like, Alliance 43, Bandits 42, Aurora 41. ZIPLINE Mafia.
Just to be clear, am I being called out for being wrong? Because I don't think I'm wrong. Like, I mean,
not like you're not.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm
not
fine.
Really wrong. Like, they're not officially at the top, but they're there.
I think you've got something out for me here. Like, this is a fine.
For no reason. I'll take over from here. I'll take over from here.
I wake up and I'm like, this is the one person that I need to flame and just make their life difficult today. And Dia is so nice that it just happens to be him. But honestly, ZIPLINE Mafia, after their performance today, wind up inside the top 5 on Pro League standings, which is great news considering there's 7 slots for Split 2 playoffs, and with them also walking away with Week Q as the Zony in Zone kill leader. I think we got an interview. Let's get in here. I think we have Alonzi waiting, and I know you guys are so excited to chat to ZIPLINE Mafia. Hi, boys. Congrats. It's the crew.
Everyone's here. Yeah. Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, all 3 of you as well. Congratulations on a huge, consistent, amazing, dang good day. How are you guys feeling about this performance?
We're so excited. We couldn't even imagine that it could be like as good as this one.
I normally, like at the end of these show days, have been trying to lead an MVP discussion. And the reality is that I'm going to give it to one of you. But because we have all three of you here, I want you to ask your teammates, and I want all of you to point at the person who you think should get MVP on your team.
I love this exercise, Dia.
Who's gonna get the MVP on our team? They say all three of us are the MVPs.
This is some Hunger Games thing where you're like all refusing to go without the other. I mean, you guys did play as a team really, really well, and I mean, congratulations. Were you feeling like nervous going into the final game about being able to hang on to the top spot because competition in EMEA at the top has been so difficult to break into for so long? How much does it mean to, at the start of the Super Weekend, be coming out on top in such an excellent way?
Yeah, so going to the last game, there was so much confidence. I wouldn't say that there was like any doubts of us like dying top 20s or like making some other stupid mistakes. We were just feeling it. We were just coming into last game. I'm just saying, yo guys, let's just finish it off with a banger, like kind of good game. And yeah, we won this. So that's it.
You say kind of good game. Definition of consistency. You guys were at every single end game. Alonzi, though, talk to me. You joined this team right after Paris. You were with Team Heretics. These guys were a duo looking for one. What was kind of that process with you joining the squad?
I was like looking for my options, but as you can see, I found my best option ever. We're just enjoying ourselves. We're a team that's like has so much passion in the game. We understand each other. We feel each other. We're like the best of the best. Yeah, so everyone's excited to be on this team. So that's what makes it really good.
Passion, fun, confidence, and if it equates to results like this, I'm really excited to see what the rest of Split 2 has for y'all. But I just feel like I've got to get one more good question, and my brain has completely failed me. But take me back to the bridge on E District, where you guys you got that 1v1 against bandits, and it's light, right?
Oh, yeah.
We showed the clip on broadcast. It's crazy. What's going on in your minds right there?
Like. My team is just the best. Like Vic just completely killed that guy by himself. Like I think he managed to like win every single clutch he was in. That's like, I don't know. This guy is insane. That's like all the credit to him. We're just so excited to be like winning that fight on the bridge because it allows us to be like at least in top 3, top 2. But unfortunately, we didn't get to like secure the like response and reset. Yeah, so
all right, guys, there's been a lot of talk recently that EMEA, maybe not the strongest region, a lot of teams that are kind of the old guard, the people that we're used to, have not been performing like they once were. But I feel like you guys are one of the teams that we can look to as a team on the rise, considering the way that y'all have played both in Paris and now here. How do you feel about your chances moving forward, especially potentially going into Vegas?
Like, it depends on how the meta will shift. Like, I don't know. It's like we're feeling ourselves right now, and if we just keep going and not changing anything, like in a bad way, I don't think there's gonna be any problems with that. Like the lobby isn't that special, isn't like extremely hard or anything like that. We've been to Paris, we've been to like all of the pro leagues we had. We have so much experience. Like, I don't know. I'm just here to like get the entertainments, to like enjoy ourselves, and everyone's here for that. Yeah.
Well, it's easy to enjoy yourselves when you take a match day 3 win. And so congratulations yet again. Thank you all three for joining us here on the broadcast. We're going to let y'all go and celebrate and have fun. So thank you so much, guys, and congrats once again.
Thank you. Much love to you guys.
They're so sweet, guys. They're so sweet. I know Dia was like, I want to ask more specifically about the catalyst, but we didn't get to chat about it. And you're just like, no, I want to know.
It's okay. Ilonzi, to his credit, is one of the players that when I reach out to him to interview him,
he answers the DMs.
So you know, it's
see, you get talked to, I get death threats. I'm just kidding. I don't.
I would do I'm not even engaging.
I'm kidding. Jayhawk's like, get me out. Jayhawk's like, get me out of here. But here's the deal. We're not going to get out of here just yet because we did want to talk about the player of the day. You kind of asked the team there for ZIPLINE Mafia to see if they would offer up someone that they had specifically thought about, and they all chose everyone. But is there anyone that you're like, no, I'm going to die on the hill of this. I want this player to be my player of the day?
I mean, I like the players. It's not, honestly, it's not that serious. I think it's an important conversation to have around MVPs because like it gives us the chance to highlight all the players. And if ZIPLINE Mafia just, if they want to highlight everyone, I think that is totally fine. Week, got a bunch of kills. Ilanzi would have been my default as the IGL for getting them in really good positions, but also being a really active part of the squad. He did a lot of damage. And Excuse was kind of left over from the first day because I think that on their first match day, he was by far their best player. I'm happy giving it to all of them because I like them, and getting a chance to talk about everyone is a win. We're all in accord, right? We can just sort of let the players have their thing. It's all three, and then we're all happy.
I'm happy. And that's
I mean,
a
with
good
those
thing. As long as
vibes, I'm happy. They love each other, you know? I love to see that.
Like, wait, oh, hang on. I always got to figure out how to make the heart again. We got it.
You got it.
It took me a second. It took me a second.
Everyone want to make a heart as Tiff closes us out?
We could.
Come on, Grace.
Grace, will you have
this one?
What is that? You're like a seasoned roof degenerate. Oh, I'm sorry, it was a demon. My
Is it
bad.
that bad? Wait,
it's a little bad. It's a little.
No, it's pretty.
You can see what everyone else is doing, right? Look,
you're getting some wings on the top there.
Wait.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Here. How about this? This is a heart.
It is technically a heart, but it's like me and Dia arguing about Aurora being at the top of the Pro League standings at this point. Like, it's there, but it's not there. But what is here, guys, is we do have Americas coming up in just probably over an hour. So go get a snack, go get some water, because we have so much more Apex action to continue this weekend. And if you don't get enough, go check out our content at Apex Esports everywhere. But 6 p.m. ET, 11 p.m. BST is when Americas are going to be dropping. Will the Falcons make a comeback? Place your bets now. Place your bets. with Croc.
Even if this weekend is a fluke, even if it's just, we're feeling a little bit unlucky, it is still the first third of the split, so the stakes are really high, especially for teams that underperformed.
Regardless, if you've got Nocturnal doing well, it's got me wanting to run through a wall. And this tweet had me dying as well. First place day one on Pro League. Enemy and I finally win a Pro League day together after 3 years. Sacred tweets, Streets won't forget. There's actually a little screenshot that goes alongside all of those from some purple slushy banter back in the times. We love memes. We love the support, and it's super fun to see. So congratulations on that first Pro League win day. I hadn't even realized that it was their first Pro League win until Enemy mentioned it in the interview. But you said Nocturnal and you said Nice Guys, so I want to talk more about them specifically, Dia.
Yeah, I excited for this squad. Do want to pose a quick question that we can talk about later. Ooh. But you remember that Harvester zone that we saw?
Yes.
I wonder if that's indicative of zones overall. Because that is an older zone, I wonder if Nocturnal is finding more success because he's more familiar with the zones that we're getting this patch.
I mean, maybe Graceful can probably speak to that too.
I mean, yeah, we even saw it even outside of the Harvesters. We saw a thermal zone. Immediately, people were pinpointing where it was going, all the way back, and even without with the ring console, they just immediately knew this is the old zone, and they just went there. So, could definitely be a advantage that they might have over the other rosters. But as much as we want to say underdogs or, you know, heavy punches from the middle of the pack, these guys are definitely experienced.
But yeah, okay, I will say I don't know much about Jukies. Or Juki Z. I don't think I'm saying that correctly, and I feel really bad. So someone is definitely gonna have to correct me. You can tweet at me, give me it all day, because the guy has like 300 followers on Twitter, which means to me, he's an up-and-coming demon. Okay. Look at Dia, he's going.
I would say Jukesy.
Jukesy. Okay, to be fair, I know another player named Jake Juki, so it's like instant in my head. We're going that route. But we pull up essentially their performance, right? They won maps 5 and 6. It was really dominant. Started off pretty strong with a third, tapered off in mid-series, and then come back swinging. And I did see their coach tweet out, they had worked with Majin historically over on the EMEA side of things that had won matches 5 and 6. And then Nice Guys, who they are working with now, win matches 5 and 6. And I'm like, this is interesting. This is interesting, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that people have... Cody has been one of the up-and-coming players and has dominated like mechanically individually, and just seeing him return to that form with the frags and the entry damage that he does pull off every now and then, or a lot of the times in their fights, has been something else for sure. Even seeing at this graph as well with the top 3 initially and then winning back-to-back. The top 3 is good, but those 3 matches in between makes it kind of close to where if you don't pop off, it could have been very differently. But I am happy it worked out for them. Hope they get to move up a little bit more consistent though.
Hey, I know someone else that's probably really happy about it, because I think he's been a historical Nocturnal fan as well. We got to get Jayhawk back into the broadcast. Welcome in. He has been crushing the analysis throughout EMEA, and I'm ready to see some of his takes on the Americas. So, are you ready? Because yesterday was a little wild. A couple elephants in the room that I think we could address.
Yeah, listen, Nocturnal's not the only player that's made a grand return. We actually had It's Timmy playing yesterday, and Team Falcons Day didn't quite go to plan. So let's roll the clip from Snipe Down yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in Timmy is, I think, a really good decision. I think Timmy is just one of the most multi-talented FPS players, especially with his history, just knowing how to play and how good he is on crypto.
A few moments later.
Yeah, I mean, 1 for 3.
You also left the, like, why are you leaving the truck? Like, are you expecting me to res you outside? Like, the truck is the safe spot. Why are you leaving the f***ing trucks?
Yeah.
Just got us all killed.
I have been yelled at by Hal, absolutely.
I mean, it be like that sometimes. It really do. That day just did not go to plan for them, and Honestly, halfway through game 6, Hal puts out this tweet. My jaw drops, but I will say so many people came out in support of Hal. You've got Kurev dropping in the midst of chaos. There is also opportunity. Zach Mazer, who's been having a phenomenal run in ALGS the last couple of months. Better day tomorrow. Heads up, bro. Heads up, bro. Honestly, I don't even know if we have more, but there were like hundreds. I think Phony wasn't even in there, Jayhawk.
Phony caught a stray from Hal for no reason. Hal said he was in his mental breakdown era, and he called out Phony specifically. I do want to point out some of the things that were going wrong yesterday. Timmy was having a couple positioning issues, but to his credit, he is a sub. He hasn't played competitively in quite some time, and the characters he's playing this time around are very different than he has ever played before. He is currently anchoring, so he was playing Watson, he was playing Newcastle. These characters don't have any sort of movement capabilities. They aren't aggressive characters, and so I think that was just kind of the growing pains that was happening. At the same time, though, post-game day, their coach Draugr, he stepped and he said, listen, guys, ultimately, it's one bad day. So many things went wrong that I don't need to sit here and tell you all that stuff. At the end of the day, we just got to bounce back today. So I'm excited to see what they can do today, because I think that they should do better than yesterday. I mean, it's hard to do that bad again.
I'm going to agree with you. Dia, you got anything?
Yeah, because I had also messaged Draugr. I was like, listen, I want to talk about Falcons, but I want to be fair. What are you thinking coming into today? And he's like, while this performance is terrible, and he's very much acknowledging that it was a terrible performance, it's also being overanalyzed. Like, they are coming into a new season. They have a sub. Timmy is a good player, but Waltzy is a world-class player, especially in his role. It makes sense that they're going to suffer. Yes, they did suffer maybe disproportionately, but long-term, I don't think this says a lot about Falcons. It's more so just about the journey that they'll have to take to actually qualify to the playoffs.
And I'm not worried about it. And another team I'm definitely not worried about is Sentinels, right? We've been talking about it. I've had so many players tell me, or not players, was it you, Jayhawk, that was telling me that you think they're the best team in the world right now?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a bone to pick with the general Apex community. Ultimately, I feel like there is not enough praise for this team. I'm not trying to say that I'm not disparaging any other squad, but I just think that Sentinels right now are simply put the best team in the game. And not only that, I think that Blinkster right now is the best player in the entire world. So when we look over the last 8 months, they win champs in Sapporo, they place first, and they get third in Paris, being one of the first 2 teams to match point and nearly winning it. That game where Unlimit was able to stop them. How did anyone else come that close other than Sentinels? And so I just feel like Blinkster has unlocked something inside of these 2 veterans of Fun and Monsoon, because they're playing the best they ever have, which is a bold statement considering how good they once were. And then he himself, he's got them in the right positions. They're picking POIs nobody else wants, and they're making it work dead center zone. I don't feel like this team has received enough praise, to be honest.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a sense of community from recency bias, where people are just having, oh, they're just the best for whatever reason, whether that be the fact that they just won one match, they're all of a sudden the best team in the region, whether they win one LAN and it's a fluke. It goes both ways for some reason. Sentinel undoubtedly is one of the best teams in the world currently. And I would even say, when you say, I would agree with you on being the strongest in the world as well, because Apex currently is the hardest it has ever been. So it makes a ton of sense to have that, and I completely agree.
It is. It's been really interesting to navigate all the meta changes, the RNG influx on our players here. But Jayhawk, is there anything in particular? Maybe you have some predictions on how you think today is going to go, or is there something that you're keeping an eye out for?
I'm looking to see if some of the heavy hitters can bounce back. Obviously, we talked about Falcons. To be fair, Sentinels had a 12th place finish their first day. Triple S, sweet on his big return. Not a very inspiring performance yesterday. A lot of these teams too talented to be down that far on the leaderboard. Can they bounce back today? I think a few of them will. I don't know if everybody can, but a few of them should.
We're looking for rebounds, and specifically Falcons, man. I want to see a bounce back for them. I can't let them have, well, it's not like I'm letting them have anything, but we cannot have 2 bad days in a row for the Falcons. So Dia, Graceful, let's break down everything we need to know before we get into match 1.
First thing we need to know, you definitely can't have 2 bad days in a row. Actually, Graceful, you've been saying this since the start of the weekend, that if you have 1 bad day, the super weekends that we are running this split, the fact that we have 3 of them back-to-back means that if you come into the weekend without a perfect game plan or without a good game plan that is matching up well, it's extremely hard to adjust between game days, and Falcons have them back-to-back. I almost expect that they have another bad day, not because I think the players are bad, but because how do you recover so quickly? I don't think you can.
And this is honestly the pressure of having to play as much as they do now in a rapid pace, to where you don't even have time to adjust. Like, what if they only played one day, like we have had in the past, one bad day, 5 days of scrims, and then come back in again? I highly doubt it would have been the same experience as you've had back to back. And this is one of the things that can either be super good, you start hot, you keep that ball rolling, or you start cold, you don't really start at all until the next time. And some of these teams have been struggling, but one of the teams, we have been talking about the stronger teams, one of the teams I really want to talk about is BRAINROTTING. Wow, like, outside of the fact that we have seen several teams in different regions pop off for the moment, BRAINROTTING has done it in such a level that they made the whole lobby look like ranked almost. So I'm really hoping to see if we can keep this up. Or once again, we have had teams on the fluke watch. I definitely don't want them to be that, because the passion that they have behind that roster is big.
Time to decide who defines the lobby here in Americas. Is it Group B or is it Group C? Because yesterday when we saw Group C play without Group B, we had much more what I'll call calculated games of Apex Legends. A lot more of what you'd expect from a Pro League level. However, in the first day, on Friday, when Groups A and B played each other, that's when we saw the games very quickly look like ranked. And I'm not saying that the games weren't at a high level. It was a very high level of ranked. I don't think that you could put a lot of players in there that would survive. But ranked it was, and we were running teams down, and kill points were what decided the lobby more than anything. Is that true just because Group B was there, or is it the specific mixture of Group A and B that causes that reaction?
Yeah, I definitely think it causes that reaction, because we just saw it in the earlier region. We just had EMEA, where all of a sudden we go, there's only 4 teams on edge, only 5 teams on edge. But when you hopped over to Americas, you saw plenty more teams having both the same macro, but they're also looking for the same thing, mainly having that third-party timing as an example. And it could cost teams. Like, look at HUSS as an example, currently sitting 14th. Can you really tell me that every group will look the same when they just got absolutely engaged on by every single team? Still made it out on top of those 3v3 fights, by the way, back to back to back. If they get to have a calmer game, there's definitely potential there to where they could take over the match.
I almost had to give Jelly my MVP yesterday. I didn't, but I almost had to, just because of the amount of team fights that HUSS won that they did not start. Jelly was winning a lot of them. And not to say that Dupes indeed are not doing their part. Incredible talent on this squad, but 99% of HUSS gameplay was watching them not bothering anyone, chilling out, playing zone, and being sent by like 6 teams in a row. And they managed to win, I'll say, a fair amount of the fights, but they're not the only ones that won. If you were watching yesterday, you also got to win a Sushi Nessie gun charm that you can, of course, earn today if you didn't manage to catch an hour of the ALGS yesterday. You watched the whole thing, you end up getting the charm. And Graceful, may I remind you that as we are on broadcast, we do not automatically get the charm. So I would recommend opening up a second tab so that you can earn your charm while you cast with me.
Thank you so much for reminding me of that. I already have it, though. I appreciate that.
Nice.
But speaking of winning, one thing I also would like to say is we have seen Zeta move up top. It was a very tight match, if you guys didn't watch this, actually. And I think a lot of fans at home are happy, even seeing some more more frequent visited team like Enterforce 36 and Kinotrope Gaming as well. Other regions are looking a lot more stable than what Americas has so far, but we have to remind you as well, even though the pace is way faster, even though all of these teams are working really hard, it's still only the start of the Pro League.
And a squad that I very much fell in love with at LAN in Paris, White Grim Reaper, also doing really well. A team to look forward to. I'm hoping that they make LAN again, because the personalities on that roster really make it for me. Of course, Zeta Division are very happy, not just because of that one match day win, but they also got a second. So with 2 match day wins, it is no wonder that Zeta are coming out on top of APAC North again.
Yeah, indeed. And one thing I do want to say as well is that as we're loading into this game, we see these maps, E-District and World's Edge today. One thing we heard from the interview in EMEA earlier, Dia, was the fact that they stuck to their plan, and as long as they keep to their plan and stay disciplined and play their way, things work out well. So I hope we get to see some teams here really stay disciplined and play their own game. Don't get me wrong, you still have to adapt to the lobby. If there's only 10 teams alive, then you have to play accordingly. You might have to take more space, but you still have to have one big grand scheme in the process to even start that ball rolling at all.
And if this were any other matchup, I would be saying, well, E-District is the conservative map. It's the one that, as we saw, Aurora didn't quite get rolling on in the same way this morning because it's a little bit more difficult to be aggressive, to finish off squads on this map. But BRAINROTTING already were doing that on E-District in day one. So as we return to this map, I think my expectations for E-District are about to be broken. It's normally a map where people play very slow, very calculated, and while I'd love to see a return to that, realistically, I cannot expect it, because if you watched day one, you know how quickly the Americas can explode with action.
I'm not gonna lie, it also comes down to the fact that the meta legend is absolutely crazy. When you have Crypto still in-game, Alter still in-game, things get chaotic really quick. So even though the map itself might be very, I would say, there's a lot of playable area, you can coexist on many layers on this map. The fact that the two most aggressive characters in the game are up and running as everybody just insta-locks both Alter and Crypto almost every single time, the map can get changed really quickly. I don't think it's tied to the map. It's tied to before Legends gets banned out.
Yeah, there are legends like Crypto, like Alter, that no matter the map, you're just gonna pick. And Crypto, game one ban in every single match day across both EMEA and the Americas. That is one thing that is staying absolutely the same. And one team that I do wonder whether they'll have the same results as we move to E-District, by far a less familiar map for Nocturnal, will be the results of Nice Guys. I am rooting for this team, make no mistake. But as we get into this map, I can't help but wonder, will they replicate their day's results when facing off against an entirely different group on an entirely different map?
As the zone also pulls more towards Energy Bank, maybe even upper side of Energy Bank. I would like to see that get replicated, Dia, but the biggest thing about Nice Guys, one of their wins on Stormpoint for me, was that they won because other teams got engaged on. So there was 3 teams alive and one team started engaging on the other one. They came in for the free 3P, essentially, and won that match. You're not always as lucky at that point. Are they able to close out the other games when they are the ones forced to make these decisions and be proactive is really what I'm looking for to see today.
This, I hate to say it, but I'm going to do it anyway because I have to. And I'm going to kick myself if I don't. It's an E-Bank zone. It's got to be DINOS, right? Like, not only do they land E-Bank, but man, DINOS had such an explosive split one playoffs that watching them have a tough day on their first match day, it was difficult. It was difficult for me as a big believer in what this team has to offer. However, Jay Future himself did say to me earlier this weekend that if they have a bad match day one, he worries about their match day two, that they are a very emotional squad. Given that they have a zone pulling to them, I am hoping for the best for this clearly very talented team.
Completely understand that as well. If you have a rough day now that you don't have that leeway of being able to revisit your mistakes throughout the week, normally like we have had in the past, it really snowballs. It is, regardless of which direction it goes, it's gonna snowball you very momentum based, whether that be forward or backwards.
Worldwide, a team that escaped notice for some people who were watching the kill feed yesterday, but Worldwide did one thing very well. They were always in God spot. Did they win the fight for God spot? No. But they were predicting zones like no other team. Worldwide, due to, as their name suggests, their worldwide experience, clearly have a lot of zones on lockdown. Their macro is perfect. It's their micro that was missing yesterday. Have they been able to make an adjustment? Or will we see them with the same game plan? Ultimately a good day, but one that isn't quite good enough to put them in the strongest squads in the region.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you real quick, Thea. And this is one of the things don't get me wrong, I've called plenty of spots God spot, and they still are. But when you have both Alter and Crypto in the game, is any spot really God spot? Because I feel like you can get inted on anything. God spot used to come from back in the day when you either had a path that didn't have damage reduction on the zip, by the way, and you had a Watson locked down a spot and nobody could realistically approach you, especially on high ground, right? There was no way up. But at this point, anybody can just engage on you regardless of where you are. So is it truly a God spot until like game 5 potentially, when everything that is so hyper aggressive and makes a lot of chaotic, like until they're banned out, is it really truly God spot?
Well, and even then, yesterday we didn't ban Alter like the whole day. So
So no.
I see what you're saying, right? Like, maybe it is just Alter that is really messing up Worldwide's game, and if we just deleted Alter, they would be the first place squad. Like, I actually fully believe it, especially based on, like, you're talking about her specific ability to completely ruin a team's positioning. Talk a little bit about the positioning, though. Sentinels are sitting in what they expect to be dead center zone, as are a lot of teams. Vex, JD, Nice Guys, Sin Nombre, everybody piling into Energy Bank. The notable teams around the outside are Team Falcons and NinjasinPyjamas, who could very much clash at Galleria, Headglitch and BRAINROTTING, who could clash over City Hall, HUSS, who are alone at Humbert Labs, and Darkspire, who are alone at Draft Point.
Big teams can indeed clash, as well as the teams that have been doing good overall. One of these teams, however, feeling very happy to be alone on that side. HUSS all the way southeast, feeling good about themselves, not getting absolutely engaged on by everybody. Sentinels, as we also said, have played zone almost to the utmost perfection from them with the IGLing of Blinkster as well, nominated to be one of the best players in the entire world. He is one of the best players in the entire world. I think that they should be able to close this out, potentially, but depending on where the zone pulls, and we have seen some crazy zone pulls today, nothing is written in stone.
As of right now, you know, I hear the term, and it does annoy me. I'm not saying that you annoy me. You don't. I love you so much. But I hear the term "one of the best players in the entire world" tossed around a lot. I'm gonna make you get a little specific here. Blinkster, one of the best players in the entire world. Does he make the top 10? Does he make the top 5? Does he make the top 3?
Top 5 of IGLs currently, okay. Easily.
Okay.
Top 3, then you kind of have to factor in legacy and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But if we're talking current players, easily top 5. Like I would probably put him in my top 3 as IGL, yeah.
I will take a top 5, and I will ask you that again in future, because it is something that we have a lot of, right? We have so many amazing players in Apex that a lot of times we do get caught up in how incredible they are without realizing that almost everyone is incredible. It's sort of if everyone is super, no one will be. And getting to define how super these players are gives them a chance to really stand out. Headglitch, one of the teams that is hoping to stand out in a different way than they did last time. One of the teams that did perform the worst out of their group. However, it is a new day, and I've definitely seen January pop off in a huge way before, especially around challenger circuits. Riley and Mello along with them. This team has crazy mechanical potential. It is up to them to tweak their macro just a little bit to find success in their second match day.
I did see them also TDM against Team Falcons earlier before going into this match, actually, and they were doing some solid numbers on them. So mechanics they have indeed, if they can stand on par with the teams that have been so strong in the history of Apex. But one of the teams I'm looking for right now, though, is NIP, NinjasinPyjamas. And I always say it, and I know I'm gonna sound biased. I feel like you're a little bit biased towards Kurev as well, Dia. You definitely like that guy. Cole, one of my favorite players. I feel like he's such a high impact player. Regardless of which positioning they get put in, good or bad, he's gonna do numbers on any teams he walks up against. So I really hope to see them play this game properly.
It's one of those things, Grace. As much as I don't love bias, it's good to recognize that I've got it, and I absolutely do. Kurev, I've followed his journey ever since he came out of South America, and to me, that journey has been really inspiring. Kurev was a top fragger in Split 1, but ever since we got to Split 1 playoffs, Cole, to me, has continued to shoot up, and the statistics are undeniable. He is on par, if not sometimes besting Kurev on the day, and it is nice to have two fraggers that are competing for best in a LAN or on a match day, both playing for your team.
Indeed. As we also saw earlier, the zone will be pulling up towards the northern side of E-Bank for the moment, as teams are taking their sweet times, getting cozy for the moment, as more teams are pulling in through all of the chokes all around the map right now. These teams should be clashing. Now, once this next zone fully closes in and they see where this zone is pulling, if you're not in the zone, you're forced to make a decision. Are we gonna fight the team for something, or are we gonna try to macro around them? And as more and more teams pile up in the zone, that's gonna be harder.
Round 2 going to be finishing its close in just under a minute, but as Falcons do finally clash with NIP, let's take a listen in on this team fight.
Watch me. Okay. 120. Okay. TP, take TP. Yeah, take TP. I'm holding knock in corner.
They're all thirsting me. I'm getting finished. You can't get me.
I will see you.
He's getting finished, that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Where do we go, Helm?
We're deep? After? What?
We go deep this way?
No. We need to look for his banner.
Okay.
There's no fucking craft anywhere, bro. I'm trying to get close enough to grab it. I'm like 10 meters off. You can insta-res. Insta-res. In Galleria.
Yeah. I'm resing.
Pop up the cells to get your EMP back.
I have my EMP. I didn't use it.
Okay.
I don't see them running at me yet. I can't. I can't look at it anymore.
I'm drowning. I don't see anyone around.
No, I think we're good. So. I'm putting.
They're still in the choke. They're drowning.
As we come back from the Falcons, listen, it was a good team fight. They took out NIP for our Red Bull first strike. Ultimately, it looks like they've recovered, but we caught them just at the start of that team fight. So I want to hear from Jayhawk real quick. What was the setup like? How are Falcons sounding today?
Yeah, guys, the early message from Jogger before this game, he said, you guys are incredible at team fighting. There is no team in this lobby that can beat you 3 straight up. And so you can already see that early aggression coming out. He wanted them to come into today and fight. We saw yesterday, only 5 total kills. He does not want that to be the case. He said, listen, sometimes there's going to be some games where maybe you feel like you have the better positioning, but I want you guys to try to be aggressive today. And we can already see it on full display.
Some good insight. Thank you, Jayhawk, and good to hear, Grace, as we come back into another 3v3 with Team Falcons. They have really taken Jogger's message to heart, and Unreal Nightmare are feeling the heat.
Honestly, the greatest part of listening into Team Falcons right there was Guild's sense of emphasis on his wording on how much damage he is pulling out, and you can hear them plan ahead what's gonna happen as Timmy goes on right now in this fight, though.
House down
into Nano as well. Comes down to Guild himself to make sure that passion is gonna turn back.
We gotta see the passion out of Guild. We gotta see more than that. Even the mechanics gotta come through at 50 HP. He's gonna try and go back to the Void Nexus, making a recovery for Team Falcons. But on Seer, you can only do so much. The recall's gonna come in as Hal and Timmy fly over. Team Falcons narrowly avoid death, and Unreal Nightmare do end up falling to SSS.
SSS saves their backs, but Sin Nombre comes from the opposite side and wipes them out. There's only so many times you can teleport around the map and making these extended fights before teams will notice, as DINOS, one of the teams you were talking about, is in a rough spot.
I've seen you win these. STRONGFISH gonna go down. DJ Killa doesn't get to finish popping the bat. He's 25 HP. He's almost 10 HP even. But on an altar, can do some crazy things. Pops up, takes a hit of zone damage, still alive. Dino's chances of clutching this up, however, plummeting as BRAINROTTING will be a surprise elimination.
Surprise elimination indeed, but by nobody else than Keon. One of the players a lot of people have also been wondering about is how is he gonna fare so far. But JD Gaming, one of the teams that a lot of people were wondering what's gonna happen, especially with how, you know, the team disbanded for a brief moment, the full old roster, but now with their new form and shape and iteration, they're starting to look good for the match start.
Worldwide have once again predicted the zone extraordinarily well, and Head Glitch, after collecting 1 placement point, will fall. I do wonder how far Worldwide make it into this game, however. With 14 squads left, maybe 13 as DJ Kill has been found out. Worldwide's zone predictions have gotten them far. I'd like to see them grab a win today, though.
Would have been nice indeed if they could do that. DINOS is trying their best right now to restabilize. They do have a crafter in mind, but there are several people lurking about as DINOS did get eliminated. Cody shuts that down real quick as GK Sport as well gets a couple of KP, or actually 1 KP.
Onto VexX. Team showed a lot of tenacity yesterday. VexX, they've definitely got They've got a good game plan. They are one of the teams that like to use Catalyst as well, so I always favor those teams in endgame. I say, looking at Worldwide once again, seeing that they've got a Catalyst and thinking about what on earth this is going to look like. But unfortunately, VexX will not be one of the Catalyst teams that make it. We are getting very close to the end game, though. The zone's starting to close once again, taking us to the penultimate zone, Zone 5, before we finish this game.
JD Gaming 5 KP on that board for the moment. Circle 4 closing fully in about 20 seconds. 12 squads alive. They have some spots to play, and actually Nice Guys own the entirety of the zone pretty much that is about to unfold before people's eyes. They don't have the knowledge we do, but the moment they see this fully closed, people are gonna have to make plays.
Stormer out. JD Gaming eat another EMP, destroying some ferrofluid for Keon, but ultimately with the wall still up, they're relatively safe. Team Darkspire very close and actually tossing some nades through the wall, forces JD Gaming forward. Keon gonna take the slide through, knocking Entity Racer in a 1-4-1. JD Gaming against the duo of Darkside have a definite advantage, whether they know it or not. Naughty gets to cover this res, or lack of res. And JD Gaming and Darkside now at the mercy of Stallions, at the mercy of Nice Guys. Two trios that are converging around both squads. Albaralele takes the aggressive angle, and while Keon trades it back, he will ultimately fall, leaving Stallions to make a recovery.
Albaralele, in his own fashion, such creative angles as he had yesterday as well, has been popping off nonetheless. Stallions looking strong. They had a great start, but couldn't quite finish yesterday. But let's see right here, though, if 5-star can survive this onslaught as he is ratting for the moment.
See Nombre struggling for survival as well. Top 10 squads, they make it to the top 9 as Worldwide again will not live to see the end game despite their positioning. Let's see Nombre down. Geekay Esports look to move us down another squad, but Stallions will fall first, and Geekay may in fact be the next squad as Noct swings up into Catalyst Spikes, taking out SSS and deploying a wall to make sure that he's able to get his teammates back in. Will it actually work? The next zone starting to close down, giving you limited time for the reset. Sentinels gonna throw out a wall of their own.
Sentinels gets a great spot for the moment. They have a walk-in, as several teams are right here. They do have these bins. They do have this little trophy or statue to play behind. Right on the crafter. Gets it down to Lugenta.
Fun. Locked in on this corner. It's going to survive the elimination of Team Darkspire, but GK start looking at this fight. Another res going to come out from Noct as GK focus on a mix of offenses, defense. They need to be a full 3. Nice Guys still quietly surviving in a fantastic spot. But Nocturnal, down to just the crypto, is going to need to pull off the play of his life to survive against a HUSS who are on a roll.
He's trying to re-pull out that drone. They haven't found him just yet, but there's Seer in the game. There is no secret hiding spot for that player. Sentinels lost one player. Glacier's trying to stay alive for the moment against GK, and they fall.
Gonna get taken out. Solo for Nice Guys. Nocturnal still up, but focus down. He will be taken out. Sentinels and Nice Guys gone, and it looks like with Jelly swinging on floating, we have got a hungry HUSS in the lobby. The swing from Jelly comes in again, but it's into the L-Star from floating, who finds 2 knocks and turns things around. GK Esports may just be able to do it, and indeed, they repeat a win with HUSS going down. It is team fight after team fight that GK managed to survive, and their win comes quick with floating leading a fantastic charge.
GK Esports has that phenomenal match won after having what seemed like endless fighting from that eastern side of buildings. Got the rests, made their way in to wrap around, and still won back-to-back 3v3s after that point. However, I would also like to say HUSS made it to top 2 now. They had their time to actually choose their own options and make their own decisions, and they're starting to look alive as well.
You know, we finally see what it's like when HUSS are picking fights, but GK, they felt like they were in the same situation that HUSS were yesterday, not being the ones that were actively wanting to fight, but especially around the edge of the ring, were forced to do it. It nets them 13 kills and a total of 25 points in their first game. An impressive showing from them as JD Gaming, DINOS, BRAINROTTING, and Team Falcons, all notable eliminations, joining NinjasinPyjamas in the bottom 10.
Everybody was hoping to see if they could keep the face going, whether that be in a positive manner or a negative manner. It shows to be true on both cases, but GK Esports for sure popped off, and I'm super proud.
For a little bit more on this game and some insight into the comms, let's talk to Jayhawk and Tiff for a little while.
Let's do it. Honestly, I'm amped that GK did that. I was so curious after we had some roster shifts post EWC Split 1 playoffs. You get floating over to GK, and to see that come out on top, Jayhawk, you're probably like, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. The floating pickup was huge. I do want to come back to Falcons because I talked about them in the pregame. I talked about them mid-game. And so just a quick recap on kind of what happened there. They did end up going down pretty early, but the message afterwards was, listen, guys, everything went according to plan. We played the game perfectly. It was just some slight missteps in terms of the pacing of the fight from both Timmy and Hal while Guild was healing. So ultimately, nothing too concerning as of right now, but obviously still died early. And so we're still looking for that potential bounce back. But I want to jump back over to GK, like you said, who won that game. And listen, 13 kills in this win. Floating was the big pickup. And a lot of people were starting to question, why did Floating come over to this team? They felt like it was maybe a lateral move leaving JD Gaming. But he comes to a roster with Knocked and Dropped, two of the most experienced pros in the entire region, in the entire world, quite frankly. And we're starting to see why they wanted him specifically because, man, this kid can frag. I think he's next up in terms of that list of fraggers. We've seen Koifel, Panic, all these guys come up over the years, and now it might be Floating's time to take that up-and-coming fragger crown because he's popping off already.
He truly is. Even Jelly there in the end game. You know Jelly was looking good just on their first match day, so it's like you've got these up-and-coming fraggers that are just butting heads towards the end. That just means something is working out right for them. We did see, you're right, an early exit from the Falcons, but I'm glad to hear that all is well, and they're just still working on some of those minor mistakes. BRAINROTTING, I didn't get to see too much of what happened to them, and I think if you were listening into the Falcons, you probably didn't see that either. So I'm curious to see, can BRAINROTTING answer back from an early exit in map 1?
I'm curious as well. I do want to point out, because you brought up Jelly, okay? Yes. I threw the take out there in my watch party yesterday. We know that a lot of people are iconic with certain characters. We think of Blinkster with Wraith right now. We think of Hal playing Horizon back on TSM. This kid Jelly is currently making Axel his own because honestly, if he was an Axel in that fight, I wonder if things might have gone a little bit differently. When he has that speed boost, that ultimate, he is a different beast. We saw him dominate Paris playing Axel the whole way through. So maybe once they get off the altar comps, maybe we'll start to see the kills pick up again for HUSS.
All right, so we're on Jelly Axel watch confirmed. Let's get it back over to Dia and Graceful and get into match 2.
Jelly, not the only player, not even the only person on this broadcast hoping for an altar ban to come through soon. Graceful, I've appreciated the hate train that you're on with altar. It's an exciting thing for me to look forward to, you know, knowing that my co-commentator is going to be happy. But I imagine you were also happy watching that end game and the incredible turnaround that we got. So often Apex Legends comes down to positioning, comes down to cooldowns and things like that. And it's these magical moments that we saw from Floating with the L-Star where you're like, and sometimes it just comes down to execution.
Yeah, I mean, seeing just him shoot his gun, like I'm sick and tired of everything being too much ability based, which is the direction Apex has gone over time at this point. But seeing when you come back to the best part, which is why I say after match 4 normally right now with the current bans, is where I'm the most excited. Outside of the fact that it's the end of the series, it's the fundamentals, it's the positioning. If you have bad positioning, I'm punishing you straight up. You can't run away as an altar, as an Axel for that fact as well, as any character to save you. If I'm better than you, I'm taking you out. And when you see gunplay like that from Floating as well, which is why he's so well liked as well for his mechanics, it's just such a beautiful thing. You can really see it in their personality and their playstyle, how well they are as an individual.
Yeah, he was really locked in, even from a losing position. I mean, HUSS had a huge advantage in that fight, swinging down from the high ground. They had done more initial damage, but one of the underrated things about Apex Legends, especially for players who pop in casually and, you know, who occasionally watch the ALGS, I'm talking to all of you, one of the underrated things is never giving up on a fight, especially when your IGL has told you you've got to take. And in those final 3v3 situations is where you really see players like Floating be able to dial up their performance to match the needs of the squad at that moment. They've got the clutch factor, and it's something that in the ALGS you've got to have to survive. GK definitely do more than survive in that game with a win and plenty of kills to go with it. They push themselves far and away to the top of the the leaderboard, but it is just the first game, and that was a very close zone for them. I do wonder if in subsequent games, GK will be able to repeat the performance based on the momentum that they've already accrued.
Yeah, and this is the most important part to think about, as well, as we even saw Triple S fall to GK Esports, where it came down to the last person standing, right? So any of these matches that we end up seeing where one team just, they managed to win that match at any point in that match, if it came down to one person, just one team fight could have changed things completely drastically. But them coming out, though, with 13 kill points is huge.
Big game for them. For a team like DINOS, because I called them out, I'm just going to reference them right now. Tough game. E-Bank, their zone, their POI, and 11th place. They do get 3 KP, and if you want to make it sound really good, they have as good a game as Falcons that game, which sounds really good on paper, but both teams still having a tough one. Worldwide, even underneath that, though, continuing with their problems from yesterday, they're in great spots, but they are not making it.
Two other teams I really want to shout out as well is Stallions and JD Gaming. 5 and 6 kill points, but the thing that impressed me the most is just how proactive they are, and also moving forward. Sometimes you get caught between several teams like JD Gaming, and that's just what ends up happening if you can't immediately clean a 3v3 fight. But the fact that they're still looking for so many opportunities, playing proactively this early into the match, really just shows that it can only go up from here. This is only match 1.
Yeah, and like you say, worth noting, it is only match 1. You've got plenty of opportunities to turn it around. While I was definitely a big proponent of DINOS maybe being able to come out in a top 3, I'm absolutely on board with the team that you were just talking about. And looking at Stallions, I was very heartened to see Abralele taking the crazy angles that Abralele does, because it's that kind of confidence that let Stallions be the pop-off team that they are. The day that you see Abralele stop taking those angles is the day that Stallions never return to the top of the leaderboard. So the fact that he's coming into today with a can-win attitude, with the very attitude that Draugr was trying to instill in Falcons, you are better than these teams. Take the angles, take the fights, and win them. Yes, Stallions may have fallen out a little bit early, but that is the form that Stallions need to be in if they want to rise to the top like they did yesterday.
Absolutely. I think you have to go into these matches with the mindset that you are winning absolutely every single 3v3 potentially. But the biggest thing that you have to also keep in mind is that whether or not you're adapting to the lobbies, are there many teams alive? Are there not many teams alive? Play accordingly, and also play for placement and KP. We can't always go, like, a lot of these teams tend to always go for the win. Sometimes playing for overall points is a lot better. So make sure to pick up every single point you can, because we've seen the leaderboard shuffle drastically. Some teams have hopped up 12 points at one point, 9, 7. And if the leaderboard is shuffling all of this time, that's only due to big games. But to make sure you stay consistent, keep racking up those points.
The second match of the day kicking off now as a crypto ban comes through for match 1. Yes. And based on the pick rates, Seer will be banned in match 2, meaning that Alter and Watson survive another game.
That's the thing. It kind of comes down to which one will get banned out first. Some people like getting Alter after the game. Some people like Seer. Both of them very chaotic and can either stall fights for the longest of times or just interrupt fights. Both of which makes them very unclean and messy. And the moment it's not a straight 3v3 for a 3-0, you gotta be careful.
Well, the nice thing is that with all the time that we've had talking about J Future and DINOS, we've actually got the opportunity for DINOS to talk about themselves. So let's hear from J Future on what to expect from this weekend.
So we've learned a lot, and that was the main thing going into it. We wanted to learn to improve our overall game plan for the future lands and just for Pro League in general. The real goal was to make finals, but for first land, making the grand finals, first land ever, and only a year or 2 of experience as a squad, and in Comp Apex for individually. It's very difficult, but we nearly made it, but we made a lot of very simple mistakes, which is something that I'm actually glad about, because very simple, very dumb mistakes that you really wouldn't be making is something that you can easily fix.
Quick correction as he was reflecting on the Split 1 playoffs. We did talk about multiple things. So with that reflection, as he was saying, correcting a couple of the mistakes that Dinos were making may also be something that we're seeing from week to week here, because Dinos are uncharacteristically having a tough weekend, and Sentinels may be uncharacteristically going out early, just as we say it. With Fun, last member alive, and Jelly dropping on top of him. Fun is unintimidated and nearly takes Jelly out entirely.
Nice fight from Fun, though, trying his best to survive for the moment as more people
Dinos
are trying to join the fray. Is this the saving grace for Fun?
Dinos, with a kiss on the forehead, are gonna let Fun walk this one out, coming into third-party HUSS and letting all 3 squads survive. We still haven't eliminated anyone, but HUSS are going to find a reset. Will Sentinels be so lucky? Unfortunately for Fun, he is running straight towards the next zone, so a lot of teams are going to be on his way.
It's going to be a tough reset for sure, but if he manages to somehow make his way up north towards E-Bank and even further out potentially, this could happen. HUSS gets back into a duo, but they're still missing Jelly, one of the players we've been talking about who has had a lot of impact in general in the gameplay. If he's not there, might be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do? Not just when you're missing. That is a disconnected player. It's okay.
Oh, that is a DC player.
Yep. And you know what it is? A free KP as well. You know, make no apologies. HUSS are here to win.
It is true. I think they're very happy with that scene that happened, but unfortunate for the other team. However, gonna recuperate for the moment. Zone is closing at the moment, and once it is fully, that'll be something else for the future.
The next 3 minutes, we'll see Sin Nombre continuing to play edge as long as they survive. Buxta did take a little bit of unexpected damage, but ultimately, Sin Nombre gonna be pretty happy with the way that they've been able to position themselves in this zone. It is an edge playstyle for sure, as they were facing off against Head Glitch, but with NIP and Worldwide, interestingly, both in the area up to the north by Sin Nombre, we've got a very different look for Worldwide, having shifted to, I don't want to say hard edge playstyle, but they're right there with the teams that are playing hard edge, so maybe it is.
Maybe they didn't have the information needed. Maybe they opted to try something else in this lobby specifically. NIP might have had an early exit the last match, but I'm sure that does not slow down their pacing, as they are one of the teams that have been the best in their region and performed phenomenally as well throughout the tournaments that they have competed in since.
They won all of Split 1 by like 800 miles. It was incredible how NIP were performing then. And Darkspire, unfortunately, the duo that got their disconnected player picked off earlier are going to struggle to make a recovery. Entity Racer starts on the attempt there, but maybe with the death box, it's a little bit better to give you a little bit of cover. 20 squads, not even going to make it to 19. Nano swings in, finishes off Darkspire, and that is our Red Bull first strike on the duo of Team Darkspire.
That is a rough match too. Hopefully they can pick up for future matches for the moment. But as I also saw, the zone still pulling towards majority of the lobby, as we actually see way more teams play edge currently. We see about 6 teams on the far northern side of things, as we have a couple of more fishes outside on the lower side. Sentinels, however, still on the run. Managed to make his way all the way from down south. Almost at the furthest point right now, but if he runs into Sin Nombre, this is going to be scary, but he's most likely going for City Halls.
I can't believe that in a game with 20 seers, Fun is able to make it out from basically center of zone. It is an insane run from this Watson, and I mean, if Sentinels make it to top 10 from here, they have got only him to thank for an Olympic-level Watson performance. JD Gaming, very different game set up with the Watson as well. Not a superhero Watson, but hey, Keon, I believe that you can make it there. It's the beginning of the game yet. About 2 minutes left until the next zone starts closing, and that gives JD Gaming plenty of time to find themselves additional Evo, hopefully a couple of team fights, but it really depends on how aggressively we are playing. We saw a lot of aggression in Game 1. I'm not seeing that in Game 2.
Yeah, I think people are First game, people are filling out the matches for sure, the lobby in general, as it has changed the pacing, but all of these teams see exactly where the zone is headed. So many teams dead center zone for the moment, as some of them are going mid-speed still. Sentinels is still going for that reset for the moment, as they are clicking it in the top left corner, as we can see. Very happy to have them back. NIP, incredibly slow.
What are Worldwide doing? I mean, changing their entire game plan, like you say, might be a necessity of the POI, but it is completely throwing me off to see them playing this odd mid-speed, but also it doesn't seem like they're fighting for holding onto the beacon. We'll see what it looks like, but for now, our winners of Game 1, Geekay Esports, end up popping into the latrine for a quick break after Knocked is knocked.
I think that they should be fine for the moment. Nate comes out to break doors. Somebody's trying to step up, but not really committing to it. Should be able to get this reset as the gen pops up.
So many Watsons in this game that nades are really losing a lot of value right now. Later on, we will likely see a Watson ban. I expect in Game 3, if the Americas stay true to their identity that we saw yesterday. However, with Vex fighting, it looks like Worldwide are the ones in danger. Vaxlon about to get recalled. MT would have loved to join him, but didn't get scooped up on the bus. And Nate will just be rezzing the Watson for right now. MT hoping that he survives and is able to be pulled back to the squad.
So far, we've only seen a little bit of poking from most of these teams. They have tried to find such angles that are not really netting them anything outside of potentially armor. But outside of that, people are still staying kind of cold for the moment until this zone fully closes. If any of these teams are out of the zone, they're gonna have to adjust accordingly. And speaking of one team I have seen adjust accordingly is HUSS. I want to see what they're thinking, so let's listen into them.
Nobody's on Maggie right now. Like that shack with Jen is... There's no Maggies in play. I'm on Watson.
Team on bus. Can we just go low ground and Q to his 5 side? Come to me, Jelly. We just wrap low ground and through the water. Right here. Through the water. We rip 2 Qs to bottom of 5 stack. Alright? You ready?
I can't. I gotta save my Q then. Come.
Yeah. No. Go keep going left, Jelly.
Save my Q.
Yeah. LOS. Okay, they know.
They know?
There's gonna be a fight. They're probably just gonna stop this, guys. Be mindful.
This does not work. Go back. This not work.
Yeah. Q through.
I might get on.
Chill a bit.
I'm about to take TP.
Just take portal. Take 4
and drag. Take 4 and drag.
Can you drag him insta?
Just res him.
Okay, we can let you walk into the same, but yellow.
We'll just walk in. Just walk up. We'll just walk up. We're out.
Scan our back. Scan everything.
Oh, we're good. Just keep scanning our back. Keep fence everything. You can't let anyone wrap here. We're just gonna walk up on the fucking...
I'll accelerate these. I don't know why I haven't.
Let's make the recovery. Good recognition about the macro of the game, what other legends are in play, and what lets them survive. See Nombre struggling for survival right now in a fight up against NIP with a Team Falcons third party incoming. Buck's gonna make the reset, and it's a surprisingly healthy See Nombre that nonetheless are going to back away, letting Falcons take the third party, inherit some of the NIP kills, but ultimately find nobody else there to kill. Karev is gonna get out using the jump tower. Not an excellent spot, but a survivable one for NIP as he finds his way to a crafter. And See Nombre will have to take the fight with Falcons, you'd imagine.
I think that they're happy with that reset. Having the awareness that a 3P came in and immediately TP out with that altar was huge for them. We also saw that as well with HUSS, with that reset, as they kind of greeted first with that Q, saying just Q through the... And then eventually they went for the TP. Happy to see that they went for the 3P and didn't end up losing that whole match.
Looking for Worldwide. Again, weirdly out of zone. A very strange game from Worldwide, but I can't say that it's not working. They're still alive. 19 teams left, and Worldwide don't even seem to be in danger just yet, as HUSS make their disengage around the southeast side of the ring. They'll be walking up on the same side as teams like See Nombre, who they have apparently spotted out along with NIP to their south.
HUSS currently between a rock and a hard place, walking in from this side. Falcons did 3P and reposition towards the edge once again. Anything here could happen, but HUSS should have a walk in for the moment. Nice Guys comes in from the southeast as well. Zone actually pulled towards the east, towards HUSS. JD Gaming, dead dead center. Unreal Nightmare, especially happy with this zone.
This choke, really not a bad place for HUSS, but it will mean they have to watch their backs, even as the next zone starts closing in. After this zone closes, there are going to be teams like Sin Nombre, like NIP, that could wrap them. Even Team Falcons, with things like the Altar, can make a play like that possible. So HUSS, their spot good, but their journey incomplete, even as they defend against a Sin Nombre who really want to fight for this choke.
HUSS trying to clear out their bags. Huge value with the nade so far. This zone hurts. Kind of hard to heal, but I think they should be able to close out this fight, and they do. Sin Nombre gets fully eliminated, as HUSS still has a spot in the zone.
Chelly earns his paycheck right there. 1v3ing a squad. Sin Nombre, they're gone. And nice guys do join them elsewhere on the map. Both leaving us in quick succession and opening up a little bit of spots on the leaderboards. This zone pull still, as you say, I imagine you're thinking it's pretty good for us, but you know my brain. I'm going, okay, it's pretty good for Dinos, pretty good for Dinos.
For me, Draft Point being my absolute favorite PY as well, people opted to see if it pulled anywhere remotely close to it. Furthest side to the far east is where it pulls. A lot of these teams are now adjusting, seeing this zone, so we're gonna see some fight breaks up, because there's only so many spots to be able to be played here.
Brainrotting not in one of them, but they could fight for the bridge. JD Gaming also in a truck on Brainrotting's way into the ring. But Headglitch start walking up. They got the idea that they want to take the high ground as well, and Headglitch seemed keen to start the fight even through the barrage of nades that Brainrotting have thrown out towards them. Searult, for a bit of information, is going to give Brainrotting an advantage even on the defense, and with the Thermite taken away, they may just swing the fight completely. Crook is going to go for it, but he goes down quickly with Enemy, and Mr. Rosie, the last one left to clutch things up, looks like he could do so. Fries January with the Prowler, and in a 1v2, manages to clean up, but JD Gaming recognize that they have an opportunity right now to clean their backs, and while JD Gaming are unable to find Mr. Rosie, they're going to be focused on these reses. Do they extend? They certainly have the Seer scan to back them up on it.
Seer Q comes out and they find that resting positioning, and Crook goes down once again. JD Gaming sniffs them out. However, Mr. Rosie finds him with that Prowler. The former rank 1 still grinding these lobbies out, and he is absolutely crushing them. However, not for free.
Well, Brainrotting did leave us. Sentinels were part of that fight as well. It wasn't just JD Gaming, and Naughty spots Sentinels running underneath the bridge. Lasers fun as he slides in, but Sentinels are still alive. Monsoon is there, and we've seen them make a miraculous recovery just earlier this game. If they can avoid JD Gaming's attention, if they can avoid the Seer scans, who's to say, Sentinels cannot recover.
One team is having a hard time recovering is Team Falcons as they fall down right now. Several teams are here. DINOS, Worldwide, HUSS still on a corner as well. It comes down to Worldwide here versus DINOS. Who's going to come out on top?
Kidnaps him. Nice abduct from Nate in just a moment, knocking DJ, but there's a third party coming in, and Worldwide can't focus on the fight anymore. That was incredible stick, an incredible turnaround from Nate. It saves Worldwide, but this is saving DINOS as well. DINOS have the chance to reset inside their building, and he must kill Worldwide to not be able to finish this off. With Deeds knocked, they could actually go for the finish on HUSS. Nate's gonna pop through the altar portal, try and do just that, but can't commit to the fight, cannot give DINOS the opportunity to turn this around.
Worldwide wins not one, but 2 team fights, as Vaxlon has the awareness of a god to immediately fence that Q from the altar. They punish them. They do get to reset, however, lick their wounds in their corner to see if they can restabilize now.
The way that HUSS are playing, really nice. I love that they went for the third party, and even as it didn't work, their stabilization unmatched, and great recognition from Worldwide as well to make sure that they do not fall prey to an overextension. This does, however, give Worldwide, in a very weird way, priority on the zone over all of this. It has been a strange game from Worldwide, a total turnaround of their playstyle, and it still put them in the final zone along with SSS and the teams like JD Gaming that are about to start rotating down the bridge, because it is time to go. The round is starting to close, and SSS may have rotated a little bit too early.
Many teams will fall as everybody thinks that there's no playable areas in the zone currently. Only really occupied by 2 teams as everybody else is fighting. Stallions fall. VexX lights up the kill feed.
Unreal Nightmare gonna go. JD Gaming, they've got Cryo on the bridge. 5-star behind them, Storm in front of them, or I should say beneath them, and NIP in the lobby as they are eliminated. Dinos fighting worldwide right now will end up finding the kills, having a chance to reset as Storm will leave us. Dinos basically full HP with a good spot in zone. I think the curse might be lifted, but we're gonna see as Chaos takes to the high ground and Dinos try and spread out as much as possible, take up as much space in the zone, because that is exactly how you can win.
We have seen it from HUSS before, though. They are a proactive team. If they can find an opening on high ground, they could potentially dethrone Dinos from the height. Dinos over rotates for the moment. Top is free. HUSS hasn't noticed it just yet, but Geekay Esports on a fight right now against SSS, and they lose out.
How the hell did SSS reset in that position and take another fight as well? Geekay and JD falling to an SSS who moments ago were on the brink of death, and now it's Dinos versus HUSS, and another reset for SSS gonna come in while this fight goes down. It's the L-Star in the hands of Jelly. We've seen the L-Star turn fights before. Last time Floating had it, and it shut HUSS down. Can Jelly do the same?
Jelly takes out the 0-ult. Actually, once more comes out. SSS gets the full reset right now. They're just making sure to hold space, but a dupe hits a Skynade. DJ goes down.
Is it too much? Look, SSS are wrapping on this. HUSS have called it. They know that the third party could happen. It could end up sandwiching them. And SSS, biding their time on the low ground, are also buying time for Dinos. Jelly doesn't know what to do. Does he commit forward? Does he play defense with the team?
Trying to deny to get wrapped is the right play for the moment, as Dupe might have gotten it down, but actually Dinos is in for quite some time. It's going to come down to a 3v3 up top, but if they can push any of the teams down, they should be able to win this.
HUSS want to fight. Jelly wants to fight. He's got the L-Star. He knows he's strong. And they know, most of all, that Dinos have to move. SSS are playing passively, letting this happen. They know that Dinos are doomed, and Dinos know they're doomed as well. Committing onto the low ground, committing onto SSS, who will turn the fight around, finding the 3v3 and letting HUSS walk in with the L-Star again in the hands, this time of Jelly. HUSS will find their win.
Dinos opts to play for second instead, but still lose out on it as SSS comes out on top right there. HUSS managed to play proactive, as we saw several times actually. Managed to retake that high ground while Dinos went to the bridge, closed out that fight as they had to opt for playing second. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I was saying, if the entire lobby doesn't hate HUSS and they get to play their game, what's gonna happen? This is gonna happen.
That was beautiful Apex, because you even saw HUSS recognize that yeah they were probably in the game-winning position, but they didn't know what other squads were going to do. They didn't know if SSS was going to wrap on them. They didn't know if Dinos was going to commit to the fight. And HUSS, they played their height marvelously, but that end game was 3 squads that know damn well how to play Apex Legends. You watch how that end game plays out, and it is nearly perfect for every team. From SSS's mechanical outplays in the final zone to HUSS's dominant position and command of the turret that they have with Jelly, Deeds, and Dupe. And Dinos, the macro finally paying off for them, even though it is a 3rd place. It is a 10-kill 3rd place. I have too many good things to say. I genuinely am too happy about this game, Graceful.
Very happy indeed as the leaderboard starts to stabilize a little bit in that upper end of things. Bottom things for the moment, though, is honestly free for grabs for everybody. Anybody's game. If you even make top 5, you're gonna parachute yourself all the way down there, or all the way up there rather, on the leaderboard. So we're gonna have to see how the rest of the matches unfold.
Yeah, Geekay leading us now. HUSS coming up second. SSS sliding into 3rd, turning around their weekend. We'll see if they can continue it. We're 2 matches down. We got 4 to go, but a break comes first.
Red Bull is
words behind the scenes about how these games have been making him feel, but they've been exciting, Dia. They've been so good.
Yeah, some of my words, they stay behind the scenes, but they were positive. They were extraordinarily positive about that game. Game 2 was stellar. Then the way that SSS were able to mechanically play at such an incredibly high level, like I said, the way that HUSS were able to move the macro and the way that DINOS were able to match them, it was like watching a three-person tango. I don't even know if that exists.
Ooh, I don't even know how to tango. I'm not gonna lie. Your girl can't dance, okay? But here's the deal. When I saw Geekay and HUSS in like the top 5 yet again for match number 2, I was like, something is clicking between these two rosters. Even the final fight of match 1 coming down to kind of like a jelly v floating with how much banter those guys have gotten going, everyone is loving it. Now match 3 for our final match on E District, we're saying goodbye to Seer, which I love. We did lose out on I believe it was Alter over on the EMEA side of things after game 2. So some interesting things could be happening from this, but Alter lives to see another game in E District.
And if the Americas continue this way, it'll be Watson that is banned next. We don't have that information. We're not in the game yet, and that's where we'll find out.
We're theory crafting.
Watson, yeah, Watson has been incredibly high presence in the Americas so far, and I would expect that to be the next ban because of how much versatility she is giving. Does play really well into Alter, as we saw with Vaxlon's fences for Worldwide just last game, which raises the question, after that Watson game, are we finally getting rid of Alter? Or, like yesterday in the Americas, are we leaving the Alter ban for last?
Ooh, yeah, you know, that would be kind of interesting because we go back to World's Edge, where over in EMEA, we saw Baby Comp start to kind of come out a bit earlier than we would normally see it with teams adapting onto it. Regardless, you got GK at the top. We showed the series results of where they lie. 33 points after 2 games with 25 kills already.
It has been a really good day for GK.
I lied, 17. My bad, I can't read. I'm blind, Dia. I'm so sorry. I was so excited. I was like, this is it. The graphic was up there and everything.
Broadcast's got it out for Falcons too. I mean, bringing up the 17th placement. I mean, man, come on. Give him a break.
Do not put the Falcons on any kind of chaotic watch yet. You heard Jayhawk say it. He came back full circle after a hit and listened to it. He's like, the comms are there. We're working on the timing there. Draugr wasn't even worried. All is well. All is well.
Coming into this game, as we begin match 3, and as you said, the final game on E District, we have got a tie. And this always throws me off, so it's good to note it now. Watson and Maggie, both selected by every single team in the lobby.
Ooh, okay. So then we'll come down to a tiebreaker and see how that goes down for who will inevitably be banned after match number 3. But to kick off this game, we've got to start with HUSS. Over here at Stadium, they are going to be privy to a ring console and a Survey beacon, so they'll have access to where they need to go within a moment's notice. Now, if you're graceful and you're chilling off screen, you're probably vibing because Deeds, the moment this ring pops from, you realize, oh my God, we're going to draft point.
That was so perfectly timed. I don't know how you nailed that reveal, but
I'm a legend.
I gotta respect it. HUSS having that information, clearly Unreal Nightmare having that information, starting to rotate into draft point, and JD Gaming get theirs as well. Where will they choose? Where do they imagine that this ring is going? Because looking at this, as much as we do have some space and energy bank where ostensibly this could go, every competitive bone in my body tells me it's going draft point, which means that half the zone is kind of fake.
True, but it's going to be difficult for the teams in the north to try and make something happen and move through that. But you see the culmination on that southeastern side already starting to happen. And Nice Guys just move up from their POI and start taking space. Now, think back to match number 1. It was a pretty similarly end game, right? We're over in this vicinity. Nice Guys get a top 3 and they play from the same area. Hopefully they can do it again, but with more teams recognizing it, they're full sending.
Unreal Nightmare having lost Louis. An unfortunate start to the game, especially because they're already in the zone. Not a whole lot of safe ways to recover, although it's a nice nade from Nano to buy him a little bit of time to heal. Ends up popping out of the latrine just to take the 1v2 against 5-star, who ultimately will take out Unreal Nightmare extremely quickly in game 3.
Hey, they need all the kills they can get, and that's a good way to rack up some more. And 5-star now inherit pretty much the extra riot drills in the center of zone. Elsewhere, teams starting to move in like HUSS. Keep tabs on VexX as well. James Fearless, Hambino, and Vudo. And, ooh, nice little knock there onto Lugento with the triple take. Some nades. Maybe we get the full. If not, delay the res.
They're getting the full. You see Hambino. You already know. They're going to pick up this kill. Maybe a little bit more, actually. Hambino does swing a blind corner without even his gun out, so a little bit of trolling from VexX Gaming, but it should be recoverable. They've still got the Void Nexus, and I believe they're hitting the recall right now. Lots of curiosity this game around not just how VexX will fare, but how Worldwide will play. Last time we saw the zone pull here in Game 2, Worldwide played a mid-speed game that was extremely uncharacteristic of them. For this third game, I wonder if they do the same.
I'm just watching Sentinels right now because here's the deal. Jayhawk comes in, Jayhawk gasses up Sentinels and says Blinxer may be one of the best on Wraith because he's notorious for those style of plays. He portals in, looks to see, hey, I need information, and B, I also want kills. Hambino in a death box, kind of unfortunate after that swing, but at least Voodoo and James Fearless can try and get him back.
I really thought that VexX were going to be able to pull him back to the Void Nexus, but it looks like not. Maybe denied by a finisher. VexX Gaming, the recovery still does seem like a formality. Nobody really here to deny it. STRONGFISH are making their way out of this POI, and Vudo is going to get Hambino back into the game. Tough start for VexX, but really not the end of the world. They're still quite close to zone. What could be the end of the world for is NIP. With Cole down, Kurev 1, and Stallions ever confident moving forward to finish the kills. Alter can only do so much for you.
And NIP was one of those teams that I had kind of already assumed we're going to be pretty consistently up in the top 5 day after day, but it's a slower start for them with only 4 points on the board. So lucky we don't get wiped there. Hopefully we can regain, but Stallions are going to make it really difficult, especially with another knock on Kurev.
Geekay find a knock onto Guild from Falcons, and Timmy going down as well. Hal gets into the most fiery poop situation I've ever seen.
Hello? We got HUSS, we got 5-star. And if Jelly enters my building, I am terrified. And Jelly does send the Falcons and sends them packing back to the lobby.
Nice pickup from Jelly as well. Guy keeps grabbing credit everywhere.
I mean,
Jelly
he's
stocks continue to rise. The Falcons, unfortunately, going to go down. I am hoping that this doesn't impact their comms too much because, as Draugr had pointed out, and as we have pretty staunchly been saying, yes, it is tough. This is still a sub weekend. Falcons, they want the points. They would love to succeed. This may be a split where their main job is just to make up for week 1.
Kind of survive, right? A little bit of peace, love, happiness, apples, and bananas. That's all we need for the Falcons right now. For Worldwide, I'm going to put them as my big question mark team because you're pulling from a variety of regions. MT's calling is phenomenal. He's done it on LAN. He's done it over a variety of teams. And then you pull Nate, a fragger, from the EMEA side of things. And they've been making plays.
Not a lot to doubt with Nate. Maybe a little bit to doubt with Hambino's survival. SSS were popping off last game. Does not seem like an exception. Hambino doesn't even get to fire back, but VexX are out in 18th.
It's really sweet to see SSS find some success here. I'm
glad you said that slowly. That could have not worked.
I was really trying to focus on the alliteration because God only knows where that could have went. But with that circle pull and seeing how SSS just wiped VexX, we've got STRONGFISH over in Street Market that they could end up running up against. Maybe Head Glitch also goes south through that choke and runs into him. But the circle is going to get messy.
SSS's fight with STRONGFISH, though, does seem like it's going to be the real focus of the western side of the ring. We've got Storm in the area as well, and Sin Nombre watching over all of that. And I was seeing if there were any other S's that I could fit in here, and mostly it's going to be anything having to do with Street Market. Most of this fight does look like it's going to be focused around there as well, since Head Glitch take priority on this rotate, and SSS can very well move forward with knowing that STRONGFISH are behind them.
I'm only like this is tough. You got Strongfish, Street Market, Sacred, Slayer, Sweet, SSS, and you got people poking at them. So we gotta. I thought about it. Head glitch does actually dive south. You can see the red ping on their mini map on the top left. That is head glitch moving into this situation, and we're all gonna try to make it towards the west. Now, this same choke needs to be had. So if you fight against head glitch, it has to be quick because Strongfish will move in on this.
You'd imagine.
Any
multi-view enjoyers with the minimap up will be watching Strongfish make a really conservative disengage up through Neon Square. JD Gaming, you'd be forgiven for thinking this is a replay. This is exactly the same spot that they played last game. JD have their game plan for this zone on lock.
Okay, good. That's exactly what I want to see for them, especially just knowing Naughty Keon Ben. 20 points on the day inside the top 5. Want to stay there, want to keep on growing. But I like that we're not doing anything aggressive because it doesn't need to happen just yet, right? You've got your fences, you've got Watson, but I'm curious because Nice Guys just went to the low ground.
And Nocturnal also running the same macro. If I'm remembering correctly, the fight breaking out on that bridge earlier, but this time it will be the Nice Guys who are adapting to all of that. Stallions trying to buy themselves a little bit of space to hit the beacon, and they will. Albralele not going to get one clipped or 3-2-1'd off of this. And Stallions now get a boatload more information, knowing the GK lie ahead of them, but that the choke that HUSS ended up playing in Game 2 is completely free.
Wait, we get a ring console? I want to hear their comms.
I could just, I'm just gonna stand here and shoot them and act like I just like winter or something.
I mean, I do not need bats, so I have a white bag. I'm just gonna take cells. Just give me cells, Got the draw? Listen. 40 Slayer, you need to watch our gas wrap until it is level 3 gas, okay? We need to prioritize staring at our southwest. I think they went here. Shit behind us, all right? Yeah, both of you. Like, I'm gonna be the only one on the roof right now. I need you guys both be looking behind us.
Yeah, I'm just touching our bottom floor real quick.
Red stock here, I'll take that.
I can't use this. I'm gonna play the build next round.
Yeah. Can you guys just double play back there?
Yeah, there's another red stock there.
I don't know, also, can we get fences down and like we can't let anyone take these shops bottom right. I don't think that'll be an issue. We're fighting anyone that comes into these shops like flying in or something, right? We're just gonna path from here to like the spot over here. I'm gonna get purple. Any set?
Sorry, can you listen to choke? Like louder? It's kind of yeah. Which one are you watching? You're watching that? Yeah, I'll watch the choke. You want me to get fences in the?
2 shots away from purple.
You said you want me to get fences in here, Sweet?
No, you don't need to do in the shop.
SSS. Their game plan solid for right now. I wonder whether they'll be able to have the explosive end game that at this point would be difficult to foresee. Right now, their mid game at the very least, still backed up by the same firepower. Sweet looking for the finish right now. Unable to find it, just gets the down on Thuggets, but SSS, they're definitely a team to look out for, a team that has already been denied their win once.
Yeah, and I love that they're able to solidify holding their back, right? You know that Strongfish is looking for options on getting into that next circle, and by getting that onto Thuggets, they regain through the Void Nexus and are going to go on the west side. For now, SSS is alone. NinjasinPyjamas, however, are on the northern side. We have issues here, and Darkspire is all spread out through this. So I feel like we're on a scavenger hunt, and we're just trying to claim a couple KP for Ninjas, and you need it because we've got 4 points. 3,
we'll get
one
the
full
map
team
up
wipe,
pretty
it'll double
soon.
it.
Yeah, I wanna look at how differently this game is playing out, because like you're talking about, the kill's gonna be really important for a lot of squads, and they'll be a lot easier to access, especially for teams that hold high ground this game. JD Gaming's position looking a whole lot better than it did, and it was a good position in our second game. Now, however, the bridge has become even more important as the zone pulls to the center of draft point, and teams like this, like Sin Nombre, like Strongfish, that are entering in from this side are going to experience a lot of difficulty because the buildings are occupied. You've got to walk through chokes, and before all of that, it looks like you've got to fight each other.
Yeah, Strongfish has to move forward straight into Sin Nombre. I think Team Darkspire might be lurking about in this vicinity as well, fresh off their interaction with Ninjas in Pajamas. For now, it's making sure we are fully healed up on the shield. Good pippin of the map of where we need to go. We are on the cluster of that western side. Strongfish in the green. Strongfish Thug, it's in a death box. And Joshitron and Naveki now have to invest a Maggie Ball. See if that helps. I didn't see it boink anyone, but you're back down playing off the pylon. This is a lot of resources just going in to stabilize. We've already got our back against the ring.
Geekay fighting Stallions right now. This is not the only engagement, not the only poke battle that we're seeing across E District. With NIP, HUSS, and DINOS sharing space, we have to acknowledge that it has been another great zone call from Nocturnal, putting Nice Guys into a good spot for the ring. He gave up the high ground earlier for this low ground building. And it's a good thing that Watson is still in the game, because for every team on the low ground, were she not, it would be basically impossible to play. Nades incredibly valuable in these endgame zones, and that means that Mad Maggie is actually the pick that's getting the most value.
Oh yeah, just keeping those riot drills thrown down on the faces. Sentinels, let's see if they can keep things moving from the south. You've got to get through Stallions and Alb. Portals straight onto it, slow health when he moves, and now the chase is on. Alb trying to cover the distance back to them, but across from another team holding Alb at bay.
You remember 2 days ago we were talking about RIP Strongfish. We were talking about double drill versus big drill.
Yes.
I think this is a big drill game.
I would say it's a double
how
drill.
Small the buildings are.
I want to throw it everywhere.
I see your argument. I see your argument. I think with how small the buildings are, you can basically just go, no, you can't play in here at all with big drill. But I think that a lot of coaches would take your side here.
Do we reset here? SSS had a couple of Hail Marys. Oh my God. That is not what you want to see when you peek a corner and you just panic ult from Maggie. SSS have been eliminated and I'm scared for them.
Another portal from Sentinels, hoping to take them straight by Storm and into the ring. But Blinkser ends up going down, and Sentinels may go with him. Monsoon hits the floor next, and I'm waiting for that notification that fun is no more. Sentinels are out 15th place in their third and final game on E-District.
Well, Storm claimed their building, but still have to move northeast, and tons of teams on that western side. It's going to be scary. Team Darkspire going to be one of the teams not making it from the west. Worldwide, haven't found much purchase in terms of kills as of now, but it seems like we want the Stallions to come out and play. Dude, they're getting eaten alive. That is just not a good position for Stallions.
I think they can turn this around on Storm, but they are trying to make sure that Worldwide can't peek them easily. If they go up the stairs, Storm can't shoot them, but if they go up the stairs, Worldwide can. Stallions have got to pick their fight, because if they stay here, if they stay on those stairs rather, they will die. Here, referencing what we're seeing right now, is the north of the zone, where Ninjas in Pajamas, DINOS, and HUSS are all in a three-way standoff. DINOS not having a lot of room to play, but they can move up to the high ground in just a moment, ultimately facing off against BRAINROTTING, who will be the only team with sight lines on them.
Stallions moved up. Stallions moved up, and JD Gaming come for the third party. All three up. Stallions have been eliminated, but Worldwide trying to stabilize on the inside. I see MT hit the floor, and through the portals we go. Naughty, 1 HP, clutches it up, and Worldwide are eliminated, but here comes Storm.
Or the third party. Doesn't look like they're able to find Naughty at the moment, but the thirsts are coming in from Storm, who are playing a huge portion of the bridge right now, keeping Sin Nombre away, but also wanting to commit to the fight with JDG. It'll be Geekay that ultimately have to commit to that fight, with Noct finding himself face to face with Naughty. And into the drill Noct will go, moving us down to 8 squads as Storm fall with him.
Noct was solo for GK for at least the past 2 minutes, so the fact that we grab a couple of kills right there is stellar for the roster. But as you look at the current scenario, DINOS in the north, HUSS across from them, and Ninjas in Pajamas who have yet to move down. We do have to push out towards the center of the circle where it will be ending, but this collapse is atrocious. But so is BRAINROTTING's positioning.
Kills on scene Nombre going to be very welcome, as these may be the last couple kills that BRAINROTTING ever get. Their positioning next to HeadGlitch could net them another squad wipe if we balance the way that these teams have been performing. We know that this could be a good game for BRAINROTTING, but HUSS are the team that could double up here, that could find their second win. Let's see how they're feeling.
They have to move before us.
I think we have to kill this game on the right.
They're gonna go low ground. The team left is gonna go low ground, and then I think we could just queue out like right to the launch.
Yeah, we might have to play for KT.
Maybe,
I don't know. That'd be fucked. This could be fucked.
I can swing to the hill to look for them.
I should be drilling this team. Look at their height.
Yeah, with no close you can. You got drill?
That's a bad drill. They have 30 seconds to lock down. That's dead. Get ready to drill
take
this.
the building? Can we just take the left building right now?
They're going there.
Building?
Okay. I don't see anyone. Yeah, the hut. Get ready to queue down the hut.
I queued down. It's like good right now. It's like chill down here. Hell chill. What's out here?
Yeah, this might be.
Jen!
Jen on the outside, I think. I'll. We're good.
Look across. Big drill.
Chilling.
We gotta take that. Ultra cell again.
Outside. Play the outside.
I already have it. Oh, just ran to left.
Play out.
We just got hard on.
Dude, play out.
I can't.
I'm like.
Fuck, man.
Yep.
We gotta hug the building. We just.
And it's in the comms at the end to break it down. We lose out on HUSS. They needed to hug the building per their comms. BRAINROTTING follow them, and into the top 3 we go. DINOS, NinjasinPyjamas, and HeadGlitch, but DINOS are on the come up.
And NIP have so much space. Will DINOS be able to rat them out? Will they be able to make a crazy play, or will be NIP with another crazy swing that took out HUSS like this? And now they take out DJ. The first member of DINOS is down. HeadGlitch are waiting. HeadGlitch have just 2 members left.
HeadGlitch have 6 kills.
Last full team is NIP. They should be able to win this game, and especially with J Future dying here. But Riley drops down. It's 3 members left for NIP, but all blinking low health bars, and Riley tries to take a 1v3. The beams too good from NIP. January's 1 HP. Who comes out on top of this 1v1?
You pop a shield back. Cole climbs up. The Prowlers there, and HeadGlitch are able to survive.
The commit from NIP, honorable but deadly, both for them and for DINOS. And HeadGlitch as a duo clinch back a game that easily could have slipped out of their grasp. Check out the team play from NIP to slide out on that and actually make this a 1v1 and make this anyone's game.
The climb up, being such low HP, you're like, my only chance is while he's right there, we're climbing up, we're taking the fight to them. That was a close one.
It was another, in a very different way. It was another very beautiful game. NIP really made the low ground look like a winning position with their decisiveness and recognition that the duo above them was going to have limited impact on the game. Riley made this possible, and for HeadGlitch, they have a lot to thank him for, lowering the health bars so much, putting pressure on NIP at the right time. It is a 9-kill game for HeadGlitch, and the rest of the lobby really only has NIP that are able to compete with that. 8 kills and the 17 points keep NIP competitive.
And they needed that. They really did. After the first 2 games, we were talking about how they only had 4 points. So you see that thrust them up 9 places on the leaderboard. HeadGlitch go up 13. But we are seeing a very small difference in between the teams inside the top. That is, it's anyone, like JD Gaming have a good performance. DINOS maybe go on to win that and grab a couple of more kills. It's a completely different story, but SSS still staying in the top 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to check off of the results of last game. SSS really didn't put up that many points. They ended this one at 28. They started this one at 28. It's exactly the same. SSS got nothing done there and still managed to hold on to their spot in top 3. It's been an impressive day from them, but 0-point games, they will come back to haunt you.
You got to bounce back from that. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that on World's Edge.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The slaughter is upon us. And so it begins.
War mode. First off, I'm here. Second off, everybody shut up. Three things to make clear. Y'all forgot what's up.
The gun is the tool.
I'm on 5 on my top 5. Ain't no 6, man, we all ride. I level 7 with 2 die. Hey, this beat is too far.
The hunter is the weapon.
Series, guys. We just wrapped up game number 3, our final match on E-District. And before we head on over to World's Edge, I want to welcome in a guest that's going to be joining us real quick. I want to chat. Mabs, you and I haven't had the pleasure to speak before, so welcome to the broadcast.
Hi, well, I'm glad to be back again. I mean, you weren't here last time. It was rain day, Dia Graceful, and so I'm glad to be back.
I heard you absolutely smashed your TriCast, so I am very sad that I didn't get to see it, right? So one day you're gonna have to join me. But for those of you that might be at home watching this that didn't catch the TriCast either, Mabs, you want to kind of give a little brief intro about yourself? I know you just recently graduated from Full Sail. You launched a collegiate esports program. That's so cool.
Yeah, I've helped kind of foster the program as a mentor in the casting team. So I do a lot of collegiate esports casting for multiple different organizations, but also across multiple different game titles. But Apex has kind of been the passion project, the passion and love of it all. So I'm just trying to keep building myself up in any way, shape, or form, and hopefully maybe I make it up here with the rest of y'all as a regular time caster. But for the time being, I do a lot of collegiate level casting.
Nice. And hopefully, you really never know. I believe I started back in the Challenger circuit like 5 years ago. So it truly is a grind. I saw your tweets and you were so hyped that ALGS came back. You've been keeping up with it. I saw some 100 Thieves love for some CRT, but are there any teams that you've specifically been keeping your eyes on?
Yeah, I mean, CRT is the main one. I mean, I've been a CRT fan for a long time here, and especially now that they've picked up Koifel. I mean, it seems like they've been able to kind of foster in some sort of change in their momentum in this so far at the beginning of the split for the past few couple days. But for consistency's sake, I mean, Team Vision, they've been looking solid from all the way from the end of split 1 going into this split currently. I mean, they have been looking on point right now. So those are really the main 2 teams. I mean, I think Koifel for CRT has just been a real game changer right now.
I like it, and I think that's very true. Did you catch some of our earlier games on E-District, and do you have any like kind of hot takes about those?
Ooh, I guess the biggest hot take right now is Falcons. I think they're not. I mean, like, it might not be too much of a hot take if it's true, but their games right now have not been at the level that a lot of us expect it to be. So I feel like in the later half of these games, something's going to have to change. Something's going to have to give. And I'm hopeful that maybe we can see a little bit more life, especially with Timmy in as the quote unquote super sub, as I've heard him be called yesterday. So I don't know. I mean, I think they just got to step it up right now. I don't know.
We need a super suit for our super sub, and you said it, Mavs. They've got to step it up. We'll see if they can do that over on World's Edge. Thank you so much for joining us here on the halftime. I've got to let you go because the games are coming quick, but it's been a blast chatting with you, and I hope to see you. Guys, go follow It's Mavs on Twitter. Up and coming caster, survived. He did a TriCast, and who knows? Maybe you'll see him one day on the ALGS.
Hopefully.
You never know what can happen. There's so much talent, not only in the talent space for commentators, but also in the players. And if you want to go check out all that action in person, guys, Split 2 playoff tickets are live. It's going down at the Orleans Arena in the wild, wild west of Las Vegas, Nevada. It's over Halloween as well, October 29th through November 1st. I have no idea what I'm going to dress up as, but I've got to get tabs on like a crazy cool costume if I get invited, you know? But there's going to be 40 elite teams, a crazy prize pool. The fan activations have been leveling up and have been so fun. I love in the mornings before all the games start, I run around the venue. I try to get through the activations myself, and it's just a good time. Ooh, hey there, Jayhawk. You scared me.
I just want to say, I'm typing in the lobby chat right now, and Sacred is really upset that I don't like KFC. So for all the KFC fans,
are you
I'm sorry,
talking about KFC in the lobby chat with them?
Monsoon and Kurev, you know, food got brought up, and that's where the conversation went. So
it happens. Monsoon's doing a cooking stream with Apex. He's going to make a Nessie sushi roll and maybe some other cool things because he's always talking about food. But I'm going to bring up the Sony in-zone kill leaderboard because I feel like we need to chat about the new blood in the scene. And when I say new blood, I'm talking floating jelly. Like, look at these numbers.
Absolutely. Listen, there's some veterans on there, and I'm not trying to discount what they're doing. Jen, Keon, Noct, Cole, some of these guys are popping off. But look at the rest of the list. Floating, he made his name at the Open last year. Sacred has made his name last split. You got DJ, Killa, and Dinos who are popping off as well. These guys are the new talent. These are the up-and-comers. You go back a year, and I don't think any of these guys are really competing in Pro League. Split 2 is when we started to see some of these names pop up. And so I'm just really impressed by some of the new talent that we're seeing in the Americas region. There's been a lot of talk about some of the other regions and why maybe they have never caught up to the Americas. And I think it really is not only the talent that we already have, all the veterans that continue to perform, but the guys who keep on stepping up and improving a lot of our other teams in the region as well.
I mean, that's a really good shout because I immediately, when Nice Guys started popping off just yesterday, they won the 2 matches. I was like, someone give me the lore on, I don't even know how to say his name, Jukis. And he's been running the collegiate scene. He's been playing with Muffins, and that name should trigger a lot of people's nostalgia right there. But Floating, you're right, has been absolutely stellar. 8 kills in match number 1. They took that victory, had the L-Star, sprayed down Jelly. But there's a lot to be had because we're going to World's Edge, Jayhawk, and we got to get it back to the casters.
It's going to be fun.
Good luck, boys. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Grace, welcome back. I heard something on that desk that just, it got me fired up. How is it that the Americas stay ahead of every other region? Could it be that we keep stealing the best talent from every other region? How is it possible that the big companies, they just stay on top because they keep buying everything else? It's the same thing we're seeing in Apex, man. You see somebody do well in one region, oh, next region, I'm applying for my visa in the Americas. I can't wait to not play for 2 weeks while I wait to get that approved.
I mean, that is definitely a factor in regards to how some of these players get to have the opportunity. Passion can only take you so far. Unless you're living at home with your parents, not necessarily having any rent to pay, well, then you're gonna need some type of support. And what better way than having a great organization behind you? So you might look at that one way. I look at it as in passion. They're willing to bring players to them and they want to win. Maybe that's just what takes it all.
It is true, and a big part of it is also it is a risk to move across the world.
Yeah.
It is a big risk to go competitive in esports in the first place, as this is the highest percentile of any Apex players that you're going to see, and getting there is not easy. To believe in yourself, to take that risk, and to take that risk so far as to move for it, that is extremely commendable. It's extremely inspiring, I think is the word I'm looking for.
I'll have to say I've been my entire career has been over the past like decade, really, and I've lived across the entire world, both in America, both in Asia, and around Europe. And it is something that just you have to have the drive for it, because as you said as well, you're moving so far away from everything, your safety net, your family, your friends, and it just, rather than seeing it as a risk or something detrimental, I see it as an opportunity to break out and chase your dreams, because at the end of the day, we're all gonna rest in peace at some point. Why not chase your dreams while you can? And every team here on this leaderboard for sure is chasing that dream, because this is the ticket for America's region to make their way into Las Vegas.
Exactly. End of the first round, Robin, is serious business. It is a third of your season done, and your first mark on the ALGS split 2. Geekay making a strong argument for themselves to take the lead, to take the big 25 points that come with it in the overall split leaderboards, but HUSS right behind them by a single point, a single kill, the difference between these two rosters. SSS started losing their grip just last game, but we have seen some good mechanics come out of SSS. I think we've still got a lot to look forward to out of them. And the Dinos moved up the leaderboard on E-Bank. Big fan of the Dinos. I'm going to caveat that by saying I know they prioritize E-Bank. I know that they prioritize E-District. That is the map that they've put all their focus into. And now we're changing maps.
Indeed, we are chasing maps, and if the former region in EMEA is any indicator of where the zone is going to be pulling, we saw WarCamp, we saw Skyhook, and we saw Thermal at that point. If any of that changes, things could mix things up very well.
Team Falcons and NinjasinPyjamas, the other two teams that in the first round of the POI draft prioritized their position on E-District. Every other team in the lobby ended up prioritizing this map, World's Edge, and NinjasinPyjamas grabbed themselves Skyhook East, Falcons Geyser, so managing to get at least some priority picks here. It's interesting to see Falcons going Geyser when they've so typically been associated with much stronger POI. First day in the Pro League.
I think as well what we have to keep in mind is that as some of teams are having a hard time to adjust as well, just because they haven't had that phenomenal outbreak so far, this is a great way to start that snowball. As thrive in chaotic nations. We even saw Mr. Rosie as well absolutely pop off on top of that bridge above draft point. So it's still there, but they haven't really learned how to navigate and adapt to the lobbies that isn't nearly up to as much chaoticness.
Yeah, one thing is being able to adapt in the fast-paced environment and make that work for you, as we very clearly saw them do. However, in these slower positions, in these slower zones, especially with the fact that we doubled up on draft point, albeit with different pulls in the end, that zone is extremely difficult to speed up. There are a lot of teams that will come in and punish you, and there's a lot of pressure with the amount of squads looking at you that keeps you from making big explosive plays like we saw this team be able to do. That is weirdly where HUSS have been able to succeed, where most of the time they're able to absorb pushes. I was talking to Tiff about this. Not a huge fan of their call. I understand why they made it. Not a huge fan of the call to put the Watson gen on the outside in the last game. I understand why it happened, but I do think that trying to play the outside for HUSS was a mistake, albeit not a completely fatal one, as HUSS are still having a good day.
So the reason why they're not playing indoors, obviously, is drilling. You don't want to get drilled there. If you place a gen there, it's still going to get broken. So make it to avoid that, they place it on the outside. The only biggest issue, as you heard on the comps as well, they need to hug that same wall that they initially wanted to place that gen. However, I was honestly a little bit more, how should I say, split on the fact that they went that side. Because regardless, after they play that ball, let's just say theoretically if they survive, absolutely everybody's gonna stare them down. Because NIP was right in front of them on a safe spot as well. Could have just 3-man turned back, and I highly doubt it's gonna be as clean as a 3-0 in that 3v3. So I think they could have maybe made some adjustments before it got to that point. But overall, though, they should be happy with how the day has gone.
They may very well do that. Over on map 4, have no fear, World's Edge is here, and Head Glitch, the team that we are going to be starting with in one of these spots that we nearly saw an end game in yesterday in the Americas. Didn't quite pull all the way up to East Village, but we got pretty close even in EMEA going to War Camp. So there's a chance that we see that over in the Americas this time around. Head Glitch are going to be running the Sparrow this game, as we have already taken off all of the prime UAV recon candidates. However, they will not be getting the zone coming to them, as Nice Guys are the beneficiaries of the ring pull. I am, however, noticing, and I think that one nameplate could be covering it, so I'm holding off on this. I'll just say it, and then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It doesn't look like they have a ring console. I don't think they know.
That's the thing, but as a lot of teams are already making their way in towards the zone, they could deduce this based off of how many teams they're seeing. Sin Nombre from the western side, JD Gaming soon from the tunnel with 5-star as well. A lot of the teams are making their way in, and if they can catch that and stay aware, potentially they could play without that knowledge.
Geekay Esports leading the lobby and leading the rotates into the center of zone. Got information, and with the catalyst, actually can play underneath. I'm not sure if they want to keep rotating, but if I'm Geekay, I'm actually very happy playing this central position and opting to kill other squads that make mistakes on the rotate, as we are clearly seeing Team Darkspire already out, and Cody, half HP, gets out just in time.
I think they're more than happy to both get a spot, but also take a fight. We've seen what floating can do, but we cannot stop talking about dropped and knocked as well. The veterans of that roster have been putting themselves in great spot for that potentially floating to make those plays and get those frags.
SSS right behind them. Spot from GK still very defensible. Alter is in the lobby, but GK, as you can already tell, are getting help from other squads around them. Falcons even pitching in from streamer building to shoot at SSS, make their game a whole lot more difficult. Although not as difficult as JD's.
That was incredibly scary as he accidentally cancels the Alter TP back. Managed to make it back in one piece though for the moment as SS gets that reset. Two of them made it out though, so should be able to get something as he's going back for the banner or loot. Sweet managed to get it and TP's back out. GK is in a comfortable spot for the moment, but as people are trying to make their way in, no big fights should be happening, at least in the inside of the zone at this point, because it might be too late for them to fight as Alter still is up. But edge side though, or edge-wise, could definitely happen.
I imagine Falcons are pretty happy with this zone. They're very familiar with this POI, having, I mean, Hal used to land here ages and ages and ages and ages and ages ago, but it's also a short rotate. Coming from Geyser, they have pretty easy access to streamer building. There is a chance even that with this ring, it pulls over towards them, albeit a small one. But GK Esports, their early position, to me, is one of the best. It's flexible, it's not going to attract a lot of attention, it's easy to defend, and it's near a lot of endgame zones. Zones like we saw NIP fight for even on day one of the Americas.
The crazy part that GK is doing as well is typically you only play that high ground or you hold one specific room. They are spreading out, making sure to keep every single space occupied and denying anybody alter queuing down into that room full of death boxes, as you just saw as well. They're just denying you from even entering at that point, and they're just picking up KP.
Something that Vex were able to do to Nice Guys as well. Denying the res from Cody and just completely eliminating Nice Guys, pushing us down to 17 squads. The first couple of minutes of this game quite fast for Vex, and as the first round is only partially closed right now, about 2 minutes left on its completion. Sentinels have also played a quite aggressive game. Currently sat inside a very easily defensible room themselves. A bit of hard light, maybe something to worry about for later. But Sentinels should be feeling pretty happy, especially with this position being one that they can get active from, using the Catalyst Wall to cross to different buildings in Monument.
They can rest for a brief period, as these zones typically end out just north outside of that high ground where the ping is a little bit further down. We've seen that time and time again. Could end up pulling completely differently though. We'll be able to see that in about 1.5 minutes as SSS finally gets that respawn as well.
HeadGlitch kept the scan at War Camp. They can stay here too. There is a full another ring where War Camp is going to be in. And that ring console ain't going anywhere. But HeadGlitch have other plans, it appears. Taking the Void Nexus all the way over to the Icicles. It is a long ride for January. But the power position plus the extra information may be something that HeadGlitch can go back for instead of camping for.
100%. They're definitely going to be able to use that if they should want to, but just making sure that they keep the Icicles is the most important part, because if they keep that hill, the options are endless. If they drop down into a building and they can't make their way back out, that's when you start locking yourself down and praying that the zone goes to you, and I'm not a big fan of those plays. I prefer if you can have the option to be proactive.
Let's head that way.
That's something that Storm will get to do. They did walk their way into War Camp just in time, and as zone finishes closing, we've got the opportunity to hit next beacon scan, find out first of the lobby where the next ring is going, and taking a look at it. I like this zone. It is a lot like where we ended Split 1 playoffs, and DINOS position quite good. Stallions coming up on them also quite good. Let's take a look at this and highlight exactly what we're talking about here. The position I'm thinking that will end is right here. That is a very common end zone. Are there any other spots we should be looking at here, Graceful?
You said any other spot or just that spot?
Are there any other spots that you think it might end?
I mean, it could pull off a little bit more further north as well. We've seen that around that big blue container that's further up north. But the current most active one is definitely where you just marked your cross. But the biggest thing, once again, that I always say, and people have been noticing it as well, needing to clear out your backs as DINOS is about to fight Stallions on that south choke. BRAINROTTING is coming in from the western tunnel as well.
Perfect timing on the cut as well. We've illustrated what they are fighting for. Now let's see who comes out on top of it, as Stallions must have predicted this zone as well. They had a beacon behind them in Harvester. They should know as well as anyone that DINOS have a power position, but instead of fighting for it, Stallions choose not to risk their game now and instead play for the other side, play defense on Unreal Nightmare.
This is the thing though. Losing a member of their team right now, as they're also getting pinched, not from one way, 2 ways, but 3 ways at this point. 5 stars. Dead center zone coming in from that side. BRAINROTTING from the western tunnel, and Stallions just came out through the south choke. It's going to be a tough bet to both reset here and hold their spot. And this is why it's so scary to play these strong spots early on, because you need to look several directions. Once you manage to clear out a side, it becomes a lot easier. But up until that point, it gets dicey.
Albralele low. The spot that Stallions chose to play, not the easiest to execute on, but it is less risky than taking the straight up 3v3 with Dinos, and it could result in the same amount of KP or even better. Speaking of Dinos, they've actually had to pull off a res in the meantime as DJ Killa got picked off. The rest of Dinos seem to be in a pretty safe spot as I took a quick look at the minimap to assure myself no other teams nearby, but BRAINROTTING hitting big mod right now, have a ring console that they can grab, and we'll get even more information that critically Dinos do not have. As much as they're in a good spot, Stallions know, BRAINROTTING will know, and the rest of the lobby will very quickly find out that we are going up the hill.
Scary part here though is Stallions gets knocked down one, almost two players gets knocked down. Are gonna have to reset, and that's gonna change things up for Dinos on the southwestern side, as well as Unreal Nightmares chasing them. Falcons even joins in and gets a KP as well. We'll get it down.
Having opted for the safer play, you wouldn't think it, looking at where Stallions are at. With Skittle on 1 HP, Hal does tank a little too much damage off the trail, but ultimately with Stallions eliminated, let's see what the Falcons are thinking as they recover today.
Everything's being taken right now. I alter. I cracked him. Super low. You could be. Can we let that hound?
I can.
When our TP comes back.
I'm waiting for TP like cooldown.
Yep.
Sun's gonna pop in 7 seconds.
Suckers are doing that every time.
You kidnapped them. You kidnapped them.
I know, but I got shot.
Well, I wish I knew you were going for it.
Here, come here.
Building.
Still in. This team has to push us.
Should we go to this building and play that building now?
We should go green. I think we should go green.
Okay, I'm coming.
Wait, coming now.
I'm putting a TP down. Wait, on me. One guy, I think one guy second floor. One guy second floor. Kill him.
Coming.
He killed outside. He went outside.
Okay. I'm on the roof. I'm on height.
I'm on height.
Another Q outside.
They took her.
Bottom form. I have ult soon. I have hella nades. Can we take stairs? Can we take the stairs? I have hella nades.
I can peek.
I'm throwing nades down.
Queued up top. In my queue.
Can we peek up bottom?
Yes.
Ball. Waste everything.
Yeah, balling.
Chill.
I need you.
Come on. I killed out.
Nice. Give me knock.
I'm gonna bait res.
Okay, I'm batting.
I'm also going.
I can queue us up, but I don't know if anyone's top floor.
I'm batting.
Someone might be top floor. I'm gonna check. There's no one top floor. Come. Play the top floor.
Okay.
There's a lot of people outside. Just chill.
Right in front of us, outside. I killed one. I'm looking northeast. He's right here. He's getting pulled. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, he got pulled.
They're peeking bottom.
Falcons have stabilized, but we have got a fight for the game happening on high ground as Dinos clash with BRAINROTTING. The winner of this gonna have Godspot, going to have the best position in the game, but DJ Killa backs away and is unable to recover J Future or Chaos before they get finished off. Dinos, they may have just lost their chance at a first place finish in game number 4, and BRAINROTTING have taken it from them.
Falcons manage to stabilize as they take out Unreal Nightmare, but it's not only them who joins the fray right now. Empty lights up guilds and Hal is on the run.
Falcons may be able to survive. They also may run into the solo from Dinos. DJ ratting in the lava right now as we have had a bit of an unexpected zone pull. As close as it is, this ring is actually pulling a little further down onto the low ground, favoring still the position the Dinos used to have. However, the one that BRAINROTTING has inherited should still have the best, I want to say the most influence is a better way to say it, over the lobby.
Good old zone on the train rail. We've seen 2 old zones today in the far back thermal zone, and now we're seeing train rail zone right here. However, as the zone gets noticed by more teams, fight starts breaking out as people are finding out that they indeed have to make their moves. Sweet takes an angle. Can't really find anything for the moment though. Just poking. Naze comes out.
This is the one zone where GK's spot isn't very good. Is when they have to leave it. And unfortunately for them, they're leaving it without their altar. In fact, they may not be leaving it at all. If SSS have anything to say about it, GK will bite the dust here as Storm have just fallen. We're to the top 12 squads. You won't see GK coming back for these bodies. SSS have the bottom floor. 30 seconds left. Sacred gets lasered in the side. And Sweet having fallen as well. Looks like SSS are pincered. Jelly's coming in. Jelly's half HP. And Dupe, unable to cover him, cannot save his fragger. Even Jelly on the axle is going to go down.
SSS gets eliminated, but they don't get the reset on time. Nice down by these with the P2020.
Full HP and playing behind the knockdown as well. Strongfish don't get the chance to finish that off, and swinging through the wall twice. They're just going to go down. It's just Josh left, swinging up onto Deeds with the Prowler. He gets shot down, and Deeds again clutches for the team, playing the hero for HUSS. Strongfish go down. Deeds makes it up to top 10, gets some KP for them, and gets out.
He's actually getting chased down by Drop. The sole member of Geekay Esports gets another kill and a placement. Fourth zone is closing right now. 30 seconds till marker, but the zone is right behind him. He's gonna have to make his way in through several teams, actually. Huge congested side on the northwestern side or north side, as this is BRAINROTTING's and Worldwide's games to lose.
Worldwide. Fun that they enter the conversation again. Played the eastern side of this ring, and now have the eastern side of this zone. Not a losing one. Not the most powerful spot in it either. Worldwide, however, do have the advantage of likely not having to 3v3 anyone. There's a lot of empty space between them and every other squad, where GK, unfortunately, weren't going to have a 3v3 no matter what they did, with Dropped, the hero, going down.
Zone ends in favor of BRAINROTTING, but everybody else is gonna have to fight on that northern side. Sin Nombre managed to clear out the northeastern side. Is now gonna start looking at the building, at the compound where everybody is fighting. Fun goes for the rest. Is he gonna get it? He's gonna get off of it. There's no way he's gonna pull that off.
Caden keeping an eye on him. Head Glitch would love to double up their wins. 5-star would love to find one themselves. This Ult Excel, optimistic by Fun, but if he's able to do it, I mean, I'm not going to tell him no. I'm going to believe in Fun till the sun goes down, and right now, he's trying to stick the res again. This time, it doesn't look like there's an angle on him, even from 5-star. Monsoon's going to get back up, and Fun covers the res.
Nice repositioning from Mon. Trying to stabilize for the moment as they pull one more player.
No way.
Top team starts looking down though. They're gonna have to nade. He's trying to re-peek him, make sure that his teammate can get up. Huge damage from Sentinels on them right now. Tries to stick for it again.
Sentinels are like, I don't know how they're dominating this lobby right now. And it is not in terms of the kills, it is in terms of the attitude. Picking up these two against all odds. Finally, everyone else has had enough of it. They say this is way too much that you're getting away with, and Sentinels fall. It is just as Head Glitch take priority over the rotation out of this building, and 5-star get caught by the Maggie Ball, the Sparrow ult. The abilities are too much to deal with, and though Head Glitch lose January, 5-star lose everything.
BRAINROTT has God spot for the moment as Head Glitch is walking their way in from the north side. Gonna have to fight VexX Gaming right in front of them as Worldwide also takes a peek.
Extending over there. Melo's gonna clean up the fight. And it looks like we'll have Worldwide be able to finish off Head Glitch if they commit. The rat from DINOS well pointed out. DJ saving his team a lot of placement points. Melo likely going to get eliminated here, but he has dealt a death blow to Worldwide, letting BRAINROTTING wrap around the entire fight and likely go ahead and take their fight with Worldwide that they should win. They've got a numbers advantage. BRAINROTTING in a 3v1v1 right now. Vaxlon made it all the way to third, but he's not hidden, and DINOS are going to clutch second as BRAINROTTING have set themselves up for a clean first place finish.
Comes down to the last rat player. Well played from DJ, securing that second placement, and he is dancing about the dance of death as BRAINROTTING secures the win, coming in late with the zone knowledge, all the way from Big Mod at that point through the tunnel, fought DINOS at the absolute height, took out 2 of their members, and then closed out the game.
Played it really well, had the information, made sure, in fact, to go out of their way and get the information at Big Mod, and won the critical fight. It's just like we had said when we cut back from the Falcons listen in. There's a fight going on right now that's going to determine the fate of the game. That was BRAINROTTING versus DINOS. That fight happened in Zone 3. And from then on, it was written in stone. Shatterable stone, but stone is hard.
Indeed, one of the old zones on that train that we have seen in the past quite some bit. But the biggest part of this match alone, if you take a look at the series results right here, it has stabilized the entire leaderboard. It is so close on that upper half.
HUSS taking the lead by a slim margin. 47 points over the 46 of Geekay, but even looking down to 10th place, a single game win separates a team like Sentinels from a team like HUSS. It is a close lot, but we've got 2 games left. But for a little bit more insight on what we can expect, let's talk to Jayhawk and Tiff.
Those 2 games left are going to be so action-packed. World's Edge makes me happy. Anytime we go back to Fragment, I'm feeling good. But seeing BRAINROTTING come out on top, Jayhawk, especially after their first match day where they were able to grab a win, it's good to see.
Absolutely. And listen, 15 spots for the Americas going into Las Vegas. And so having a couple good match days in a row, that could be maybe all it really takes, as long as you don't absolutely bottom out the rest of the split. And so BRAINROTTING starting to get going here on World's Edge could be pretty huge for their potential chances when it comes to qualifying for LAN.
Ooh, and we go ahead and pull it up, right? Enemy, Crook, Rosie. Now, I like to look through social media. I tell you guys, I'm kind of addicted. I never respond to things on social media, but I'm always keeping my eyes out. And I'm pretty sure after that first showing from Rosie, the ranked grinder, former #1, right? People were like, he might be him. He has got, like, they were like championing Rosie. But I think about it, I still have a notebook from Crook where he sat down in a call with me back in 2022, Jayhawk, and was explaining the lay of the land and why they were doing what they were doing. And he was so smart about it all. And then you pair him back with Enemy, who they have the chemistry from playing back together in 2022. Like, this is like a full circle moment with a new up-and-comer, which you've been talking about.
Absolutely. We saw yesterday Rosie, Nate, a few other up-and-comers joining the likes of the guys that we talked about earlier today. And you're starting to wonder, does Rosie get back into the action again today? Like you said, Crook, Enemy, some veterans of the scene, and some of that veteran experience might have popped out, because we saw Dia and Graceful pointing out this zone, a very predictable one. Once you get about ring 3 information, they played for ring 3 info, getting that ring console. And I know that Graceful's a huge fan of those plays. And so they were able to come in from that big mod side, had a big fight against DINOS, who were holding that position for pretty much the entire game, which notably, I was a little surprised that Stallions didn't fully wipe DINOS after getting a couple knocks. But regardless, DINOS get the reset. They go in a straight 3v3 against BRAINROTTING, and BRAINROTTING had a huge fight win to secure that position. That fight early game is what decides the final end of this game. And the crazy part is, despite DINOS losing that one, they still managed to rat all the way to second. That's how good that little trench position is, just being able to avoid all the action inside of Monument itself.
Sometimes you've just got to get to a second place and do everything you can to get the placement points, but you're right 100% on BRAINROTTING. My brain is rotted, and you know what? It's going to keep getting that way with all the craziness in Americas. Thank you so much, Jayhawk, for popping in, breaking down that end game, and shining some more light onto BRAINROTTING. But we've got to get back into game, which means I am staying here. Brain rot and all, Graceful. Welcome back to the broadcast. We got game number 5 to get into.
Thank you so much, and Jayhawk as well, for shouting me out. And it is true, I do enjoy that quite some bit. Some good-ass Apex, first and foremost. The fact that they're playing differently, you can look at one match and see so many different playstyle clash, and then still somebody comes out on top. But the fact that we could predict it so early, just the fact that they get that late knowledge, and the one fight that honestly really only mattered in general to win that match was the fight from tunnel side from BRAINROTTING coming in against DINOS, and then they just held the high ground. There's nothing else you can do because everybody else is fighting against 10 teams on the same side. It was such a great game.
Yeah, they played it so cohesively there at the end, and honestly, wrapping up the 3rd place fight, taking them out, hitting the shield swap, and then immediately sending to find the last player and not letting him take an angle or try to like kind of rush them at any point in time. it's just executed to what needs to be happened at the level of what we expect from those players. But as we continue on our journey here in World's Edge, fresh off an altar ban.
Finally, Alter is banned. I'm always looking forward. I'm a certified hater. I don't like Alter in my games because she messes things up way too much, whether that be stalling out the fight or literally just giving you a surprise heart attack coming straight through the wall. I don't like it, and hopefully that will stabilize a little bit more now. But I'm not gonna lie as well, I feel like the games today in America's region have been kind of slow paced comparatively to before, especially the first match day.
I agree with that because it started to look similar to ranked, and we were having that conversation on the broadcast back in Americas. You're right, match day 1, they were so crazy. People were dying fast. It was starting to look like scrims. Next thing you know, you move in today, we're going into kind of that mid game with 19 squads on an E-District match.
Yeah.
We saw some skyhook zones in EMEA earlier where we had all 20 teams alive for an eternity. So it's just seeming to be like, hey, we've already seen 2 days. For our teams that are playing, you're wrapping up your second match day in the first round robin. We're kind of halting the pace and trying to control the narrative.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think we can even see it in the playstyles of some of these teams as well, the way that they are trying to adapt and trying to read a zone. And we've seen it pay off really good for some teams and poorly for others. Some teams played accordingly to how the first match day was maybe super chaotic, thought everybody would play the same way, and they didn't, and it didn't pan out the way that it did. So seeing how some of these teams are adjusting has been eye-opening for sure.
Well, then I guess when you're talking about adjusting, let me throw up Nice Guys. I know we've got some graphics there from Sentinels and Team Falcons, but I'm going to completely ignore it because Nice Guys, while they did have a back-to-back match wins on their last day showing, they've been kind of floating under the radar today, but they've been putting themselves in good positionings, but they've been getting picked off.
That's kind of what I touched on earlier on in the segment as well. Before we started the whole day, I was like, yes, it was good that they won match 5 and 6. Don't get me wrong. I'm a little bit concerned about those 3 games that I pointed out that they had really subpar results on. Never mind the fact that one of the matches that they did win, in my eyes, they didn't actually win. The other team started the fight and engaged on the third team, and they kind of just got a free 3P. So for me, that's not them really taking everything in their own hands, and the game kind of played itself out for them, which does happen some games. But it also goes to show that maybe they need to be a little bit more proactive and not just have the game kind of end up winning for them on their own. They kind of have to take the place in their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Good finishing touch on that. But when we're back to worldwide, we get this tweet from Nate, right? First day NA felt pretty good, had packet loss every single game. Cursed. Little things need to be improved, but overall really happy with how we played. Now, guys, if you don't know who Nate is because you religiously watch Americas and you don't check out any other ALGS regions, well, that shame on you. You should watch all of the regions, especially leading into lands, because this is what happens when you get a team from multiple regions, right? MT, originally from APAC South. Now we pull in Nate for his first time in the Americas over from the EMEA region, and they've been looking pretty good. We know Vaxlon's really great at Apex. He's a veteran in the scene, has been competing since, what, 2020, 2021, way back when. Graceful. But talk to me more about Nate and kind of moving on over to the America side of things.
Okay, but before I talk on that, I'm gonna say, hell no. You say shame on you for not watching every region leading up to land. That's way too much Apex.
It's really tough this weekend. It's tough this weekend. There's so much.
People are gonna pull all-nighters to make that happen.
You need to get an IV of just energy and keep going, right? But look, catch up on it for sure. The accelerated split 2 might make viewing every region slightly impossible unless you're a degenerate and you just truly love Apex, and for that we love you little super fan you. But we do love looking at all. Look at you chuckling. Hey.
Well, I will definitely say though, Nate in general, after he actually teamed up with Nasky for a moment on his brief return as well, and he came out as a really strong player. I think he even grinded a ton of ranked with him at that point, got known and had this is the thing. A lot of people that are up and coming nowadays have so much firepower. It's hard to measure up against everyone. Everybody has firepower at this rate that is new up and coming. And he had some good results. And also he played a lot of scrims, and I think a lot of people took notice of him doing that with good results in scrims as well, because even though scrims always lie, I feel like, especially as we move up onto the big stages, you have to take somewhere out of it, and he managed to find, well, Empty as well. And Empty is one of the IGLs that have been, he's always been in contest of being a top tier IGL, like from one of the regions that people typically don't look at as much, and that's sad, but that's just the truth. Americas is the biggest region for a good reason as well. All the absolute good players are gathered there, and yeah.
I was gonna say MT's more than his, like, what was it, 720 sniper Kraber shot off the rocks on land. MT's a legend. Okay, so a really stellar team there for worldwide, but I would love to go ahead and pull up, do a little check-in with our Sony in-zone kill leader. We were kind of keeping tabs on Floating in particular, who was at the top, but you know, we gotta fight for first. So I lied. It's not a kill leaderboard. It's just the teams that are at the top on the day, and there's 1 point separating them, and there's a reason for it. It's because Floating's pretty much at the top of that kill leaderboard. Jelly's been putting up numbers. He was a one-man army on his first match day showing, and has now trailing by 6 kills onto GK. But what they're making for it is they're getting those placement points.
Most definitely. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at the whole picture. Whether you're like, if you're an early zone team that you just prefer rotating really fast, if you can't really pick up kills on that point, you're still missing something. But GK has been playing the way of both. They're adapting both. They're playing slow at first, taking those fights very aggressively once the zone shows, and they immediately make those adjustments to stay proactive. And with the help of Floating, absolutely dominating as well. I think there's even a few clips going out already from just today's match day with them. So if they can keep up that form, I am leaning more towards GK, but you can't count out HUSS by any means.
Yo, can we just talk about the damage differentials?
Yeah.
HUSS takes 200 more damage than they deal, and GK is dealt out 2,200 more damage than they've taken. I mean, still same results at the some point, because, you know, they're at the top 2 positions by 1 point. But that's just something to note on a differential, because GK has obtained 6 more kills over HUSS. But they're still only like 7 points ahead of Head Glitch in 3rd, which, when I say Head Glitch in 3rd, is that some statement that you thought I would say?
I mean, honestly, with this PL for this current moment, I am not shocked at it, because we have seen some upset across all regions. I am happy for them though, regardless.
Ooh, okay, here guys. We are gonna remake the lobby super quick and get everyone up to date and make sure that all things are ready for the last 2 matches of the day. In the meantime, I hear Monsoon's been cooking up something cool.
We are going to be making the Nessie gun charm on a larger scale, on a big version. Look at how cute and delicious she looks. That's awesome. And this is earned by watching 1 hour of ALGS Split 2 Pro League, which starts on the 21st. Did you work in kitchens before you realized you're an Apex demon? I've been cooking for over 20 years. Love it. Dude, shout out my cooks in chat. All right, here we go. Dude, no way. That's crazy. It's the Year 5 trophy, the championship trophy.
You guys at home can get a Sushi Nessie gun charm by watching 1 hour of ALGS Split 2 Pro League. Plus, you get the Apex packs. Maybe you can be lucky and pull straight heat like we saw Monsoon grab that trophy out of the card. Regardless, I do have some skepticism about the structural integrity of the Sushi Nessie, but I do trust Monsoon and his wifey to cook literally anything graceful. Have you seen the timeline of when they're baking and like putting up all these goodies?
Oh, trust me. If you haven't seen it in my camera so far with my triple chin, I love food. And I've seen those pictures too many times. I have to like every single one, and I enjoy that quite some bit. But as the players are also getting ready to jump into the match. Hopefully soon. Please, I'm waiting. Tiff, press your button. Come on, press your button.
Were you about to say something different? I will look. You were about to like be like, where is it? Where's the button? All right. Well, look, chat and Graceful. I do not have a button.
She's lying.
I do not.
She's lying.
Jayhawk in the back might. Jayhawk might have some insight. Of course, he's not going to be able to hear me say that because I don't know where he's lurking around watching our players. But we can check in with the series results. We talked about HUSS. We talked about Geekay. They're at the top, separated by 1 point. You asked for the game. Well, guess what, Graceful? It is here.
Finally, I've been waiting. Stop yapping. Let's get into the match. This is where I belong, right here on World's Edge, and I will probably rest in peace on this map as well.
Sir, there's been a lot of death talk out of you today, and I'm starting to get worried. You're fine. You're healthy. You're thriving. The only person who isn't is me, who did not get her blood pressure meds refilled today. And we'll worry about that later because it's all about Apex. It's all about brain rotting.
Brain rotting so far, though, has found their way back up that leaderboard. It was kind of a slow start. I was a little bit wondering, are they going to be on that fraud watch? But from the likes of it so far, I think that we can almost count them off of it.
Do you remember when we had that Harvester circle? It was completely different. Like, it was Harvester and Sorting Factory, and we actually went Harvester. This has like 98% Harvester, the majority of the in-between, and then a smidge of Thermal. We're not going Thermal, and we're not going to like that area to the east of Thermal with the tracks. Where do you think we're going, Grace?
I mean, that one is really, really old. If it ends up pulling to that one on the tracks by the buildings, I'm going to be incredibly shocked. Sentinels tend to look for that. I like to call it the medic building. People have different comps for it, but I really enjoyed it where the rest beacon is normally at. So yeah, I'm going to count around that area for sure, towards the cliff.
We'll call it the med building from here on out. And Sentinels have committed. Darkspires ran at it. And they are going to be living. Now, here's the deal. What do they have to be able to hold this? They are playing Catalyst, Wraith, Mad Maggie. So they'll be able to reinforce the doors, get the piercing spikes down, and Sentinels on the Wraith with Blinkster is going to be able to go out, look to do some serious damage. And just as quickly as Darkspire decided they wanted to rotate over here, they're being sent back.
Everybody is opting to rotate in towards the zone to whichever side they deem this to be pulling. Should be pulling up, though, as most people are vouching for that side. Darkspire is trying to survive for the moment as a solo. Gonna be hard, but as more teams are piling in, they're gonna keep each other in check.
Ooh, okay, STRONGFISH also running into some early issues as they've moved into Harvester. Veki down on the ground, Joshua and Thug is both incredibly low. There's a lot of teams that have made their way into Harvester quickly. Nice Guys, Stallions, Team Falcons. So to stabilize amongst some heavy hitting teams, it's going to be difficult, but you do have Caustic. You can barrel around, make it slightly more difficult for them to run at you. But instead it's Worldwide, and now Nice Guys that are going to be running into each other. Nate back, guarding the portal. I don't know if we want to take a 1v3 here. I think Nate's got to get out of there.
Oh, and Joshua goes down to the drill from Timmy. I think they're happy to pick up that KP though for sure as more teams are making their way in.
How do you feel about Timmy on the Mad Maggie? I thought things were starting to turn around.
I mean, I don't think it's definitely not due to the pick. I'll say that much. But I hope that things are turning around for the better because these guys desperately need it. We're on match 5 right now. Only one more match after this one. We have seen it though time and time again of back-to-back wins, both from Nice Guys, also from Alliance, and we've seen it time and time again, so I can't count them out just yet. But it's going to be a rough rest of Pro League if they fall short even today.
A 20-point game puts them into the top 5 if some people fall dead early in the top 5. So you really can't. But for HUSS, vying for that top slot and only holding onto it by 1 point, we Maggie Ball, we've lost out on Deeds. We were going to throw the Arc Star. I was curious what Jelly could do on the Axel since so many people have been touting Jelly's Axel gameplay. Notorious for it. The Deeds in a death box. Now the Nitro Gate back to cover the distance.
I did think
might be difficult.
I did
Dinos
think he was gonna rat that though, but he opts to not go for it, and he's gonna make his way on the move. The one character that can make it happen though is Axel, I would like to say, but it's looking really grim.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do when you're like kind of trying to smooth sail through the open. Dinos are in the great pursuit of happiness and kills in the terms of Jelly, and there we go. Now you do sacrifice yourself because one player is still alive from that roster and will likely look to make a great regain. A little dupe on a Mad Maggie and a little regain needed.
Dupe should be able to get that reset properly as nobody else is occupying that southern side of the zone for the moment. They have a team in Sorting Factory, but they're probably not gonna take notice of them.
Okay. Looks like Shuby having some bouts with the Stallions off screen and Falcons. Interesting. Guild grabs a trade. Head glitch though, your third place team. Have called out where they think a team is. Now they've been running down VexX Gaming and would like to see if they could find him. Here's the chat. Oh, no way you don't see Hambino. Anyways, we check in with that later because the Falcons are in the throes of it. Hal in a death box and Timmy and Guild clutch up, take the win against Stallions and send them to the lobby.
Head glitch playing the same way as well as they actually eliminate VexX Gaming. Happy to see Falcons wake up though. We did hear that conversation. I'm gonna mention it the fourth time, chat. Have had a talk with the coach. They just say, hey guys, you guys are among the best players in the entire world. Just take fights, and the fights have been paying off. It's gonna be fun to see if they can keep up that form as NinjasinPyjamas is also looking for fights.
Oh yeah, they are. Cole on the low ground, queued up to join them. And now that the ring has closed and they're back, you can see the fact that Storm is trying to take angles, so the portal for the reposition is needed. I do want to note that Hal's back in the game. HUSS also made a full regain, and NinjasinPyjamas have repositioned themselves thanks to Kurev behind the fence.
As they recuperate as well, Storm actually gets wrapped by Team Darkspire, making their way in from the choke right now, looking to see if they can find any advantage during that distraction. Doesn't seem to be able to net them any downs for the moment, but they are taking the space.
Take that space. That's your space. That's how you talk to it, right? You command it. You control it. You do that. And for Naughty, right there, onside the truck, with the ring in the back, you've got NinjasinPyjamas. This is the third party that you're looking to capitalize on. You actually grab the large majority of the kills onto Storm, and then they realize, wait, we're not alone here? And now NinjasinPyjamas very aware.
Storm gets caught between a four-way pin from Team Darkspire, NIP, and also JD Gaming. Gonna look to see if they can get any further into the zone, or at least scout ahead of what needs to come. As the zone has indeed pulled towards that area that I marked earlier, around the medic building and the cliffs. People are taking notice of it right now, as this is an old zone, but a zone everybody knows really well.
Well, does it pull back to where the survey beacon is on Harvester, or are we actually committing to where Sentinels are?
Nah, it's probably going to be cliff. It could be cliffside, both up north above Worldwide. The old ones that we have seen actively most recently is south of Worldwide. But if it's an old one, it's got to pull either left of them or above them.
I know Dia was looking into the invalid zones around Harvester, but I did not commit them to memory. And that's on me, because why would I have memorized the 50% of raid? But here's the deal. GK, they got to play it somehow. Let's get into their comms.
I feel like this top left after is probably free. I don't know if anyone will like read that.
Yeah, can you check that? We need to anchor.
I'm gonna port check it.
Me and you need to anchor, okay, Noct?
Yeah, I'm peeking up from the side.
We gotta make sure this Sparrow team can't A-post here.
There's a rampart team there. I might be able to kill one though.
It's all you. We gotta just play our walk-in.
Yeah, we play a walk-in.
Come back, Float. Come back.
Yeah, come back. I hit that guy for 170, so unfortunate.
Hey, listen, guys. Listen, this team is potentially gonna push our choke here. They're on Sparrow. They might have perps, so they might have triple Sparrow. Like, we need to fucking try and stuff them here on the side.
I hear.
We don't want to let them get in the hallway on us and spam Sparrows on us.
Yes, I hear. I'm coming to you.
They are ready to take out anybody who stands in their way, as they recognize that they need to move forward. Seeing what team comps they have in front of them is crucial to decide and deduce what strategic plan you're approaching them with. Because should you play differently, and if they're playing, whether they be playing Sparrow, Maggie, or anything else crazy as they saw as well, any tight spaces is a no-go.
they were ready to run it down regardless, and they're probably going to do that. For Ninjas in Pajamas, we did see them engaging with JD Gaming, who rotated out because once they caught wind, it was not going to be an isolated fight. They back away. Now Ninjas in Pajamas has to realize we push towards JD Gaming. We don't have a lot of space, and we're not alone in this regard.
They are not alone, but they seem to have forgotten that Team Darkspire did try to wrap that side once before. A bad timing from this fight alone against NIP and JD Gaming could cost both of them dearly.
Yeah, but throwing the Dark Veil and Naughty getting ripped from behind it is going to be so tough because Ninjas in Pajamas are staying kind of healthy throughout this, keeping that pressure on. Keon next to fall thanks to a rogue nemesis from DINOS, and JD Gaming are out of here. But you mentioned Team Darkspire, and they are here for a quick third party.
That was their opening, and they couldn't find an opening. They should have full sent a little bit earlier, and they could have netted them extra KP and a spot to walk in from. But the moment these guys find out that they're actually way behind on armor, opts to reposition.
Saw some light of SSS and head glitch on the screen. January's got the Papa Shield bat, but okay. Let that breach charge go. They've been looking really good. 44 points on the day. We've already gotten 3 kills at least. Nombre is down. And now bring it to 4 for the team with 14 squads remaining. I like what I'm seeing out of Head Glitch. The issue for them is they are on the northern side of things, so it's going to be one of those open rotates that they have once they exit.
Yeah, especially with the zone pulling as well. A little bit more further up northwest of that zone. It's still where the cliff is, down below where the rest beacon is. Well, above it, actually. There are some playable areas, but Head Glitch in prime real estate, as long as they can hold out their backs and somebody trying to swing different sides, if they're opting to hold mountain, it's going to be a little bit tougher. But if they can hold that choke, essentially, things could look up for them.
Curious where SSS is going to go off that redeploy, because they do have the choke that's just to the west of Head Glitch that you're talking about, because they're going to have to hold off both sides. But the closer side to SSS is in that next circle.
It's going to be tough, though. I think they noticed there's several teams in front of them as they're getting absolutely crossfired. NIP, who, by the way, is on red double purple against triple blue. There is no way they're losing that fight straight 3v3, and the zone is closing behind them, but they have to look in front. Team Darkspire managed to walk ahead of them, and BRAINROTTING is already holding the train rail.
SSS is on the move too. They've been trying to snake with their Wraith to find a space to survive. Portals going down everywhere, and I say survive. Void with a pixel of HP.
I think he got scouted out. Is he alive?
Holy shit. Oh, sweet. We're alive.
Thus managed to rat. If this doesn't bring you nostalgia right now, sweet 1 HP ratting. Almost like he never left.
Bro, do you watch House of the Dragon?
Hey, no.
I'm not going to do spoilers for anyone in chat, but one of my favorite lines is, I'm alive, imbecile.
He is indeed alive for the moment, at least, as the zone pulls. Sentinels, who's been sitting there the whole time. Zone ends around them. They are feeling happy about their prediction early on, as Geekay Esports, one of the teams we had a listen-in with, very calm and collected until they decided the fact that we have to fight, and that fight is brewing.
Yo, it kind of pulls hard to Sentinels and Ninjas in Pajamas.
Around Medic, yeah.
Yeah, you're 100% right. So anyone that's not there is going to have a heck of a time. And GK, deep in Harvester, have to contend with Falcons. And even when they get out, if they go through the snake on the north, Head Glitch is there. If they want to go out the other side of Harvester, I'm sure Worldwide are perched on top of the doors on that upper area. It's not going to be fun.
The crazy part is NIP managed to take train rail over BRAINROTTING. BRAINROTTING might have an advantage in taking a fight against them right here, but you can't discount that DINOS can still wrap them, and other teams can make plays that make this really hard to have an isolated fight. Should NIP or BRAINROTTING come out on top for that train rail fight that is actually cooking at this moment, they have a huge advantage as everybody else in this zone has to fight for the northeast side.
Okay. I was worried, but we're getting out there. We're making moves, and floating on the Wraith is just trying to find a playable space. The climb up is here, and this is where I initially thought Worldwide was playing, but they're inside down below.
Very hard to play above until there's plenty of teams holding each other out. As you can see right there, very hard to play up above. If there's no teams keeping you in check, there is free reign on them for the moment. They should be really happy that nobody else is looking at them. But they could survive potentially. It's going to be tough.
BRAINROTTING eliminated. Geekay trying to survive and fight for that top slot. Falcons, HUSS, everyone breaking apart. And Falcons are getting kills, guys. We have 7 on the board. Guild is down, but Timmy and Hal both alive. The turnaround is here. All the Falcons doubters, all the Falcons naysayers. Just takes one game to kind of get it all back together. You're welcome.
Zone ends right outside of Sentinels on their cliff, on their porch. Dinos seem to have taken over the train rail. They are in prime positioning to actually close out these games with the likes of Sentinels, as every other team is not going to be safe once this zone fully closes. Everybody is fighting right now, and one of the teams I really want to follow is Headglitch. So let's have a listen in with Headglitch.
Up fucking top, up top there. Okay, we're playing for kills on the zonacles again. You keep staring at these guys, Jen, okay? That's all you. Let me know if they do anything towards us, okay?
This team's triple blue, caustic team. They're not gonna have anywhere to get out.
Yes, there's a full team bottom as well.
Okay, I'm saving drill. I'm saving drill.
They're gonna be fast right here now.
This team needs to die.
Okay, yeah, I hear it.
Okay, you hold the other team, Jam. You hold the other team. Yeah, and then we're gonna play into this rock and then the back side of the build, okay?
Yeah. Ready drill now from low ground.
They're putting up. Focus these guys, Milo.
Yeah.
I got
far side. Yeah. Yep. They cobbled up onto the staging. Staging CP forward.
Okay.
CP forward over here.
Start focusing across. Start focusing, walking across.
I'm fucking this team. Fucking that team. I'm betting.
Walk out.
Yeah, med getting.
Just you, Jen, right now.
Just you.
You need to kill them. They're stuck in the corner, bro.
Yeah, I'm spiral to it.
Falling.
I'm one. I'm fighting.
I'm one HP. I'm cooking them. I balled two.
Yeah, pick him up.
Batting.
Just you, Jen. We're healing. Just you, Jen.
Do that. Slow. Okay.
Somebody's being the knock here.
Okay.
The knock here.
Spiral to it.
You should kill him with that.
No, I'm dead of gas. Break the barrel in here.
Give my knock. He's still stuck here.
No, Chum, not moving.
Porting on him. No, on you.
Bro, what?
Bro, come on, man.
I mean, they just...
Good comms, good try from Headglitch, but Falcons on the low ground. Falcons trying to make a move with Hal on Wraith, Sentinels in the building, Dinos on the bridge with 5-star, and that is the lay of the land. Into the top 4 we go. And back up, Fun to meet his chow.
As long as Sentinel can deny anybody from playing behind their building, essentially, it's gonna come down to which team gets exposed first. 5-star Falcons are the 2 people that have each other in their crosshairs for the moment, trying to see who needs to leave their spot, as Falcons is desperately trying to get up that cliff with that TP, as we see repeatedly, but Sentinels keep denying them that spot. It's gonna come down to Dinos and Sentinels for sure, I think.
And this is tough, right? Because Dinos have a brilliant angle onto the Falcons. So even if you want to chow up towards Sentinels, you can only do so much because you have just a morsel of coverage down there. Sentinels have pushed outside of the building, and Dinos being able to get on top of this train cart with the height have the most freedom to try and make something happen.
As long as Falcons can hold out Dinos, something could happen right now, as 5-star is getting absolutely pinched as well. Nice EP from Hal. But can he take them out of the equation? Dinos is going to have to drop sooner than later, as Sentinels already owns pretty much majority of the zone.
And we still have to walk up, controlling the cross. Guild is down, Timmy no shields, and Hal behind the barrel into the void. You have to take the guy out behind the knockdown, and Hal with the chow misses just one, and 5-star has been eliminated because Timmy's there for the end. Can we pick up Hal in this moment, or do we get sent by the Dinos?
Dinos off for the second placement and kills. Comes down to Sentinels in the last 3v3.
Sentinels have been here since the start of the time, and triple take to the face, and your land champions from Sapporo grab a match win.
Sentinels, huge win for them. Might have been a boring game for the majority of the part, where they sat in that medic building for what felt like forever. But the fact that they can stay consistent and close out those games is what makes them so top-notch, and why we keep referring them to one of the best teams in the entire world. Winning a LAN, placing third, still closing out games. They have what it takes.
Look, that was tough, right? Because there's a lot of different moving pieces. You got DINOS up on the train tracks, popping up top, taking high ground, looking for those angles, not only on Sentinels, but also on Falcons. So you've got How continuously trying to hit the high ground to focus Sentinels to push them off because they want that space. But to walk away with 9 kills and you'd moved into that building within like the first 2 minutes of the map, that's good, honestly, because anytime we see people rotate early, it's always about what do their resources look like? Were they able to actually get anything? A 21-point game out of that is great.
Really good plays nonetheless, but I really want to shout out DINOS as well, as they made some tough rotates to make it up to that train rail. I did say it was going to come down to DINOS and Sentinels as everybody else gets exposed way earlier. But the fact that they stay that consistent and manage to get KP as well puts them actually in first place for the moment. DINOS on 54 points.
Nice. It moves them up 3 slots. Head glitch move in a second. HUSS and Geekay are both going to fall. Sentinels up into the top 5, and the Falcons make it into the top 10. I'm pretty sure that game might have been more points than they've acquired over like the last 4 games they've played this weekend. So we're trending up.
We are going up indeed, as they are adapting to the lobbies, and we can see that across the whole lobby as well. The upper end is very, very tight, but the bottom so far, anybody could jump all the way from 20th to 10 almost immediately. So it's gonna be fun to see what happens in the last match.
Well, I can't wait to see, and I'm sure you at home can't either. So let's cut to a quick break, and we will get into the action when we come back.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Some call it luck. I call it skill. All right, here I go. Yeah, good try. Maybe try harder next time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
The final game of the Super Weekend is going to hit us soon, Graceful. This is Game 6 here in Americas to wrap up the opening of Split 2 here in the ALGS. And it is exactly what I was hoping for in so many ways. In so many ways. Let's talk about it. I'd love to see the standings before we get into the game because the stakes are high and the leaderboards are tight in Game 6.
And that's really the thing. I think people might forget the fact that this is just the first weekend, but we're so far in already. People don't really have that much time to adapt at this point. We can see, though, they're trying their best because you don't have that much time at the drawing board when the matches are that rapidly right behind each other.
Sentinels picking up the win last game is really big for them. It brings them up to a top 5 overall. And as you can tell right now, the gap between Sentinels and DINOS, who hold the first position, is very small indeed. This is a big turnaround for DINOS as well. 17th place on the first day. Jay Future himself, before the weekend, said, if we have a bad day, we're probably not going to have a good second day. That is not looking true. It is looking like he lied to me.
You know what, though? He did say that it was a learning experience, and learn from it they did. Coming out this strong on the second day, playing this far, coming into the last match where they can actually stay at the absolute peak of this lobby, really goes to show that once you have that mindset of coming in with a learning process to it, you can go far.
And let it not go underrated either. I know I mentioned DINOS in first place. Head Glitch would have made an even bigger turnaround, or rather have made an even bigger turnaround. 20th to 2nd is crazy for Head Glitch to have done. In each of the days that we have here on the ALGS, in each of the matches, we have pillars of the ALGS, of the season, that we look back at and reflect on. When we came into this season and we said, hey, you remember? Full 11 ended up winning the first match day of last split. That set the tone for the rest of it, for the expectations for this roster, and for what we'd ultimately look back on as a big marker in the ALGS. Who's going to be the winner in this final game? Who's going to be the winner at the end of the first round robin in this pillar of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2? We're going to find out in about 20 minutes because Apex Legends, it wraps up pretty quick. But we're starting with a pull down towards Tree and Sorting Factory.
Tree Settlement, the new revamped version of the old Tree as we all love and know it. If this is an indicator of all the old zones we have seen today across the regions, it could be ending in the water around the stalagmites potentially. But I am hoping, because we have seen some new zones, especially around War Camp, this could pull into Tree Settlement, but I am not too sure of that.
It'd be really nice to see a Tree Settlement game.
Yeah.
Team's very excited about the POI, about its flexibility. It does, however, look like that's not even the prediction from the teams that land there. Stallions going to be rotating through Tree Settlement now, but STRONGFISH have already rotated up to Worldwide and Sorting Factory. I know that Tiff brought this up last game about the zone exclusions. There is a little bit of debate about zone exclusions right now in the data community. So all of my research did turn up a whole lot of, well, we have ideas, but we're not exactly sure how zones are working right now. And if our previous information is correct, most of Sorting Factory is still exempt from the zone pool.
Indeed, but as we say that most of it is exempt, we have seen the old on that train rail east side of Sorting Factory as well. So I am not convinced that there was a bunch of talks about how this whole algorithm is going to change. So far in the past 7 years, it hasn't truly changed, because if I can pinpoint majority of these zones with past knowledge, I am not too sure we're not getting rug pulled at this point.
It's not the algorithm. For the data nerds out there, I am just going to hit you with this. The debate is as to whether invalid zones are decided client side or recorded client side or server side. If they're recorded client side, we have access and we know what zones are invalid. If they're server side, we don't know from patch to patch and we can't track it. So going off the most recent information, there was a patch recently that gave us some client side data, but we don't know whether that's actually the thing that determines it. Just to be really clear about what I'm saying, the algorithm doesn't change, or that's not what I'm not saying the algorithm changes. I'm saying what we know changes.
And what we know, that old still stay true. So far, we'll have to see though if it actually pulls that deep or not, as BRAINROTTING, one of the teams that we saw succeed incredibly well in their past match day, have woken up, currently sitting 6th. If they drop a huge bomb games, as we have seen across all of the regions, we've seen 21 bomb, 20 bomb, 17 today. If they can replicate any of those matches, they could still end up taking the day.
And BRAINROTTING succeeded in a lobby that was fast, succeeded in a lobby where teams were hungry for kills. And if any of the games today are going to be like that, it is going to be Game 6, when teams are desperate, not just to rack up points for the day, but for the weekend, that for a lot of squads has left them desiring a bit more. Geekay Esports really desiring the first place that they got in the first couple of games of today, but that they have slowly been losing control of, dipping down to 4th. Still a good position, but for the quality, for the caliber, and for the experience that GK have, it is not enough.
BRAINROTTING seems to play for that mid speed again, staying around Big Mod before deciding to go even deeper. One of the teams trying to sneak up on them is NIP. Fight looks to be breaking out, and NIP, honestly, this is for them to win, as they are currently pretty far down that leaderboard. BRAINROTTING, however, is not going to let that go for free.
A lot of teams in this area, even though the zone is not ending here. This speaks to the sort of bloodthirsty nature of the lobby right now, as GK want to get involved in this, don't want to miss the chance to pick up kills on Storm, on NIP, or on BRAINROTTING, as we had pointed out earlier. Sin Nombre are going to start coming up the tunnel, maybe looking at this fight as it leads into Big Mod from the Harvester area, but none of these teams... all these teams want to fight. None of these teams want to die. And that's the risk that we're balancing here, is getting aggressive versus risking your life. And BRAINROTTING definitely thinking about how to minimize that risk right now as they whip out the zipline, and Mr. Rosie going to guide the team straight out of the sticky situation towards Lava Fisher and towards Mirage à Trois.
One thing they don't know is that HUSS is lurking nearby as well, that just hit the UAV, seeing them coming. They see that somebody popped that UAV, and are playing reserved for the moment, as BRAINROTTING is trying to navigate through the lobby. They went to the west, they're hitting HUSS. They went straight in, they're hitting Sin Nombre. They're running away from NIP. If anything here stops them or extends the fights for too long, 3-piece from either direction could unfold.
Mr. Rosie wanting to get a little bit of movement on right now, but the path forward is dangerous, and it's a good thing that he gets stopped. And ultimately, the BRAINROTTING have to turn back, lest they risk BRAINROTTING's position and chance to take first place. As they come back, HUSS are taking a very slow way into this ring, and NIP have been slowed down by the fact that they just cannot stop fighting. Big Mod is such a huge rotational area that even though NIP took it, even though NIP didn't start a fight, the fight's coming to them. Storm want to take him down, and they start with Cole.
Cole gets knocked down. It comes down to Vayne's bubble. He gets cracked as well, as GB ult is still raining down. I'm not too sure they're going to be able to stabilize this, as they actually opt to run away for the moment, as Vayne gets on that sip. He's going to hide behind the box for now, but Kurev just sends on his own way. This crazy part is he's running straight into HUSS. They have no information that there is a team lurking in the zone right here, and if he gets found out, things could get this. They could be knocked out early.
Kurev's got visual. I don't know if HUSS actually has the information. It looks like no, even with UAV in the area, HUSS have not called that NIP would be coming for them, and Deeds is not even going to get shot at by Kurev, who's afraid of attracting too much attention to himself. So HUSS will get out. HUSS will actually rotate through Countdown and have taken a very unorthodox negative rotate from Mirage à Trois into Lava Fisher to the north side of Countdown that's bringing HUSS straight into SSS. We are got a lot of hard edge zones in this 6th game.
A lot of these teams have so much to lose, and HUSS is trying to play this a lot more reserved. But regardless of which side they have been running towards, they have always been met with a team. Sees that team running towards the choke as Headglitch made it past, and SSS is chasing them right now.
Getting the ult canceled for Jelly. Not ideal. But as we mentioned, these hard edge teams to keep accumulating around the side of the map. Stormer definitely one of the most aggressive of them, jumping on top of HUSS right now, completely closing the distance from Mod. It's a HUSS that is pushed out of the landslide Big Mod area by extreme prejudice. Storm would really like to fight somebody. It just seems like nobody really wants to fight them.
GK makes it into sorting, as that's where the zone is also pulling for the moment. Could be pulling a little bit more further towards the west if they're unlucky, but as many teams have occupied sorting factory, that's where the zone seems to be going.
Yeah, we've got a couple of options around the sorting factory area for what zones we might see. We'll get the chance to talk about them in a little bit, and maybe who is in the best position to take those zones when it matters most. But with so many teams still needing to get here, there's the other reality that a lot of spots are going to be open quite late. Even with HUSS rotating in as late as they are, tanking as much of the zone as they have, it should be relatively easy for them to make their way into sorting factory and get a real playable position as long as they do it in the next 2-3 minutes.
I don't know, it's gonna be tough. Team Falcons from the front in the east choke, SSS and Storm about to fight in the middle choke. Depending on HUSS's... Okay, they're lucky enough. SSS goes for the Valcult, and that opens up an opportunity for them to pass, but they'll have to see if they're letting Storm fly past them.
Looks like we're not going to get too much aggression from HUSS, just letting Storm fly by on the evac tower. I want to say it's playing nice, but it's really playing safe. HUSS are not in this for the old feel-good competitive aspect. They're just here so that the other teams pass them by, so they don't absorb too much aggro from other teams, as Head Glitch are not nearly so lucky. It looks like we'll get a couple quick reses on the inside of this bubble. Baby Comp, notoriously hard to kill, and with your Gibby still alive in Riley, next bubble should be coming soon, and that should be bringing January back to life. The relocation, though, is a big problem, as Head Glitch cannot stay here forever. They don't have another Newcastle ult to deal with, and Sentinels are not going to stop peeking this angle, so Head Glitch commit to the fight with Vex. This could end their day.
As the zone is pulling to the western side of sorting factory, teams are recognizing that they are no longer safe right here in Harvester, so fights are gonna break out as they already have been. Head Glitch in a tight spot for the moment. They do have that Newcastle Gibby comp. Should be able to survive for now.
Their med's running low, I'm sure. That nade blocked just in time by the Gibby bubble. The third one that Head Glitch have absolutely needed to survive. Every single one of these bubbles has been crucial, has bought them the seconds they need to live for the next bout of gunfire that is coming their way. Head Glitch's exit from Harvester, though, is looking pretty doomed. I know that we've got a lot of teams bubbling and valking, but that journey may be cut short for teams like Head Glitch, teams like Storm, that are all pressed up against each other in the Harvester area.
NIP and Zinombre fighting all the way far west side of zone, as we can see right here. They're gonna opt for a movement. They are also one of the teams that is not running the typical comp that we have seen across this lobby or across this match for the moment, so they're gonna have a really tough rotate. NIP is gonna have to fight forward.
BRAINROTTING, who had the chance to move their way up, and still do, but a harder road to put yourselves on that pillar of the ALGS. Looks like they'll be largely flown over, but not wanting to be forgotten, not wanting their first day's success. BRAINROTTING do already have the single match day win. People will doubt it. People will look at that and go, was it a fluke? But the win it was on the first day, and nobody can take that away from them. Can they find it again? Can they silence so much of the doubt that surrounds this roster? NinjasinPyjamas hoping to silence a lot of the doubt that they accrued at the Split 1 playoffs. Always almost making it, barely making it, and finally being shut down. They look for the fight on JD Gaming. JD repels them, but for how long?
JD Gaming expends a lot of utility and resources on trying to take NIP down. With the help of other teams across the lobby, they're trying to knock them off, but can't quite do it just yet, as NIP returns fire straight onto them and finds a down.
That's enough. With double bubble down and a knock that NIP can press, Naughty will fall. Keon is next, and JDG down to just one member as another fight comes NIP's way. Darkspire need the kills, and Stallions, who desperately wanted them, will fall. The nades are too much for NIP, though. They're getting wiped out of tree. And Darkspire push and take out the winners of Split 1 in the Americas.
As Team Darkspire gives a shout out to Kobe with those frag nades. Take out NIP for the moment. This is their game to climb up that leaderboard as they are currently pretty far down. But I'm sure with that amount of loot that they find in that area should be a good buffer for them.
Head glitch on the high ground, L-Star in hand. We've seen the L-Star literally shape endgames 3 times, and right now, even in the mid-game, it is monstrous in January's hands. January, the very player that Head glitch have to thank for the game win that they've been able to pick up so far. If they're able to do this again, if they are able to go from 20th to 1st in 2 match days, JD and Storm falling, it would be, and I mean quite literally, incredible for Head glitch.
BRAINROTTING still a duo as we have seen him for quite some time. Probably gave up hope of playing this out as a full trio. Just gonna play the best way they can for the moment as they try to play underneath that spot as Rosie goes down, but are they gonna get aped? Other people are getting aped.
Worldwide don't end up committing, and the Dinos unfortunately have to. Jay Future, he's gonna die. This next ring, so scary, but the last tick's not connecting as he does barely make it into zone. There is no way that Dinos managed to survive this. Surely not with Worldwide above them. With so many teams just looking in this area, the nice guys will even fall before Dinos, and DJ's back up.
This is Worldwide's games to lose. They have the absolute winning position. As long as they can keep nobody from jumping them, they should be able to close this out. But Team Falcons on the other side of that rooftop. Dinos as a duo underneath. BRAINROTTING underneath as a duo as well. A lot of these teams are keeping each other in check of not having to get aped, essentially. But Worldwide for sure is playing very reserved.
Team Darkspire are trying to ape Dinos. They're fishing for weakness, for unpreparedness, but they're not going to find anything as Jay Future with the fuse is able to push back on that aggressive invasion. Team Darkspire are not committing hard enough to try and wipe out this squad, something that may very well come back to bite them. Or who knows, might come back to just arc star them in the mouth. Big knockdown coming in from Chaos. Dinos end up ziplining on the fight for a few more nades, but out comes the portal. Dinos really want to finish off Team Darkspire, and they've got the angle to DJ Killa with another nade. Lays that up perfectly to burn away at Darkspire, frying them where they stand. But Dinos inside the bubble have limited safety.
It looked like he just hit a 300 banger on top of them with that Skynet right now as fights are breaking out all over the place. Are they really going to be able to reset on that Stalagmite? There's no way. 5-star finally gets eliminated as other teams are converging on top of the same spot.
Chaos goes down though, with Gibby falling. Dinos, they don't have any safety. GK want to drop down and take away the safety of the first place squad. They know it's Gibraltar who's out. SSS though will fall in the meantime. We are to the top 10 squads as a bubble comes out from Head glitch, looking for the finish, looking for the first place. If they take out Dinos, they could take Dino's spot.
Dinos is trying to survive for now, but they're getting absolutely crossfired by everybody. Nades from up top, shots from the side as Geekay Esports, a team that was above them, goes a little bit deeper on that platform for the moment to see if they can get the
Falcons are out. Geekay Esports, hungry. Looking for a few more kills, but again, not giving up their spot. The Rampage, a lot of damage onto STRONGFISH, but not enough to finish them off. HUSS playing underneath. Head glitch joining them. The Dinos evidently out to Head glitch. And weirdly, Team Darkspire have a solo surviving.
All 3 teams that are close within each other of just 1 to 2 points. Only sitting merely 5 points from winning this whole match day. So let's have a listen in with Head glitch.
That Gibby Castle team, we need to just 3v3 bottom and we win the game, okay? Yeah, I know. Watch out, hey, do not take picture, okay? Okay, we need to walk in where you were peeking them and just wall there, okay? Height shouldn't be able to peek them.
Yeah, we have to swim on top of them.
I think we need to balcony.
96 on 8, 97.
20%. 20%.
Okay. We need to just fucking. I'm bumping right. 3, 2, 1. Just up. Bump. Good bump. Take the space. Play up here. You need a ball up here. Yeah. Can we swing the guy right?
He's fucking me. I got fucking height.
I'm chilling.
70 on you. 50 on you. Newcastle. Just you. 1v3. Oh, fuck. I just got fucked from height. All my damage is from height.
Head glitch so much kills them. The hesitation on the play, the attention from multiple squads, but they are denied their chance at a first place spot. But with DINOS down, with head glitch down, GK can take it, and they'll certainly take Darkspire on the way. 4 teams left. GK already such a staple of the ALGS, the individual members around for so long. But if they take this win, they will be huge in Split 2. That is a big knock from Noct. And in comes GK. Prowler in the hands of Floating to tear through worldwide. GK stand on top. They've got HUSS on a balloon trying to dance on top of him with BRAINROTTING underneath. GK can win this. The Rampage again comes out and Floating is going to drop down. Floating is hungry for the win. He looks for it going through the bubble. Prowler comes out. Prowler needs to be reloaded, but GK have not lost a member. HUSS are down, and in the pantheon of ALGS Split 2, GK Esports will carve their name.
Oh my god. We didn't get to see the absolute perfect POV of those nades, but the Sky nades, I believe they hit like 500 damage on worldwide on top, sent them straight into the zone. All of them had pretty much 1 HP as Floating goes up to clean that fight, takes over height, and then just mops the rest of the lobby. GK Esports, the way that they play that entire game, from trying to play small, deciding to take more space, and then closing out that game with those nades. Literally, those nades won the entire last of that match. It was crazy.
I mean, there's so much room for error in the place that they played, but look at what they turned it into. Room for kills. 16 kills in this final game, a 28-point game that you have to imagine pushes GK. I mean, I don't even have to do the math. I look at 28 and I know the math. GK have won today. They have finished the first round robin with a match day win and are surely going to be a team that we're talking about as a powerhouse for the rest of the split. Tiff, Jayhawk, what did you make of that?
A lot. You're right. I'm also not doing math, but can confirm after the match 1 victory with 13 kills and a massive game win in 6, it's looking pretty dang good for GK. And then I have to turn it to Jayhawk because he's been talking about the up-and-comers and Floating on that roster.
Yeah, listen, when they dropped Keon, it was definitely a surprise. That was a roster that had been long-standing. They got 4th in Sapporo just earlier this year, and so people definitely didn't expect that, but the goal was clearly firepower, and firepower they got. Floating had 21 kills today, guys. 21 of their 42. We had half the kills.
That's disgusting, honestly. And you're right to call out the fact that I thought it was a big shock seeing Keon exit that roster as well. But Floating has stepped right in. They made improvements post their first match day showing. They walk away with 76 total points, which is a nice gap on HUSS when it was so incredibly close throughout the day, Dia.
It really was, and yet some things have stayed the same. GK, it might have been close to start the day, but they find the first win, and they find the last win, and both of those separate them from the lobby in a huge way. The last game, I think it was a little bit more even split. The last couple of games, there was a lot of responsibility shared through GK, but especially the first game, Floating, I remember completely turning around the situation, and GK have a lot to thank this guy for today.
I know, that's going to be kind of interesting. Hopefully we get to talk to them later, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and pull up our Sony in-zone kill leaderboard. And you said 21, Jayhawk. You're 100% right. That's a lot. That's a lot of kills. That's 8 kills over Riley, who is looking incredibly good from Head Glitch as well. Dropped from GK, thrown into the mix. So you've got 2 members of GK into the top 3, Graceful.
I mean, honestly, we've seen it from that first game as well. They were just dominating the whole time, Floating. I don't think anybody is shocked to see him at the top, But to perform this strongly after just having his breakout year from open LAN to showing right here this outside, it was really well played into the P20 as well. And then this is the final game to close out the entire day. It's just been, what a journey.
Can I just jump in real quick here? Because I want to remind everybody that he had that huge breakout performance at the open lane, like you're saying, Graceful. And yet still, nobody actually picked him up to be on one of these elite level teams until JD Gaming finally gave him a chance in Split 1. He was still rocking out with his squad all of last year, ends up qualifying for Sapporo through the LCQ by winning it with Men of Culture. And now finally people are like, okay, maybe this guy's for real. I just think it's incredible how well this guy's performing, because even after that breakout performance, it seemed like he was still doubted.
It's always like one performance, right? You have the one you're like, okay. But if you do it again and consistently make a name for yourself, you make it hard for the greats to ignore you. And then next thing you know, you got people fighting over you.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see a lot of great mechanical talent be extremely inconsistent. Floating's strength has been that despite being ignored for the, as you said, post-open length of time, the stretch between that and champs, the fact that he managed to stay consistent. But we see a lot of other players, and I don't want to name names because that feels rude.
Do it.
But be able to have incredible match days, be able to have incredible tournaments, and then fade back into the background. Floating has refused to fade into the background, and that is like the test that everybody needs to have him pass before they go, you know what? This is a top prospect.
It's where they really say be so good they can't ignore you.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like a little cheesy, but it's the truth, honestly. And you kind of see the farewell there from JD Gaming for Floating. Moves on over to Geekay here for Split 2. And with an accelerated split, you have to be able to correct a lot of those match days that may have not gone to plan. 11th in match day on their first showing, and then you bounce back like this. That's the best way to do it. Now you get a week to go back, scrim, be like, yes, VOD review, what went wrong, what went right. And even then, I feel like even if you win a day, you're like, all right, what can we still improve on? And Grace, you probably can speak to that.
I mean, yeah, most definitely. I mean, for them to go back to the drawing board, honestly, just say Floating, drop another 20 bomb on the day, and then we'll be fine again. But for a lot of these other teams, for sure, we have seen over adjustments quite a bit, I would like to say, because the first match day was so hectic, especially in America region. We saw some teams just say, why are there even teams still here? They haven't quite adapted fast enough. And I would also like to say that that might come down to the fact that the bans got a little bit different as well. So maybe approaching strategically a little bit more based around the comp as well as maps is in effort for most of these teams going forward.
Nice. All right, guys, I'm going to pull up the Pro League standings. Dia, I want you to start thinking about your player of the day, though. I know that's a big topic. We've been having a lot of fun with it, but some thoughts, because we do still have brain rotting up top after our first initial round robin in the Americas, okay? Total points 40. AG Global had a pop off just yesterday, and now look at that, 36. But Geekay, after the bounce back, y'all, we're tied. Dude, they can't get away from HUSS. They cannot get away from HUSS, Jayhawk.
No, they cannot. And I gotta say, shout out to Brain Rotting. I feel like a little bit of an underrated team, obviously coming in, won the last match day. They were able to get fifth today. It felt like a quiet fifth based on what we saw yesterday, but it's good enough to secure them first place and do that first round robin. Considering the expectations this team had, this is a pretty monumental start. And the projected cutoff, I know this is maybe early to talk about this, but historically 15th place in the Americas region comes in around the low 70s. They're already over halfway there. Brain Rotting are in a good spot potentially to qualify for LAN.
I'm feeling good about everyone from 7th and up then, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, that is a... Thank you, Jayhawk. That is a crazy stat to throw out, because the idea that we could see Brain Rotting at LAN from being so, I would say not considered really as a LAN contender is huge. But like you say, Tiff, from 7th up, that includes Full 11, who despite not actually winning a match day this time around, have still started their first round robin with incredible consistency. And I say incredible because it beats out teams that we're even talking about as the best in the world. Sentinels find themselves in 12th right now.
Not worried about Sentinels. I don't know what it is. Maybe they've inherited the plot armor, but go ahead. We got a tweet from AG Global, especially after their performance. They finished first in EWC? That's true, guys. They did go crazy. And that sounds like I'm talking about Split 1 playoffs. No, AG Global Esports as a whole won the EWC Club Championship. And now in Apex, we finished first on the day in Pro League. Just like that. It's just that simple, right? It'd be like that.
I gotta wonder if the players, maybe do we get a little Christmas bonus early for the first in club championship? I don't know. Maybe.
What do we buy with a Christmas bonus at this point? I don't think I've ever gotten a Christmas bonus in my life, but I feel like we deserve a little sweet treat.
You used to work corporate?
I am a corporate escapee.
And no bonuses?
And it is... it's tough out there for a corporate escapee. There's a reason we escaped. But Dia, did you do some thoughts on the player of the day?
I did do some thoughts. I will say, I think that today, as much as I pushed back against this narrative when wanting to talk about this segment, it probably is the kill leader. Like, it's like floating is.
He's copping out. He's copping out.
And like, no, like kill leader. Like he was absolutely crazy today. Impactful in every fight, took over so much. Like 100%.
But Gracie is the kill leader.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying even if he wasn't, like, he's just had so much impact today. It's crazy.
No, I agree. Like, especially looking at the first game, they definitely don't win that without floating. I would give it to GK. I don't think any of us are going to disagree. I do want to talk about some of the other players that I was thinking of, though, just to highlight their performances. Obviously, Jelly was one of those players as well, also a fragger. But I was looking at Head Glitch and thinking of Riley as their IGL for a potential nomination. And then I'm looking at my list here. Sorry, guys, I'm not looking at the camera. And then I didn't know where exactly to go with Dinos, but I felt like Dinos and Head Glitch both should have had a nomination. Jayhawk, I know that you were listening to the comms from Dinos. Where do you think that they were getting the majority of their momentum, of their ability to perform?
If I was nominating someone for MVP from Dinos, it would have been Jay Future. I know he's the IGL, but man, when you listen to this team's comms, he has complete control of this squad. There was even a moment in that final game where he had to call back his team. They were getting a little too antsy, wanted to go for some KP, and he realized it was a terrible position. They were going to ruin their game if they did so, and that call gave him an extra few points, which unfortunately wasn't able to get the win, but maybe it was good enough to keep him up in third instead of Head Glitch passing them. So I really do think that Jay Future is an IGL that deserves more respect, because he's not only able to move his team in good positions, but his micro over his teammates is exceptional.
And it seems like, even their performance today bested what he thought their performance would be. Jay Future leading the team. Tiff, I know that this is a player that has impressed you, but to see it compared is a little bit funny to look at, because we're comparing an IGL to a fragger. But what are you gonna do?
We put an asterisk here, guys. We have IGL on the left, and we have the fragger, your Sony in-zone kill leader of the day. But even look at the damage, because sure, you're not putting up the number of kills, but what you are doing is keeping that power down onto the players to allow your fraggers to focus up and get those kills. And now when you look at Chaos and DJ, they're both in double-digit kills. And that goes to show you, not only are you scouting, not only are you putting out the pressure and getting some initial damage, you're doing everything right. So Dinos have been really interesting to keep tabs on, and I love that you shouted them out, Dia.
Well, as much as I want to shout them out, Riley, another IGL from Head Glitch that looked really good. I think that squad deserves absolute recognition for 20th to 4th place. Huge turnaround. Dinos 17th to 3rd. Huge turnaround. But we got to give it to a fragger. So we're all in agreement. If anybody chooses to object to floating MVP, now is your time. Going once, going twice. Floating MVP. I'm happy.
Imagine.
I do want to jump in. It's not about objecting. That's why I waited.
Okay.
Riley, man, I got to listen to their comms as well during Game 5. He was having some baller calls. There was a really good moment where they were the last team in. They're coming from the far north side of the map, and he had a great call evacing over from Mod, cut off Sinombre in the tunnel, was able to get some KP there, gave him a free walk-in, almost got him in position to potentially even win the game, but a misplaced catwall led to some poor late-game execution. And then in that final game, he had a Valkyl to take Dino's spot and actually kills them. I thought that maybe because he did that, that would secure Head Glitch potentially the win. Unfortunately, the low ground wasn't ideal, but still some of those really nice calls that he was having, and I think that he deserves respect, because let's not forget, this is the guy that he was teamed with Lauder and Carter, and maybe is the forgotten member of that previous Sentinels roster. And unfortunately, he got dropped, but he's balling out still.
And that's all that matters. It's like landing back on your feet and making something of it. Sure, maybe the first time showing out isn't going to be what happens for you. Maybe it takes a year. Maybe you just have to keep on trying, just like we did to get this interview. We got Floating joining us, and I'm excited to get him here on the main broadcast. My guy, Floating, congrats on a successful day.
Thank you. It was a very fun day today.
I love to hear that because you guys had an 11th in your first match day. You bounce back, you go hard. Talk to me what it's been like kind of prepping for Split 2. It's an accelerated split, and the turnaround on those match days was pretty crazy.
The main thing for Split 2 was getting used to playing with Dropped and Knocked, because I was just playing with Naughty and Shub and everything. And I think after all the scrim days, because we were really dominant in scrims, and getting the day 1 jitters out was really, really helpful for day 2 today.
Today you were I don't know how much you were able to hear as you were joining and getting all set up, but we were talking about our MVP nominations. You ended up being I think the obvious choice. You clutched up several fights for your squad. You are our day 3 MVP, but more than that, you've managed to win a match day with Geekay. I'd say you're a squad that is expected to go on now to continue that, and we'll likely see you in playoffs. What are you still working on in terms of the game plan with Geekay, in terms of them supporting you and you being able to support them? Where's that synergy still coming together for Geekay, and where can we expect you to progress next?
I think when I get more comfortable in my role in Geekay, because we had a very short scrim season. When I get more used to it and more comfortable in my role and getting used to playing with them and making calls myself and listening to drops calls and playing around my utility properly and everything, I think I'll become a way better player. I'll do way better this split than I did last split.
Nice.
Floating, I got 2 questions kind of in the same vein here. The first being, there was a lot of talk about your move to Geekay. A lot of people were arguing that it was more of a lateral move. So from your perspective, what was it about Dropped and Knocked that really made you want to join this squad?
I used to watch Knox when the game first came out. He was a great player back then. Same thing with Drop. They were great players. Drop's a great IGL. I mean, obviously, look at his land placement. Same thing with Knocked. And they're just 2 seasoned veteran players who were just so great and amazing at this game.
And then a little bit of a funny follow-up. Your previous team went viral for a couple moments of some very chaotic comms, and I feel like Dropped and Knocked are sort of the polar opposite in terms of personalities, very chill vibes that I feel like you match with very well. What's kind of the atmosphere like working with this team maybe a little bit compared to your last in terms of just the way that everything is functioning in comms?
It's a different type of humor and different type of personality, he said. Because with Naughty, he would make a lot of jokes, or he would be very quiet, then have a big loud scream, and it was just very funny and all. With Drop and Knock, it's we sit there, cope a little if something goes off bad, and then we're okay, this is what happened, and we talk about it.
I love it. Oh, Jayhawk,
and then,
I know you're itching. You guys have so many questions. Keep going. I'm letting y'all.
Okay, listen. Last question I have. I thought it was crazy, Floating. You had an insane breakout performance at the Open. And the thing that really shocked me was that going into Split 2, you were still competing in Challenger Circuit. Nobody had picked you up in Pro League. Nobody was looking at you saying, this guy's next up. And then you go in LCQ, you qualify for Champs, leading Men of Culture into that spot. And so what has your journey kind of been like to this point? Because I feel like despite that crazy breakout performance that the Open was made for, you weren't necessarily given an opportunity until Naughty and Shuby gave you one last split.
It's been an interesting journey. I wouldn't say a movie so far, because I want to win before it becomes the end of a movie and everything. But it's been pretty great because Lomo was experience. I became 100 times better player, actually playing against good players. No hate to the CC players, but the skill level difference is humongous between top CC and top Pro League players. And then going from a fragger playing with Lunix and Case into getting my own team and playing with Aveki and 2B cheaters, or Tyler as I call him, and learning how to IGL again and everything was a great experience for me, because it made me focus on my comms, how I direction the team, made me a better fragger, because when you're fragging, you want to have direction because you're probably on the rotate characters or the characters that need to get into a fight first. And then playing with Nadi and Shubi, I'm very thankful for them picking me up. And then we're here where we are now.
Love it.
Ooh, I like it. And all I heard was it's not a movie yet until we win. And I think Jayhawk is over on the side, like creating his script. Is there a future Jayhawk video we could be seeing on this? I don't know. Split 2 playoffs.
I love the storyline. I love it.
I know you're cooking over there. Thank you so much, Floating, for joining us. I hope you have an amazing rest of the week. Prepping for the next crazy weekend of ALGS. Go celebrate, my guy.
Of course. Thank you. You guys have a good rest of your week too.
Hey, I'll try. We'll see what we can do.
Nice guy.
Great. I know. I was excited, and you guys, I felt like I saw the vibes on your face. You were like, I want to ask this man like a million questions. So I let you roll. Graceful didn't get to be a part of the interview, so I'm going to kick it to him right now based on what he heard.
I mean, I don't think there's too much to say outside the fact that he was already a fan of the 2 veteran players and was proud of their previous results, and that's why he chose that team specifically. But something that all the other players out there got to be a little bit scared of is the fact that he said, I'm going to get a lot better at this point. And he's already so good. And the fact that he's putting in so much effort to improve to that level as well just goes to show how much of a passion man he is. And I'm proud of that. So hopefully he gets to keep up this shape and form and just keeps going further ahead, because I assume and I expect to see them at LAN.
Ooh. We expect to see them. Well, guys, Dia, Graceful, you guys absolutely crushed the commentating today. Jayhawk, your analysis skills, your storytelling, phenomenal. More videos to come, and I can't wait to watch them. Any